nobody speaks.
Yeah, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is Pratik Ghosh, research analyst at ArdorComm Media Group. I would like to wish you all a very happy new year at first. And I heartily welcome you all, our guest of honor, special guests, participants, partners, speakers at this virtual symposium of ArdorComm Education Leadership Summit and Award 2022. I would like to introduce the host of this session, Mr. Chandan Anand. He is the founder, editor, and CEO of ArdorComm Media Private Limited. Mr. Anand is a strategist come implementer with recognized proficiency in spearheading business to accomplish corporate plans and goals successfully. An MBA graduate with over 17 years of experience has been playing eminent leadership roles in areas such as team building, sales and marketing strategies, planning, content creation, and brand management. Mr. Anand has an outstanding exposure in the print, electronic, digital, and social media space. While hosting many conferences and symposiums in India and abroad, has given him the exposure of inheriting strong community reach in sectors like education, governance, healthcare, HR, media, and SMBs. Mr. Anand has been previously associated with media conglomerate TOI, Bennett Coleman and Co. Limited, Sakal Media Group, Infosys BPM, SBI Life, Quicker.com, Elets, and InnoSurf, to name a few. His positive attitude, passion, and ambitious approach to business have enabled ideation to impact the value chain of innovation. We welcome you, sir. Over to you.
Thanks, my dear Pratik, for a very warm and nice welcome. Happy New Year to everybody. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very happy new year to all of you. And cheers to the health, happiness, and prosperity in 2022. On behalf of ArdorComm education community and emerging community in academia sector, I, Chandan Anand, the founder, CEO, and editor of ArdorComm Media Group, welcome our eminent speakers representing the higher education fraternity. I welcome all the delegates and attendees who managed to block your precious time to be a part of this virtual symposium. I welcome each and everyone in today's session of the New Normal Education Leadership Summit and Awards 2022. This will be a 2 days event. Day one focusing on higher education, technical education, and skill education. Day two focusing on school education and preschool education. We welcome our partners who supported our mission of spreading the idea of socio-digital transformation and innovation. Government supporting partner, AICT, the apex body of higher education under Ministry of Education, and Collegiate and Technical Education Department under Higher Education Department, Government of Telangana. Silver partner, Knopf Sealing Solutions. Associate partners, Pinnacle Works Infotech Private Limited, Chrysalis iMaths Idea Private Limited, and Extra Edge. School partner, Bilemoria High School. Preschool partner, Hello Kids Chain of Preschools. We thank you for your support and association. We feel privileged and glad to host this event on this big scale. Let me invite your attention for a minute towards a small introduction of ArdorComm Media Group. ArdorComm Media Group is a growing media company enabling communities of education, human resource, healthcare and wellness community, governance, media entertainment and art, abbreviated as MEA, to effectively advance their businesses and strategic interests by becoming their collaboration catalyst. Our passion is to co-create, co-learn, and collaborate for innovation and socio-digital transformation. A short overview as how we started this media venture. So when the overall industry was sailing across the VUCA phase of existence and survival during the peak of second wave of COVID-19, where the companies were in a cost-cutting situation or shutting down literally their operations, loss of job and uncertainty could be witnessed by many of us. A small foundation team dared to start our own media venture. We got incorporated just a couple of months back as a media startup with the name ArdorComm. Ardor means passion, zeal, and Com stands for community and communication. Our 5 core values are aspirations, reimagination, digitalization, opportunity, and readiness, abbreviated as Ardor. We were able to extend employment opportunities to the deserving young candidates having strong will, skill, and zeal to work and outperform. With this, the journey started as a social entrepreneur. We as a team are passionate to take the effort in creating positive changes in the society by inviting communities leaders like you and co-create such knowledge sharing platform going further. We aim to become India's leading and most desirable media voice by enriching communities with the ecosystem of knowledge sharing platform, information, and news. ArdorComm recently launched India's first new normal event, Education Leadership Summit and Awards at Gurugram, Delhi NCR, a decent gathering of education stakeholders from government, academia, and corporate and startups. It was appreciated and welcomed by many of our stakeholders. As the first new normal Education Leadership Summit, it opened the gateway of bringing back the hopes and positivity among the teachers, academicians, and placement directors who have been working really hard to ease the process of teaching, learning, and assessment in this VUCA phase. Volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. In true sense, the new normal. I can very well connect the way higher education institutions of all kinds, their instrumental methods profoundly disrupted by the closure of their physical campuses, and the crisis exposed the urgent need of policymakers and institutional leaders to adjust their established education and policy models. Launch of national education policy brought good hopes and positivity to the overall education sector, but the situation forced us to first restructure our own local institution policy to balance the disruption of teaching learning process. A recent report in UNESCO says worldwide there had been currently more than 1.3 billion children in 186 countries affected by the school closure due to the pandemic. But parallelly, we also have witnessed the socio-digital acceleration, high growth and adoption in education technology with global edtech investment reaching more than 18.66 billion US dollar in 2019, and the overall market for online education projected to reach a big amount of like $350 billion by 2025. Whether it is a language app, virtual tutorials, video conferencing tools, or online learning softwares, there has been a significant surge in the usage since COVID-19. So our event theme is empowering education community with socio-digital transformation and 21st century skills in the VUCA world. We have researched a lot and carefully chosen very interesting and relevant panel session topics. Our special guests and eminent speakers are the stalwarts of education industry. We are shortly going to witness some meaningful and great deliberations throughout the day, and I'm hopeful that we all will enjoy, learn, and enhance our knowledge from today's session. The session is live on our FB page. We will also be tweeting the content of ArdorComm Twitter handles. The links will be shared in the chat box. So kindly like, subscribe our social media handles and pages. I request all our attendees and viewers to make this event interesting and lively with your contribution as participating and asking questions in the chat box. So that will make sense, even for the interest of the speakers who would like to pick some of your relevant questions and answer it live. So with this, let me formally announce the event, and let me open the session by inviting our guest of honor, Mr. Naveen Mittalji, our special guest, Ramanan Ramanathanji, our special guest, Dr. M.S. Shyamsundarji. So to introduce first, I would like to introduce our guest of honor. He belongs to 1996 batch of Indian Administrative Service and allotted to Telangana cadre. He is a BTech in Computer Science and Engineering from IIT Delhi. Throughout his 26 years of long career, he has diverse posts, including the Commissioner of Visakhapatnam Municipal Corporation, Collector of Krishna and Hyderabad District, Special Commissioner in Greater Hyderabad Municipal Corporation, Commissioner of Information and Public Relations, Secretary of Finance and later Municipal Administration and Urban Development in the state, and has significantly contributed to reforming and re-engineering systems and processes wherever he has worked. During his tenure as Commissioner of Collegiate Education and Technical Education, Government of Telangana, he has worked in transforming the higher education system in the state. His effort in modernizing and recognizing courses in government colleges had led to an unprecedented growth in students' enrollment, technology adoption, and teacher training. He has also helped in revised curriculum, making soft skills and employability skills as integral part of the curriculum. We also extend a sincere thanks to you, sir, for supporting our cause and mission by becoming our government supporting partner. I welcome Mr. Naveen Mittalji. He is the Commissioner of Technical and Collegiate Education, Government of Telangana. Welcome you, sir. Over to you for your welcome keynote address.
Thank you, Chandan, and very good morning to all the participants of this online conference, and also a very happy and prosperous New Year to everybody and the families also. First of all, I must congratulate you on organizing this event, which is a two-day event about new normal, and the topic which you have chosen for this two-day conference, which is empowering education community on socio-digital transformation, I think is the real apt topic at this time. In fact, I can certainly tell you that we are now getting used to this new normal. You know, last 2 years we have been grappling this COVID pandemic, and we were looking forward to how things will shape up. But I think at this point now we have a certain amount of certainty that things have changed, I would say, in some ways permanently, and we are now moved into a new normal. The reason why I'm saying this is that there has been a huge amount of change of mindsets in the education community. In fact, I must say that COVID has rapidly catalyzed this change. Not only in terms of adoption of technology, but also change in the overall education community. In fact, some people say that things which would have probably taken a decade to come have got accelerated in this short period of 2 years, which we have been grappling with the COVID pandemic. And one thing is very certain is that technology has now got deeply integrated with the education sector, something which education sector was really reluctant to adopt in the past. And I think that is a very welcome change, because this change enables lot of things. For example, we are talking about now personalized education. You were talking about apps, and you were talking about customized programs for people. We are now moving from mass-based education, or an education which is designed for a group of students, to a more and more personalized approach, which is now possible through the use of technology. Students can learn what they want to learn at their own time, at their own place, and at their own pace. This is something which I think has become possible now with the rapid adoption of technology. And coupled with this, I think there are also a lot of policy changes which have also happened. And I must say that India has been a front bearer in this regard, in terms of the new education policy which has come in. I would say a very progressive policy which has come in. So NEP coupled with the transformation which we are seeing, I think both this together have the capability to rapidly accelerate the transformation in in the education sector, and I'm very optimistic of that. So having said that, I think as I was mentioning about the policy front, there have been a lot of also policy related changes which have already come in. For example, both the UGC and AICT now recognize that 40% of the credits can now be done through the MOOCs programs, on the SWAYAM platform. So you can actually, you need not restrict yourself to the courses which are offered in the institute or the university which one is studying in, but one can actually have more flexibility in this regard, and do the courses from the platform in a topic of your choice, and from the institution or the faculty of your choice. That is something which has already happened. The UGC has also come out with multiple entry and multiple exit policy, and I think that is a big transformation. We are now talking about if a student exits after 1 year, one can go out with a certificate, after 2 years with a diploma, after 3 years with a basic degree, and after 4 years with either a professional degree or an honors degree or a degree by research. And then one can try doing something which one wants to, and come back to the institution again at time of one's choosing, and then complete the rest of the program. So gone are the days when we used to say that if one has dropped out from the institution, one has kind of dropped out with absolutely no certification or no degree at all. And I think that is really transformative. Another, I would say, very important thing which has already now for which the guidelines have been issued, and most of the universities are now onboarding to that platform, is this academic bank of credit. Something which is, again, I would say, very path-breaking. That is that one can earn 50% of one's credits from the institutions of one's choice, or from the online platforms also. And the institution which gives you 50% of the credits can issue you the concerned degree or the diploma or the certification, and one can deposit these accumulated credits in the bank for a period of 5 years. Of course, it's a beginning, and I think as we move forward, as we gain more experience, there will be probably more flexibility in the regard, in terms of the percentages, and also the time by which one can withdraw the credits. But I think this is something, I would say, just the simple beauty of it is amazing. It's that India today, we are talking of so much of flexibility which was unheard, I would say, just a couple of years back. I mean, we were in a very, I would say, strictly regimented system, and now we are moving into something which is, I would say, an example for many other countries to replicate. In fact, I get sometimes to talk to international delegations Of course, last 2 years, physical ones have kind of stopped, but definitely online. And I'm also amazed, or sometimes and sometimes very happy to see the kind of reception which India's education reforms are received in the international community. So in that way, we are moving through a very path-breaking times, I would say. Next point which I want to emphasize is there is also a need now to transform the pedagogy and the methodology of the education sector, considering the change which we are going through. And I think the fundamental thing which we need to keep in mind is that information has become ubiquitous now. Something when probably you and I and most of the participants, when we were in our colleges or we were in our schools, information was very limited. Information was limited either in form of a book which you can buy from the market or access in a library, or information was limited to what you receive from a teacher. But today, information is in your hand, on your fingertips. And I think when that is the case, we must also kind of transform the way in which we prepare our students to handle these times. And I think that can happen if we bring in the requisite skills which the students need to make the best of the times which we are in. And one of the fundamental skills which I feel is now what is required is ability to learn and learning to learn. You talked about the VUCA world which we are in, the volatile, the uncertain, the complex, and the ambiguous world which we are in. And I certainly agree with you in this regard. Today, sitting here, we cannot predict what kind of jobs will be there, let's say 10 years down the line. And we've seen examples of multinational companies which went bust in 2-3 years because they could not see the change which is coming in. When that is the case, it's very difficult to anticipate what kind of jobs the students will have when they enter into our educational institution. For a professional program, 4 years later, what kind of job the student is going to handle is I would say, very, very difficult to imagine or to anticipate in this VUCA world. And for that, I think what is required is to ingrain this skill of learning very quickly, that is learning to learn, learning to unlearn, and learning to relearn. We speak of learning, relearning, unlearning, and I think learning to do all these three is also very, very important at this time. And for that, we need to kind of change the methodology of our teaching and the pedagogy in our classrooms, and that is sine qua non. And of course, one thing which is very certain is that most of the jobs which are coming in are going to be in the new and emerging areas. And I think that is something which we have to keep in mind when we introduce new courses, in our institutions. And I can tell you about the experience of Telangana in this regard. In last 2 years, we have added something like 25,000 seats in engineering colleges in the new and emerging areas. And I can happily tell to you that 22% of the total seats in India in emerging sector and emerging areas are in Telangana today. That is, Telangana today accounts for 22% of the total seats in emerging areas like AI, artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science, cybersecurity, Internet of Things, robotics. You name some of these areas, and we have got a large component of them on a state. And I think this is one of the ways which we are trying to address the needs of our state and our country in the times to come. And of course, finally, I want to say that technology is also required to administer our institutions better. And a lot of work has already happened in this regard. We see now large number of learning management softwares which have come in, a large number of university or college management systems which are now coming around. We see assessment platforms, we see examination and evaluation platforms. And I think institutions and universities, that is colleges and universities, have also realized this importance and now are trying to integrate in a big way. And I'm very, very hopeful that these times which we are in are really transformative times, and we as a country are headed for something which we wanted for a very long time. So with these few words, I hand over back to you, and I wish all the best for the rest of the session. Thank you.
Great, sir. Thank you so much for a wonderful deliberation and that much insightful, information about how under your leadership, the Telangana government, under the higher education department, is outperforming. So, and definitely that will help us understand, and it will help us upskill and learn, relearn, and unlearn in our own domains, so that we can try to implement the same kind of factors in our, restricted areas which we are into. 25,000 seats in engineering college, and that too 22% new age learning, which you are, having that transformed to all the educational institutions of Telangana, is a commendable and achieving a very good jobs under your leadership, which you have done. I really congratulate on behalf of the community to you. And definitely the technology is helping institutions to, to monitor and administration their own systems, which anyways is going to help the NEP when we are in a proper stage to, implement that thing, when all this clouds will be over, and definitely we'll be seeing sun shining some or other day coming now. So thank you so much for such an opening and insightful thought today, sir. I'll request you to please stay with us by the time we can listen to other guests also, and then we'll move on to felicitating you over here. Thank you so much, Naveen Mittal, sir. So with this, now let me invite our special guest for the day. He is the former and the first mission director of Atal Innovation Mission, an additional secretary at Niti Aayog, responsible for the launch and establishment of 10,000 plus Atal Tinkering Labs, 75 Atal Incubators, 19 Atal Community Innovation Centers, 56 Atal New India Challenge startups, 6,000 plus mentors of change nationwide, 40 plus corporate and international partnership of AIM. He is Mr. Sri Ramanathan. He was the MD and the CEO of CMC Limited during 2004-17. He served as the Senior Vice President at TCS. He is the board of member at Unnati Samiksha Government of India Initiative, board chairman of NZTE Beachhead Advisory, board member of Indo-US Science and Technology Forum. Mr. Ramanan is also the board member of Indo-Israel Innovation Forum and former member of Tata Group Innovation Forum, TGIF. He is also the former board member of Tata Business Support Services. He is graduated from IIT Bombay, BTech in 1981. He is a Harvard Business School alumni, accredited with Sustainability Leadership by Cambridge University, and has an honorable doctorate award by Gujarat Law Society. Mr. Ramanan was awarded in 2019 National Digitalist of the Year by SAPMint, the 2022 Outstanding National Public Service Award by Confederation of MSME. He received Most Valuable CEO Awards by Business World India twice in a row, Asia Outstanding CEO Awards and CMO Asia, Singapore, Rajiv Gandhi, Shiromani and Indira Gandhi Sadbhavana Awards, to name a few. It is an absolute honor, Sri Ramanan sir, to have you in this forum today for your opening remarks and your keynote address. Ramanan sir.
Thank you, Chandanji, for that very generous introduction. Good morning to everybody who is logged on to the call. First and foremost, a very, very happy New Year 2022 to all the people who have logged on, not only for yourselves, but also for your families. I also hope that every one of you is following the safeguards advocated by your local institutions, local health authorities, and by the local government in regard to COVID-19 preventive steps. It is indeed a pleasure and a privilege for me to be able to join the galaxy of speakers today, very distinguished speakers on a topic that is most important for our country in the years to come. The topic is of education. After all, we are a country with 1.4 billion people but more than 65% of our country is under 35 years old. More than 50% is under 25 years old. We have 1.4 million schools in our country. We have over 10,500 engineering and related institutions. We have 39,000 plus colleges, and we have 150 million young students who are going to be entering into the workplace over the next 5 to 10 years. So therefore, how do you transform this youthful energy, which we are so fortunate to have in our country, this youthful energy which is coursing through this nation? How do we use them and leverage them for transforming our country for the better? How do we position ourselves in a position of leadership in an increasingly knowledge-based economy that is sweeping the world? And therefore, this topic of leadership, education leadership summit, and also one of recognition. It is one of deliberation and one of recognition, because recognition is as important as deliberation, so that our young people get encouraged and they get more and more energy to be able to address some of the challenges and the complexities that Mr. Naveen Mittal so beautifully brought out in his address. In a VUCA world, as they call it, a volatile, uncertain, and an ambiguous and a complex world. So, but we are all very fortunate to have been born at a time and to be living through a time where technology is enabling us to transform and reimagine the world that we are looking at. And that's one of the basic things that Ardor talks about, aspiration and reimagination. How do you ensure that the aspirations of our young people who are in our universities and who are in our schools are being met in a world which is leveraging technology to the hilt? Technology is becoming affordable, accessible, available, and advanced. And you have 3D technologies revolutionizing the way 3D printing and printing is, manufacturing is happening. You can conceptualize, define, productize a product right in front of your eyes, from your small kirana store, from your small humble lab in your college or in your school, or from your home too. Communication technologies like 5G technologies, satellite technologies, wireless technologies are changing the way you're able to transmit data from person to person, from machine to machine, from humans to machine, and from factories to factories, and from countries to countries. That is enabling you to transmit large amounts of data because of IoT. IoT technologies are now changing the way you can grasp the data, and you are able to communicate these large amounts of data at lightning speeds. So you have sensor technologies getting embedded in man, machine, device, soil, and space. And all of this is enabling us to reimagine a completely new world where education and communication and the ability to process large amounts of data and access them using big data analytics and artificial intelligence is enabling us to think of new solutions, innovative solutions in every sphere, in every aspect, in every domain that we are talking about. And therefore, it is very important for us to deliberate. Now, in this particular talk, I would like to specifically talk about three things which are very important when we talk about socio-economic transformation, leveraging digital technology for the purposes of education. The first is that of accessibility. Education has to become, in a country of 1.3 billion people, where we have 650,000 villages, we have 715 districts, we have 8,000 small towns and cities, and we have only 8 tier 1 cities. We need to ensure that the benefits of education reaches the remotest parts of our country. And that is the problem of accessibility. We need to ensure that whether you're in Sikkim or in Salem, whether you're in Jodhpur or in Jammu and Kashmir, you are able to access world-class education and empowering education. So that is very important. And when we're talking of accessibility, the NEP 2020 focuses on that and talks about it, that how do you ensure accessibility to the young students who are out there in the tribal districts or in the hilly coastal districts? That is where digital technology and digital transformations can come into play. And we have been advancing. Fortunately, India is one of the fastest growing economies of the world. Now, you need a fast growing economy in order for us to be able to make and lay the infrastructure that is required in order to provide this accessibility, both the digital infrastructure as well as the physical infrastructure. The government of India has been seized upon this problem, and has been tremendously focusing on how do we develop the infrastructure through various initiatives that you are already aware of, and that the Honorable Prime Minister has launched along with the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure over the last several months. The second issue is one of inclusivity. We need to ensure our education system becomes inclusive. We have, after all, 50% of our country as girl children and the women. So how do you ensure that you provide the benefits of education and include all of these young girls and young women? We have only 13% women entrepreneurs in our country. Now that's a very small number considering the number of students who are getting educated in all of this. So you have to be able to provide that inclusivity factor. We want to increase from 13% to 50% are women entrepreneurs in our country. So that not only are we talking about inclusivity from the point of view of gender equality, but also from differently abled people who need to have the access. Many of our schools are not equipped, unfortunately, to be able to serve the needs of the differently abled. And the differently abled are tremendously capable of contributing not only to themselves, but also to society and also to the economy if you just enable them with the tools and technologies that is possible in today's environment. And the third thing that which is very important, is empowerment. We talk about empowerment. Now, how does empowerment happen? Empowerment happens in the educational system when you provide, one, the connectivity. By providing connectivity, and digital connectivity is one, how do we ensure that our classroom and our students become global students in a global classroom? And a global classroom is one that is connected to the rest of the world. And Dr. Naveen Mittal very, very beautifully brought out that the ability to learn, unlearn, and relearn has to be maximized in today's context, because technology is changing rapidly. Technology is becoming obsolete in very short periods of time. So you need the ability to learn and unlearn and relearn new methodologies, new skills that become relevant to the modern times. This is why the Atal Innovation Mission, for example, has launched several initiatives to be able to bridge this gap between what is present out there in the world and what is being taught in our schools. The second thing about empowerment is how do we empower our students and our children to become job creators? We should become a nation of job creators, not just job seekers. How do you carry 1.3 billion people on if you are not able to create new job creators? The existing companies in India will not be able to support all of that. And it is through education and creating the ability to create job creators, which means we need more innovators, we need more entrepreneurs, we need more creative people. And how do you encourage through education, through empowerment of technology tools, so that our students become innovators? Too long have we been focusing on rote learning. Now, I have nothing against rote learning. Rote learning has served us well to date. After all, $190 billion ITS industry has sprung out of our educational system. And that is now carrying India forward as a leader in the knowledge economy. But it is very important for us. What brought us here will not take us further. We need to create the innovators and the job creators of the future. We need problem solvers. And the approach in education, therefore, has to be, how do you induct a culture of innovation in our young students right from the school? And then when they go into the universities, how do you create that ecosystem, a digitally enabled ecosystem that is able to be accessed by young budding entrepreneurs so that they can see the realization of their aspirations and their dreams into a startup of their making, into contributing to the country. We are already one of the fastest growing startup ecosystems of the world. We have more than 70,000 startups today. We have more than 800 incubators in our country. And we are having a number of initiatives to double this number. We are having more than 70 unicorns that have come up over just in the last couple of years, with over 40 unicorns being born during the COVID-19 year. Now that gives us an idea of the enormous innovative potential that this country has, that our students have, that the young students who are coming from the remote places, from Sikkim, Salem, they are having products which are being sold and services being sold to Seattle and to San Francisco. So we have that capability. How do we ensure that we create 1,000 Abdul Kalams, 1,000 Ramanujams, 1,000 Satya Nadalas, 1,000 Sundar Pichais from our country? Because that is the possibility. And in order to unlock that possibility, we need to leverage digital transformation and empower our children to become innovators, problem solvers of the future. This is why initiatives like the Atal Tinkering Labs, which enables young children between grade 6 to grade 12 to acquire a problem-solving, innovative mindset and to dabble with technology which is out there through do-it-yourself kits like IoT or miniaturized electronics or augmented virtual reality and so on. By playing with these kits and exposing them to a problem-solving culture, problem identification, problem solving, and combining it with 21st century skills that are required like creative thinking, lateral thinking, design thinking, as well as communication skills, all of these now should form the new norm for digitally enabled ecosystems for our young students. And the incubators which are being set up in universities gives the young students in the universities with brilliant ideas and innovative ideas to be able to set up their own startup. That is the purpose of setting world-class incubators to foster world-class startups. And the Atal New India challenges and many challenges which can be worked with the private sector. And that is an important part. Empowerment also comes through a strong stakeholder participation. The private sector has to play a very important role in the growth of education in our country. They cannot just be the recipients of highly educated students. They need to be the contributors. They need to be the partners in creating and empowering our young students in the latest of knowledge, as well as the latest of problems that the countries and the companies face, because they bring valuable knowledge of the market domain, the gaps in the market, as well as the ability for us to fulfill those gaps and rise in our economy. So I'm very glad that this particular conference and deliberation is on touching. I saw the agenda. It is touching on almost all of these factors, and I think this will be a wonderful way of starting the new year, pledging ourselves to world-class education, ensuring accessibility, inclusivity, and empowerment of all, and making sure that, as the great Abdul Kalam said, we can dream big. Dream big, he said, and we'll achieve great things. Dream small, and we'll be limited by our own dreams. So let us all dream big. For here was this humble man who came from a small town of Rameshwaram, a town which many people in India don't even know where it exists. And from that coastal town, which is known for its temples and for its fishing boats, came a man who aspired to become a pilot. He went on to become one of the biggest and the most famous scientists of the world, but more importantly, became one of the most wonderful human beings to grace this planet. So when we have an Abdul Kalam coming from Rameshwaram, how can we create through our educational system several Abdul Kalams who will be able to contribute to the greatness of this nation? Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to share a few thoughts on this particular occasion.
Wow. Thank you so much, Ramanan sir. What a powerful deliberation, sir. Definitely an eye-opener. And you, as one of few of the leaders in the country who has leading this mission of Atal Tinkering Lab is itself an innovation which you brought, sir. And we are very fortunate that we had you as the first mission director of Atal Innovation Mission. You have showed the path of many of the nation building communities of schools, higher education institutes, and right now you are associated with the higher education. So you are a very correct match between a school education and higher education and employability, sir. Thank you so much for actually putting the foundation of what this event is meant for. This is the actual definition of socio-digital transformation and 21st century skills in this VUCA world. Great, sir. आपके बात से एक चीज याद आती है कि मुबारक हो उन्हें सीढ़ियां जिन्हें छत पर जाना है, मुबारक हो उन्हें सीढ़ियां जिन्हें छत पर जाना है, और मेरी मंजिल तो आसमां है और रास्ता हमें खुद बनाना है. So you are inspiring in that direction. Thank you so much, Ramanan sir. Stay tuned. Please be with us. Sure. I invite us the next special guest for the day. So our special guest for the day is a senior most advisor in National Assessment and Accreditation Council, NAC, one of the apex body in higher education space under Ministry of Education. He is one of the first team of officers of NAC. He has been a part of its development for more than 2 decades. His academic expanse knows no bounds. He secured PhD Agriculture Economics with a high distinction, first rank in MSc in Agroeconomics with 2 gold medals, third rank in BSc, destination with PGDBA, and much more. Having worked as a research fellow, research associate, and research officer, assistant advisor, and deputy advisor in different organizations, he has impacted a lot of institutions with his vast experience. He has participated as an international expert in training and of trainers, accreditors, auditors in Philippines, Nepal, Saudi Arabia, and Malaysia. He has also shared the dice with the Chief Minister of Karnataka and Honorable Vice President of India. He has coordinated on-site visits to more than 3,200 institutions pan India. It is an absolute delight and honor, Dr. M.S. Syamsundarji, the Senior Advisor of NAC. You are here with us. Thank you so much for your valuable time, for your opening welcome keynote address. Sir. Thank you so much. Over to you, sir.
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, on behalf of National Assessment and Accreditation Council, on behalf of all the family members of NAC and my personal behalf, and also on behalf of Ardor Communication Media and my personal behalf, I would like to welcome each one of you for this very important education leadership summit on this particular day. Anyway, you did listen to 2 powerful speakers. Actually, I also got the opportunity to listen to my earlier 2 powerful speakers, Professor Ramanathan and also Mr. Mitchell. Anyway, they spoke very well. They covered all macro level issues. Anyway, I'm planning to tell both macro level issues and also micro level issues, which is very much pertinent to quality assurance dimension with respect to higher education institutions in our country. Anyway, today's topic is also very, very good. Really, I compliment Mr. Chandan for coining this particular topic, that is empowering education community with socio-digital transformation. I think this is the order of the day. This is very, very important. I really compliment him, especially under this uncertain COVID-19 pandemic situation. He took a lot of initiatives, of course, along with his team members. Anyway, his company itself is totally new, but in the beginning of the new year, they have taken a good deal of initiatives to launch this type of summit. Definitely, it gives a good insights about higher education future scenarios for all of us. As Chandan mentioned, because of this COVID-19 pandemic, 1.2 billion children are out of classroom. As a result, it is very much inevitable to go for e-learning. There is no other go. Because had we not gone for this online learning or e-learning, all our children would have been totally not privileged at all, because they would have totally not learned anything. And now teaching is totally undertaken in a remote way, that too on the digital platforms. And because even actually, in fact, this particular summit itself was planned in Bangalore in one of the hotels in Bangalore. That was the earlier plan. Then because of these uncertain situations, Omicron and all, now even I think newer as VUCA also has come, and all these uncertain situations, this summit has become virtual. And see, there are merits and demerits of this type of virtual summits. See, for example, now we need not know the preparedness of each other. See, no, only first half of our people only we are seeing. Second half we are not seeing at all. Only even whether we are prepared partially, fully, I mean physically or not, still it is an advantage for all of us. In that way, there are merits for every system and demerits for every system. In the same way, even COVID-19 also, because of these lockdowns, we are constrained to go for onlining mode of education. Otherwise, we wouldn't have ventured into this type of online education at all. And see, because of all these things, distance and blended higher education has become very, very common, because earlier only distance education was there only for a particular set of students. But now this has become very common for many students. And because of all these problems, emerging educational technologies also are going to become very, very common. Maybe flipped classroom, that would be the order of the day. And MOOCs Earlier it was there, but now definitely it will get a better shine, better sheen for MOOCs. Then also big data and blockchain, that is going to become very, very important in our country. Because especially this big data and blockchain, all these mechanisms might be there only in the private sector. But maybe in the education sector also, definitely this will occupy a very conspicuous position. Because especially even in NAC, because we might have stored all our data in the servers. But now, because of the huge number of institutions and their data, definitely if you store in an ordinary server, it may not be of relevance at this juncture. Whereas if you go for big data and blockchain, even our security measures would be much better. And whatever the data, the retrieval mechanism also would be faster, because now data warehouses, data lakes, all these things are very common, because we never heard about data lakes or data warehouses. Now it is going to become very common even among higher education institutions. Now all knowledge is available only in the cloud. Now we don't know where we are storing, because especially the people who are 60s, 70s, and especially the present vice chancellors may not be knowing all these cloud mechanisms, because they are, that's why Mr. Mittal said that we have to learn, unlearn, and relearn. Only if we relearn, we will be knowing about this cloud technology, because all the information is available only in the clouds. Because earlier, wherever we were going to different higher education institutions, I was telling that we should inculcate quality culture among all the higher education institutions. Now, under the present circumstances, I had to add one more adjective also, that is digital quality culture. Just quality culture may not be sufficient. That's why we have to inculcate digital quality culture among all the stakeholders of higher education institutions. And at present, cloud-led data and artificial intelligence offer a huge canvas for India and to be the technology engine of the world, which creates a good deal of jobs and innovations. Because we don't know what type of new jobs would be forthcoming. Definitely there would be new set of jobs, because we might be familiar with only engineers, doctors, the IAS, IPS, this type of jobs. But in future, especially in this digital dimension, definitely there will be a new set of jobs. Definitely India will have a new edge over other countries. As already pointed out by Mr. Chandan, overall market for online education itself is projected to reach $350 billion by 2025. This is very, very important dimension for our India. We have to capitalize this situation, and India has got a good deal of potential. We have good brains in this particular country, because he has already pointed out language applications, or virtual tutoring, video conferencing tools, or online learning softwares. All these things are very common. Even virtual tutoring is common not only in our higher education, even in our day-to-day life also, virtual tutoring is very, very common. For example, if we want to take some yoga training, even yoga training also we can go for virtual tutoring mode. In that way, day-to-day affairs also, this digital transformation has become very common. And because of all this digital transformation, internationalization of higher education also is going to become very, very common. Because earlier, very few privileged students from our country were going abroad. Now they need not go to different countries, Australia or any other developed countries at present. Even they can register online, they can study everything, whether there's management or engineering or any other particular discipline. They can sitting in their place, depending upon their convenience, they can get the degrees depending upon the convenience. Because of all these necessities, global server infrastructure also has been totally changed. Then servers are also have been heightened, and now otherwise, if we do not have stronger servers, we may not be able to put our data in any of these servers. That's why there is a great deal of demand for these servers, because our ICT infrastructure should be improved in all the higher education institutions. There is no other way at all. And coming to NAC, these are all issues pertaining to macro level issues pertaining to higher education. Coming to the micro level, that is quality assurance dimensions in higher education institutions. even at present in NAC, we have been totally geared up for this digital transformation, because in the history of NAC, we didn't conduct not even a single webinar, because NAC had been established, because I have been working with NAC for the last 25 years. But during the period of 25 years, we didn't conduct not even a single webinar. But especially during the lockdown period, pandemic, you know how many we have conducted? More than 800 webinars. The two, we have created a lot of awareness among all the stakeholders for all the universities, colleges in different parts of the country. We did conduct webinars state-wise, region-wise, thematic-wise, and we were able to create a good deal of awareness about the assessment and accreditation process. And even we did collect feedback from the stakeholders, and reaching the unreachable was the very successful thing, because especially Mr. Mittal was telling about unreachable or far-flung regions like Northeast, Jammu Kashmir, Sikkim, all these places. It's very difficult, because especially if you go to Arunachal Pradesh, right now there is no airport at all. Reaching Itanagar itself is a great deal, because one has to travel from Guwahati to Itanagar, maybe around, it may take around 14 to 15 hours by road. And sending any expert to Itanagar is a difficult task. Under these circumstances, we were able to reach all unreachable areas or unreachable higher education institutions with the help of these webinars, and we were able to go for hand-holding of all the higher education institutions. In that way, NAC also contributed very significantly. And also, we have taken very many initiatives, even with respect to socio-digital transformation also. Number one, NAC has started NAC YouTube. We have our own channel, and NAC's Facebook we have, NAC's Twitter also we have. Then apart from that, we made our website very, very friendly now, because anybody on the globe can access to our website very easily. And our NAC website also is available in 11 different languages. That is the beauty of NAC website. Maybe I think for the remaining languages also we are focusing now, 11 different languages, because we want to cater to the needs of all the stakeholders from all the states, because especially in the federal system, we want to reach out to all the higher education institutions in every state. And apart from that, we have created video tutorials. Again, this is another digital transformation in quality assurance. You need, because none of the institutions need to come to Bangalore, because even though the headquarters of NAC is in Bangalore, they need not come at all. Just they can open our website and they can undergo this video tutorials. In that way, they can get all the information. And apart from that, we have developed different softwares also for differently abled stakeholders. For example, visually challenged. Even we wanted to cater to the needs of visually challenged stakeholders among higher education institutions. For that also, they can click in our software, they can listen to our audio. And even for dumb and deaf, through sign language, we have created another software, because we didn't want to leave dumb and deaf stakeholders also. Then apart from that, we have started chatbot. That is artificial intelligence. We have incorporated in our website. 24/7 robot is there. You can ask any of the questions in the NAC website itself. 24/7, you will get the answer with the help of this robot. That is true, with the help of this artificial intelligence. By chance, if information is inadequate, still we have the help desk. You can call up our people concerned in the help desk. They will clarify all the doubts. Then apart from that, another digital transformation is introduction of issue management system, that's IMS, because every institution would be given login ID credentials, password, email ID and passwords. And with the help of this, they can access NAC's portal and they can raise any queries in IMS, issue management system. With the help of this, they can get the information in less than 24 hours time. I think this is the greatest achievement of NAC, because especially in the government setup, getting information in 24 hours is very, very difficult. But try in NAC, if you send any clarification, any question through IMS, in next 24 hours, you will get the information. Still, if you are not happy, you can raise another query also. But that is the beauty of our social digital transformation. With the help of all these things, NAC was able to accredit more than 9,000 higher education institutions, and we have completed more than 14,000 accreditation visits. But with respect to absolute number, it is fantastic. but in our country, we have more than 55,000 higher education institutions. But anyway, it's a great challenge to meet all the higher education institutions. That's why hereafter, to make our future learning much better, definitely we should go for better planning, that is planned and phased move to online learning with proper training and better bandwidth, and planned preparation is very much essential. Otherwise, we are going to face very many challenges, because there would be a huge gap between privileged and disadvantaged backgrounds, because urban rural digital divide is going to come in our country, because ICT infrastructure is not there in these far-flung regions of the country. That's why once if we strengthen these ICT infrastructure in all these remote regions of the country, definitely this digital transformation will have more meaning. In the new normal, this both traditional offline learning and e-learning can go hand in hand, because when there is a lockdown, we have to go for e-learning. When it is unlocked in a particular state, we have to go for traditional offline learning. In that way, this lifelong learning would be the new normal, because it's the blend of traditional offline learning and e-learning is going to become the new normal in the present juncture. For all these things, we have to go for capacity building of all the leaders, including vice chancellors, the directors, deans, principals of all the higher education institutions in the country. And also we should create awareness about the digital transformation to all these leaders. In turn, they can motivate all the stakeholders in the higher education institutions, so that digital transformation will have more meaning. For all these things, definitely concerted efforts from educational entrepreneurs, state governments, stakeholders of all the higher education institutions are very much essential. Definitely motivation can move mountains, because already other two powerful speakers, they told us that motivation is very much essential. Because I request all the leaders who are participating in this particular summit to motivate your stakeholders about digital transformation, so that in a collective way, in an integrated manner, definitely we can accomplish very many things. I wish this particular summit all the very best. And also I wish all the participants all the very best, because you are going to get a lot of insights from morning to evening. Definitely this would be very much useful. I heard that very many participants, vice chancellors, chancellors, pro-chancellors from different higher education institutions are participating in this particular summit. I wish all the higher education institutions all the very best to reach the pinnacle on the plateau of higher education. Thank you very much. Thanks for your attention.
Wow, thank you so much, MS Shamsundar sir. It was such a powerful deliberation from you. And the way the NAC is setting example in front of the higher education community. You are into 11 different languages, and you're promising to come with more languages. The way you have given the example of digital transformation, and the way NAC has set an example to actually, to show that how digitally transformed this organization is. And I am sure that under your leadership, being a senior advisor in this NAC, you are doing some great work, and we have a great regard to your organization and to yourself. Thank you so much for being an eye opener for us. And in fact, this was a welcome address for all educationists and academicians who are listening to you, that through digital platform, now there are no boundaries. You are available through so many channels, let it be the chat box, help desk, and whatever the other mediums through which people can anytime 24/7 can approach NAC for their accreditation and affiliation. So thank you so much for that, sir. So with this, now we are towards the end of our inaugural session, and now it will be our honor and privilege to sir, to reward you and to present a small token of appreciation from ArdorComm Media to all our special guests and guest of honor for the day. So please stay tuned, sir. I would request Naveen sir, MS Shamsundarji, and Ramanathan sir to please open your video to accept a small token of thanks from ArdorComm Media. Maybe please play the video, and can we give a small token of appreciation? We present you a certificate for your valuable and exemplary contribution to the education community. So Can we do we have a music to it as well? When it comes with a music and excitement and Shri Naveen Mittalji, IAS Commissioner, Technical and Collegiate Education Department of Higher Education, Government of Telangana. So kindly accept this small token of appreciation from our end to you. He is busy in a meeting. He texted me. Yeah, next. The certificate goes to Shri Ramanan Ramanathan, sir. Do you like to give an acceptance message to us, sir? Please unmute, sir.
Thank you, Chandanji, for this extraordinary gesture from your side, and I really appreciate it, humbly accept it, and I know that anything that one does is because of the support that one gets from several people all around you. And I've been very fortunate to get wonderful support from the Niti Aayog, from Atal Innovation Mission members, from our various partners, from the teachers and all of that. So anything that is being accomplished in our country is because of everybody getting into the act and making it happen. So thank you so much to all the people who have been contributing to the growth of innovation, entrepreneurship, and education in our country.
Congratulations. Thank you. Next. This token of reward and recognition goes to Dr. M.S. Shyamsundar. Sir, your acceptance note.
Mr. Chandan, it's my great honor and privilege to receive this certificate of appreciation from your organization. Thanks a lot for this surprising initiative, because I didn't expect this type of certificate of appreciation at all. Anyways, a great surprise. As you rightly said, I am also a little bit thrilled to receive this certificate. That's a certificate of appreciation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. So with this, we are through with our felicitation ceremony and the inaugural session. May I please invite my colleague Prateek to introduce the next speaker for the day.
Yeah. Now we are going to proceed with an industry speech on the topic revolutionizing calling to boost admissions in the new normal. Speaking in this is Ms. Richa Mohini, Strategic Branding and Marketing Manager, Pinnacle Works. Ma'am, over to you.
Thank you so much for the warm welcome. Just give me a second. I'll just share my. Okay, fair enough. So, as the topic is about the socio-digital transformation in the education industry, and as Naveen Mittal sir mentioned, that earlier educational organizations used to follow traditional method, but since the moment this new normal got in the picture when COVID-19 hit the nation, education industry shifted and accepted a lot of changes from e-learning to everything, to kind of manage all the operational, all the admissions, all the academic sessions for them. But one thing which most of the educational organization still face a challenge with is the calling, to meet the calling need, because the students are also right now not very used to with the new normal. They're having loads of queries about their admissions, about their academics, and there is a communication gap which need to be bridged between both the students and the organization. And this is why we come up with Superbot, which is meant to revolutionize calling. So right now, I believe most of the attendees here are very esteemed dignitaries of various educational organizations, and they'll agree with me on one point, which is that Right now, they still follow the traditional method of having a set of counselors or having a set of telecallers in the campus who take care of loads of admission queries from the students. But with this pandemic hitting in, and also earlier as well, they face the issue and the challenges of getting a lot of call missed, because students can call anytime, and making the human counselors available to attend all the calls 24/7 is a challenge. Also, at the time of admissions, while mining a raw data and doing cold calling, it's a challenge for all of them, because the most of the time humans are having brain, they can do the smart work, but the most of their time get invested into just verifying that whether it's actual a genuine query or it is some job applications, and mine out and bifurcate those data for who are the potential applicants and who are not. Superbot is actually doing is coming into the picture to help the human counselors invest their times in doing effective counseling, helping the students with their admission related queries, while Superbot does the hard work of doing the bulk calling, attending FAQs and queries, general inquiries. So we are introducing Superbot to automate the entire system, so that in the new normal, when we are working from home and setting up the entire infrastructure is a challenge, making the human available, because people might be sick, people might need time with their family, so the student and the college doesn't suffer any loss over there. They can still stay in touch, they can still communicate with each other, and the admission can go smoothly. So with Superbot, what it can do is it comes with amazing powers, whether it can actually cater 10 plus languages in Hindi, English, Gujarati, Marathi, everything. And what it does is it is capable of calling a candidate and verifying first whether the name, the location, the interest for admissions, etc. Once the lead verification is done, it is capable of bifurcating those leads depending upon the potential applicants. Students might not be looking for admission this year, they might be having some other query, where they can actually ask the students to connect with the actual counselor who can address with their post admission queries. It can also bifurcate whether it's a potential applicant for this year or not, and if it is a potential applicant for this year, it can further ask the students to help to proceed ahead with the further admission process, where it can capture the interest, program interest, initiate the application at the same moment itself, and even help them with the registration and the admission process of fee payment. Similarly, when we come down, let's say what exactly happens. Students are busy at times, and when the counselors pays a call to them, they end up saying that okay, we can connect back later. Or at times, a new course is introduced, a new curriculum is introduced, and counselors are not aware about the information in regards with the same. And the students want the information about it, and the counselor had to get back to them after some time. But with their time being invested in just verifying and recalling the raw data, they end up missing calling those leads or those applicants who are actually waiting for the information. In that case, the students actually get very irritated and they end up taking wrong choices and decisions as well. For that, we really need someone to approach them on time for the counseling purpose. Here also Superbot is coming into the picture. It is programmed in a manner where it is capable of paying multiple reminder calls on the given date and time to the students and address them with the required query. So, for example, let's say a student is supposed to be approached 2 days back, or a student is couldn't be attended or couldn't took the phone in the previous call. But Superbot is there to pay the call on a random on a fixed date and time and the tenure. That after 2 days, after 3 days, after 5 days, it will call the students with the previous query, with the previous conversation, and will ask them that okay, you were looking for admission, are you still interested? If yes, let me help you with the further process. Or any FAQ they have, be it about the fees, be it about the placements, be it about the session start date, etc. It can take care of all such queries. So the human counseling comes into the picture only when the students actually need the further counseling process, and humans can counsel them and convert them. If I talk about a data, a university, let's say the university whose intake is 15,000 a year, where they take 15,000 enrollments a year, they also have minimum 10,000 leads marked dead with the reason that they took admission somewhere else because of the lack of timely follow up. This is something which the educational organization right now is facing a challenge with, and where Superbot can help them eradicate the same, because it is doing a timely follow up and calling them again and again for the same purpose and helping the student with their timely response to their queries. Also, setting up a 24x admission helpline is a challenge, especially in the new normal, where people are actually not very much handy with the infrastructure, with the requirement, with the time, with everything which is required to be available. With Superbot, we can also have the inbound calling, where it is capable of handling 1 million plus calls a day. So a student can call anytime to the organizations, and it is capable of handling parallel calls with multiple unique queries and can actually respond it back. So this is how we are bringing the revolution in terms of calling. And not only this, once the admission cycle is over, the other challenge which the education organization faces is the auditing part. We don't know how which process work, which USPs work, what is the actual problem faced by the student in terms of the admission process, what is the counseling, the loopholes which can be improvised. Superbot can do that also. So once the student's admission is done, it pays the confirmation call to the student, where it asks the student what exact thing made them choose a particular organization, what was the problems faced by them in the admission process, so that the next year onward those problems can be audited and can be actually mended in a manner that it doesn't arise for the next academic session students as well. When it comes down to counseling, there could be a sessions where there could be a cases where the lead was, or the applicant was still looking for admissions, but they ended up getting missed by the counselors because of phone number not getting connected, or because of some xyz reason, and there is no way to audit those things, so that with the help of that we can actually cover those loopholes, and we can actually make our counseling processes smooth. So Superbot comes here in the picture as well, where it can paste a call, special call to the dead and the fake applicants which have been marked dead or fake, and can verify that whether actually they're still looking for admission or not. What was the reason for which they planned to drop the admission plan this year, or what made them not choose the organization. So these are some insights which are very much required for any educational organization to transform themselves, to make the admission processes smooth, to bridge the gap with their students, and actually upgrade themselves in terms of technology also. And this is, all these parameters are being taken care of by Superbot, and this is how we are planning to bring a revolution in the industry for in terms of calling especially, and help human counselors invest their time in doing the effective counseling, the term for which the word counseling stands for, rather than actually investing their time in calling and verifying and just mining out the raw data, and then finding out which students actually need the assistance and which students don't need their assistance. So this is what we are bringing into the picture for the industry. This is how we are actually letting educational organizations transform themselves and adapt the new normal, because we never know what exactly is stored in the future for us. But if this is becoming the new normal, it's very much required to upgrade the education organizations the way corporates have upgraded themselves, and efficiently and effectively use the time of their counselors, the time of their students as well, the way the admission process is taken care of, so that everything can be digitized, everything can be smooth and easy compared to the current scenario. Hand it over to you, Chandan.
Yes, thank you, Richa. Pratik, may we have you?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So in fact, it was a very insightful talk being shared by Richa. Thank you so much, Richa. First of all, thank you so much for helping and supporting ArdorComm Media by being our partners with us. That has given definitely a motivation to us to to transform the education industry, and the tech companies, and the innovation which companies like you are bringing into the sector really makes a lot of sense. So thank you so much. This is definitely a delight kind of session where we have an industry presentation, then a panel discussion, and then government coming in. So a blend of the corporate, educationalist, and the government comes into picture that opens a wider range of a perspective of overall industry. Thank you so much, Richa, for your remarks. Yeah.
Thank you for the time.
Over to you, Pratik.
Yeah. So now we are going to proceed with the first panel of the webinar. The topic for the same Yeah, the topic for the same is the rise of lifelong education in the new normal. The eminent panel speakers in this session are Dr. Kiranji Reddy, CEO, AIMS Institutes, Bangalore Urban; Manish Kothari, Managing Director, ISBR Business School, Bangalore Urban; Harsh Shah, CEO, Institute of Risk Management, India Affiliate, Mumbai; Professor R. Karpaga Kumaraval, Senior Professor and Dean, School of Behavioral Sciences and former Vice Chancellor of Madurai Kamraj University; Professor Ajay Kumar Singh, Vice Chancellor, Shri Shri University, Cuttack, Orissa. This session is going to be moderated by Mr. Manish Kothari. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Chandan. Thank you, Prateek. And namaste to everyone listening to us. Namaste to all the panelists. Namaste to every member who's watching and listening to this on all the different forums, Facebook, YouTube. Amazing panel members, illuminating people, and what a way to start our new year. What a topic this can be. I think I should thank and appreciate ArdorComm for selecting such topic. This topic comes from our age-old tradition, and this is something what has been discussed even during the ages. It is going to be hot topic any day when we are going to discuss about education. Special thanks to, I think, our supporting partners. I have seen AICT and other government bodies supporting this. Great. Nice to see in the morning our great speakers. One of them is a good friend and well-wisher, Sri Naveen Mittalji. I think nice to listen to you. Dr. M.S. Shyam Sundarji, Senior Advisor of NAC, and Sri Ramanathan. Thank you for what a start that you gave to us. I think with this welcome, I would like to start giving a brief about this topic, and may I request all our speakers to keep their video on so that others may look at us and hear us. Our topic for the day is rise of lifelong education in the new normal era. Now let's look at this term lifelong education. In fact, if you go back to the age-old times of Ramayanas, Mahabharatas, and all those times, lifelong education has been discussed even during those times. Sri Rama, when they were in their junior ages, they learned all the art, skills of the various things in life. But as he moved on in his journey, when he was traveling to Lanka, he had so many other well-wishers who taught him great lessons. He even learned how to build a bridge by discussing amongst his peers. Let's look at Mahabharata. Arjun, after his childhood learning, which you may call it as formal education, during the war, during the real war of Mahabharata, Sri Krishna became his guru, and what all the enlightenment that he gave us is what we are now reading as Bhagavad Gita. So if you look at it, lifelong education and lifelong learning has been even during ages. Life of Shri Mahatma Gandhi ji itself is a complete epic on what lifelong learning is all about. He could have been an advocate from South Africa and he can remain continuing being an advocate. But look at him, what did he do? He worked on Satyagraha. Learning how to create salt out of nowhere by itself is a learning, it's education. He moved into a social perspective, a life where he can give back. All that happened because he had the charisma and characteristics to understand how to continue with lifelong learning. Today morning, what I did was, I went to LinkedIn. I typed in the term lifelong education and lifelong learning. And then I clicked on posts. Amazing facts came out. There were people in the age of 70s, 75, 60s who started learning about artificial intelligence. They have done a certification course on digital media. They would have done I think you should all check that and you will be amazed to see the various modes of learning that these people have adopted. Some have done online, some have done it through the people in their organization. So that means lifelong education and lifelong learning has been there since ages, and it has been continued. Even if you look at all of our lives, we have somewhere or other integrated lifelong education in us. Now look at the new era. Our topic talks about lifelong learning in this new era. This new era is a post-COVID era or a COVID era. I would still not say post-COVID, it's a continuous journey. Delta, Omicron, and the new terms that is coming in. It's a education for the scientists, researchers, doctors, where their learning was in some years has now become in months. The whole gap of this lifelong learning has reduced, which was earlier for years have now become in months. What our websites earlier used to be disseminating just information, but look at the present websites. The present websites is a 360-degree website wherein you not only get information, but you transform your clothing, your attire, your buying experience. All this has happened in mere 10 to 15 years, which earlier would have taken years of time. So I think this panel has a lot to discuss. We have to really see how this lifelong learning has impacted the formal education. We will also look at how all the stakeholders can get involved to study about lifelong education and make it worthwhile. We will see the role of educators and universities. We will talk about formal education and skill-based education, how it is changing. We will talk about building policies towards LLE or LLL, lifelong learning or lifelong education. We will talk about NEP and how its impact has been on lifelong learning and lifelong education. We are going to see the characteristics or the skills that a lifelong learner needs to possess. We are going to go beyond brick and mortar. In this discussion, we will also look at the role of statutory bodies and how important is their roles in this era. As I speak on and before I introduce our panel to all of you and welcome them on board, let me just tell you lifelong education is defined as all learning activity undertaking throughout life with the aim of improving knowledge, skills, and competencies within a personal, civic, social, and employment related perspective. It's a lifelong learning. With this few words, ladies and gentlemen, all the listeners, all the panelists, I welcome on board Dr. Kiran G. Reddy, CEO of AIMS Institution, who herself is an achiever. Namaste, Dr. Kiran G. I also welcome Harsh Shah, the CEO, India Affiliate Institute of Risk Management from Mumbai. Hi, Harsh. Welcome on board. Dr. Ajay K. Singh Ji, Vice Chancellor of Shri Shri University. Namaste, Sirji. You yourself are a lifelong learner. We will take skills and learning lessons from your life too and take it forward. With these few words, I'll just tell everyone how is the panel discussion going to be. The panel discussion will start with our panelists giving a brief about themselves and what they understand from this topic and how relevant is this topic all about. Post that, we will have questions and answers circulating on what lifelong education is all about. 2 rounds of question answers, and then we take question answers from the audience. All the audiences in their message box may add their queries, and we'll take the queries one by one, and then we'll sum it up. With this, I welcome Dr. I think ladies first, and let's follow this trend here. Dr. Kiran Reddy ji, I'm a follower of your good work. I appreciate all that you have done to the education industry. Please, may I call upon you to briefly introduce and let us know about this topic, your perspective, and how you think this is important in this new era. Madam, you can unmute and you can speak. Madam, you have to unmute.
Yeah, thank you, Manish, for your wonderful words. And I acknowledge that you have been one of the change makers in how the higher education has to be. And before I just talk about the topic of today, I need to really appreciate ArdorComm for coming up with this wonderful, relevant initiative of bringing us on all on a single platform to really understand and then take back a lot of things on which we may have to work in making this lifelong learning very structured one, and where we can really like extend a meaningful education and skills to the students who come out of our institutions. Lifelong learning is the continuing development of knowledge and skills that people experience after formal education throughout their lives. It is a voluntary and self-motivated pursuit of knowledge for not only personal but professional reasons as well. It does not only enhance social inclusion, active citizenship and individual development, but also increases competitiveness and employability. These are the words to be underlined. In order to adapt to the COVID-19 pandemic, thanks to it, in many ways, we have learned so many things, and we just, have become very proficient in extending our programs in a hybrid mode, which it was not that easy, or where we really have not put in our efforts. So the schools, government initiatives, and edtech companies spread out path-breaking initiatives in alignment with digitalization. Due to increased internet penetration and digitalization, about which even during the inaugural function, every speaker has stressed upon, students continue to be empowered by different institutions and stakeholders to participate in lifelong learning and education. As a result, educators, students, and all sorts of learners are upskilling as we speak. Students standing on the threshold of finding jobs will be expected to know all emerging and latest skills. Hence, lifelong learning, flexible courses, programs, and distance learning will allow individuals to possess more digital competency and flair. Lifelong learning is expected to create a solid foundation for transferable skills across many environments. Talking of employability, no organization, large, medium, or small today can afford to employ and retain the underperforming managers. Hence, again, the stress is on the lifelong learning, upskilling, and reskilling. After all, effective managers who can increase productivity and profit are essential to a company's survival, as well as competitiveness in the VUCA world we are likely to continue to be in. Are the managers being made scapegoats, or is it because they work too hard to get ahead in the process of not paid attention to upgrading their skills? Not surprisingly, the answer is more complex than either scenario, because the changing environment in learning, which they are not prepared for. It clearly brings out the relevance of today's theme, lifelong learning education in the new normal era. Lifelong learning or continuous education is an important tenet in growing sustainability in the present and for the future. Lifelong learning takes us a step closer to collectively redefining the future of higher education. It will also help us to understand the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on the development of resources for the economy and make us future ready. Due to the pandemic, the entire humanity today has had to learn remotely using technology. Again, an important point where for all of us have to look into. From school children to adults in colleges and people working in industry, the need to continue learning using digital technology tools has become imperative. Organizations have also learned the challenges and advantages of resources working from home. While every individual has their own need to expand knowledge and skills to achieve the next level in their careers, the organizations play an important role in identifying the job skills required in future to keep ahead. This is where again, the new normal, along with that, the new mantra which has emerged out is skilling, reskilling, and upskilling. Employees in organizations require upskilling and reskilling to be able to handle the challenges that we foresee in the new normal. There is a study about, according to McKinsey, organizations are spending close to US dollars 350 to 400 billions on training per annum. But has it been worth it? The study reveals that 75% of the 1,500 middle managers across 50 organizations were dissatisfied with their company's learning and development function. 70% of the employees state that they don't have the adequate skills needed to do their jobs well. It means that companies and employees have not planned for continuous and lifelong learning. Instead, to save money, they have gone for training programs which have neither the depth nor the perspective of the future. Executive training does not have to be an expensive residential programs. It should also not be just a MOOC, which is a very popular mode nowadays, or a training workshop offered by corporate training enterprises. An effective program should be one which builds the essential skills required to succeed in the new normal, focusing on the requirements of Industry 5 environment. Any educational institute should, through their interactive sessions with the industry, engaging themselves with a lot of interactive sessions with the industry and with the industry connect, should be able to understand what are the skills they're expecting of their employees in addition to the degrees with which they come out of the universities and higher educational institutions. And just trigger the thought process in the students to just make them realize that the learning doesn't end the day the degree is in their hands. They need to upskill, reskill, and then realize, actually analyze what are the skills they need for them to perform better and help the organizations in realize their vision. At AIMS Institutes, we have taken up the challenge both internally for our resources, students, and externally to the industry. AIMS Education Center for Executive Education addresses the issues of lifelong learning. ACEE, which is called as, runs parallel programs for internal faculty and non-teaching employees on the one hand, and executive programs in management, commerce, IT, and hospitality for employed resources. The programs are also offered to our alumni in the industry. For management, we introduce strategic change management, business analytics, and global business approach. I think this is being done by majority of the educational institutions. In IT, we have introduced training on Runlink for easy coding. It can monitor devices, including drones, remotely, or create an active base for billions of transactions happening in the informal sector. The tool is the latest, and we are the first to bring it to India in association with Stem Cell Australia. Through this app where the students are being trained, we also made it open to the alumni of our institute and even the professionals from the industry who can come in and then work on and acquire the skills of easy coding. AIMS School of Hospitality and Tourism has introduced contemporary skills to create, innovate, and elevate the abilities of chefs and front office managers. Trained professionals for facilities management are very few in number, and demand is very high. The curriculum doesn't address. The hotel industry, they can train them on their requirements, but there is a lot of scope for facilities management professionals, which are very, very few in the country. And I think that is where the people who are there in the industry, which these issues were not addressed, or they would not introduce this kind of specialized profiles. I think they need to come back and they need to scale up, skill, reskill, and then acquire these skills. Whereas they can take advantage of the rising requirement of the facilities management professionals in the country and across the globe. As one lives and works stronger, we need to reinvent ourselves, sometimes several times through our careers. We also must learn to balance work with other interests and commitments without compromising either. How does one continue to learn, grow, and expand one's skills is a question. One needs to build emotional strength, resilience. I think one sentence I think I can conclude, because it's a very important one. Because
I'll come back to you on questions on what you're speaking now.
Achha.
So what I was happy that Dr. Kiran brought about flexible learning. She spoke about distance learning programs. I'm happy that you also brought about VUCA world in your talk. You not only spoke of the present, but you said the future also is about LLL. I like that you appreciated technology and the shape technology is taking. And you were very specific. Being a part of formal education, you were very specific in telling that degrees are not mere end of learning. In fact, I take to all the panelists, I think to all the audience, that is why we call it as a commencement ceremony at the end of the journey. And we don't say it as a concluding ceremony. So that is why they commence their learning from now on. I'm happy that you also touched upon 360-degree to all the stakeholders and said that it's stakeholder learning that is important. I think there's a lot to hear from Dr. Kiran Reddy. I'm going to, there are a lot of audience who have asked questions to her. I'll come back to you, madam, on this, and there's a lot to hear from you. I would like to now move to Dr. Ajay Kumar Singh Ji. Dr. Ajay Kumar Singh Ji, Vice Chancellor from Sri University. Sir, thank you. And I would like to hear from you on your views on this topic, and how do you think that lifelong learning has scaled up in the present new era? Sir, over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Manish Kothari ji from ISBR Business School for wonderfully leading this particular session, moderating this session. And thanks to Mr. Chandan Anand, founder of and CEO and editor of ArdorComm Media, for inviting me to this session. Good afternoon to all of you, all my panelists and fellow colleagues who are here in the panel, and the listeners. A great good afternoon to all of you. Happy New Year 2022 to each one of you. I bring the greetings from our founder, Sri Ravi Shankar ji, his blessings to all the participants. When this new normal in 2020 in March, on March 13, when the Honorable Chief Minister of Government of Odisha announced that a Disaster Management Act is being enforced now and it will be lockdown, it was a Friday. And we were having a meeting of our deans. If the government announces something like this, then what we would do. We were in the midst of the meeting since morning, and in the noon time, we came to know that Honorable Chief Minister announced this particular thing in the state of Odisha. It was prior to the national lockdown, actually. So we were the first state, I think, which went for a full lockdown at that time on March 13. And on that day itself, we decided nothing doing. We will not lose even a single day of education of our existing students. And we trained our all teachers on that day, and that in this Google platform of Google Meet and all that we would be using for our classes. We were using by that time the Zoom also. So we were familiar with those platforms, but we were not actually that much using it for our classroom purposes. It was only for some kind of conferences and similar, being part of the family, which is in 156 plus countries. So it was, there, but for the students, it was not being followed. And from Monday, that is 16th of March, we not only started our online classes for our students, but for lifelong learning. We thought, what should we do for people, those who are not our students? So we started Facebook live sessions from day one, that is Monday, that is March 16th, so that we reach to the larger masses And our Gurudev, Sri Ravi Shankar ji, launched in the afternoon, said 12:30 was the time. 12 o'clock, he started meditation sessions at that time, and 7:30 p.m. in the evening, so that those who are, in the house, locked down and all that, how they would live their life, they would be looking for something, more than what they have been doing, because going to office, coming back and all that is very different kind of a lifestyle, and being in home and then, pursuing your all the things is a very different kind of affair. So as a university, we decided that we will not only serve the students of this university, but also have sessions for those who are outside the university. We launched a 3 months long short-term course for yogic science people, those who have done yoga and all that, to make them qualify the Ayush Ministry's examination, so that they become a certified teacher of Ministry of Ayush. So they have something in the field of yoga, but they were not qualified teachers. So that attracted hundreds of people, those who were in the age group of say 30 plus, and they participated and got certified also. We got ourselves, from YCB, Yoga Certification Board, got accreditation under the Ministry of Ayush for that particular purpose, to serve the people, those who are not the student, those who are outside the university system. We launched a lot of management development programs and faculty development. Our entire leadership team, our Honorable President, Madam Professor Mrs. Raita Kulkarni ji, had run a lot of such programs which were accepted at the global level. And I did many of them, and our all other people actually participated. So it was like what Shyam Sundar ji was talking about from NAC, that before this, they did not do any webinar kind of a thing in the entire history of NAC. But in the last 2 years, they have done so many. So it is the same kind of story for us also, that we decided that we will go, full flank on this, that we will touch every life which is there, who wants us, the kind of knowledge that we have to share with people, the kind of courses that we have to share with people, that is now free from all the boundaries. Even the Art of Living courses, if you are aware of, which were only in the offline mode, in the physical mode earlier, Gurudev Shri Ravi Shankar ji said, no, let us go online. So millions of people have done Art of Living courses during this time of 2 years, which was not available earlier in that mode. And that is entirely, you can say, lifelong learning process, because that is out of the course curriculum of a university system. That is generally outside that. Even for school students, it is not part of the course curriculum. Even the intuition program, which is for school students, and what you call Pragya Yoga, to open the third eye, you can say, or the third dimension of it, what we generally are not habitual of using. We are generally using the what is more of a left part of the brain, the logic and rationality, and creativity is there, but that is another dimension which it takes to. So Art of Living as such is about lifelong learning concept. It's based on that concept itself, and we as a university also moved. And what you are saying now, the topic is really very apt, that it is in the new normal, as you have mentioned, the rise of lifelong learning. If you see all the edtech companies, the kind of subscriptions that they have got during this period, the kind of funding, the valuations they have got during this period is amazing. It's actually mind-boggling if you see the statistics of tech companies rise during this period. And they offered a lot of free things also, like Coursera. For quite some time, they offered their courses free of cost to the public at large, even the students of education institution, the formal mode itself. And we utilize that, and our thousands of students have done thousands of courses from companies, tech companies like Coursera and all that. So it allows them to actually build the skills which is required in the industry 4.0 and the incoming industry 5.0, that is which is not there in the education system, maybe in the formal degree program that they are doing or they have done in the past. So whatever you come out with becomes obsolete by the time you pass out from an education institution. So this is something which is more important nowadays. What you were referring, Dr. Manishji, that even in Gita's time, I mean, that the Mahabharata time, the Gita was given by Lord Krishna to Arjun. So that was like lifelong learning thing only. That was not part of the Gurukul system at that time, that he was a student formally and he was teaching him. So it has become more important now that when we talk of this fintech, when we talk of blockchain technology and all the new things which are coming up, and every day you find something new which is there and you need to be trained for that. Even at this age, being the vice chancellor of a university, I have attended workshops conducted on research methodology and other things by experts, by even Web of Science people, how to use their platforms and all that. I conducted a lot of workshops for the faculty members, how to be an effective online teacher. They are all teachers, how to use Bloom's taxonomy in the new context so that they take the teaching learning process to the new level, instead of just concentrating on remember and understand, to take the students to the higher levels of create, evaluate, and all that, right? So I can take on, I mean, I can speak on and on this, but I think you have a time limit now for me at this point of time.
No,
so it's
but
a very
I have
exciting
got,
journey. It's a very exciting journey that we are on. So please carry on. I would be happy to answer questions.
Dr. Ajay Kumar Singh ji, you have brought in some critical points of the discussion for today, and I have to come back to you on this. I liked it when you said that Industry 5.0 and how are we prepared for it? Is our education, formal education, ready towards it? You also spoke about MDPs, FDPs. These are critical because they make not only your students, but your faculty also real time and get prepared for lifelong learning. You spoke of 360-degree stakeholder concept and how your university is prepared. I remember our students coming to your places in Bangalore, and the lifelong learning concept was taught to them. So forget teaching about, I think the whole thing is about you have to be prepared to learn. That is the first thing. So that's what you spoke about. You have brought in a critical point saying absolute education, formal education sometimes becomes obsolete. I think there is a question related to this point. So I'm going to come back to you with this query. You spoke about Bloom's taxonomy also, which how critical tools are used to make learning lifelong. So with this, I think I would like to move to one of our very young speaker, Harsh Shah, CEO of IRM. Harsh, we need to understand from your point of view and perspective on this. We will keep this to 5 minutes so that we have about 12 questions already with us. I would like to see that we roll on with these queries and the listeners get what they are looking forward to from this discussion. Harsh, all yours.
Thank you very much, Manish, and a very good morning. In fact, good afternoon to all the panelists. Wonderful points. Congratulations to ArdorComm for putting together such a fantastic event. I so wish we could be in Bangalore for an in-person conference, but here we are back in the virtual world. From my point of view, if I were to just summarize and not to repeat any of the points that the previous speakers have brought up, COVID has actually accelerated and broadened the entire industrial revolution with rapid expansion of e-commerce, online education, digital health, remote working. And these shifts are going to continue dramatically in the coming years. And they are going to further transform human interactions, livelihoods, long after the pandemic is behind us. COVID has also pushed companies across the world to accelerate their pace of digital transformation and automation, which among the other things is going to again likely lead to a shift in the skills in demand over the next 5 years up to 2025 or even 2030. One recent study has in fact predicted that there's going to be a further reduction in demand for routine and manual skills like bookkeeping, machinery operation, and major growth in demand for soft interpersonal, creative, problem-solving skills over the coming years. So in a nutshell, the world of work is changing. New technologies are supporting people to become more productive. The international labor markets are becoming increasingly integrated, and we'll all need to work longer before we retire. And these shifts means that the skills of the workforce and the needs for the workforce are also changing. Now, this challenge will require not only for all of us to rethink how we equip our children, our youth, or even the working professionals to be prepared for the future jobs, but also how we support these skill development activities at a cultural level. We need to develop a culture, like some of the previous panelists mentioned, for lifelong learning. A report by the World Economic Forum has in fact warned that by 2025, workers across the world are going to face a double disruption of job losses caused by massive automation and along with the economic impact of the COVID pandemic. Though 97 million new roles are likely to be created during this period, displaced workers will need to be reskilled and upskilled to take them on. And also, to plug this skills gap, companies are estimating that around 40% of the workers will need reskilling of 6 months or less, while 94% of the business leaders are mentioning that they expect their employees to now pick up new skills on the job. So future seeking leaders acknowledge that risk has now become a common sentiment across the spectrum. And whatever I just spoke, there's one constant, and that's going to be change. Change is going to be the only constant in the next 10 to 15 years. We're going to see rapid disruptions. We're going to see changing business models. We're going to see collaborations like we've never seen before. 10 years back, who could have predicted one could take an online degree? And I'm not saying whether it's good or bad, but we are here to see that what the future entails, it's only going to be change, and that is going to be the constant. And when I talk about risk being the underlying sentiment of everything within lifelong learning as a skill, all future seeking leaders are acknowledging that risk has become a mainstream element of every business decision. The frequency and simultaneous occurrence of the high impact risks require a connecting portfolio to look at climate change, to look at geopolitics, to look at health crisis, to look at financial risk, talent shortages, supply chain, human capital, people risk, mental health, cyber attacks, wars, and these risks will likely continue, creating a need for the role of a chief risk officer or the role of risk intelligent professionals who understand what will happen in an extreme weather situation, or what will happen when there is a labor shortage, or how do I take care of a financing crunch. And as the world's leading professional body for enterprise risk management qualifications across 143 countries, in India, we've been the pioneer for lifelong learning because students who are appearing for our professional qualifications and exams are as young as 18 and even more young as 65 to 70 years old. That's the kind of applicability of risk and thinking from a risk lens in everything that we do. We've been driving excellence for the last 30 years to empower students and professionals to actually think from a risk perspective in everything that they do. We call it risk-based decision making, right? And that will be linked back to change being the constant. Whatever you're doing in whichever role, whichever sector, look at a risk lens, and that will ensure that the lifelong learning is not impacted. So that's it from my side. Over to you, Manish.
Harsh, I will in fact take you to the next level also, because what you specifically spoke about, Harsh, is there is a shift in skills in demand. Very interesting. You also said that there is a reduction in demand of routine skills. Yes, this is happening, and we are changing. We are seeing weeding off of middle level managers. You also said a very interesting fact. And as per the statistics, there will be double disruption of job losses by 2025. So that brings us to a very good question here. And this is one of the questions from one of the audience also. And what he asks is, what are the challenges for educators in an uncertain and complex world? And before you go to the challenges for educators, we would still like to understand which are those skills which are static and stay for long in this dynamic world. So if you could throw some light on this, Harsh.
Sure. See, it's critical that individuals take a proactive approach to their entire lifelong learning. And for that, whether businesses and governments will need to actively support the workforces in learning, or whether as individuals they would need to be self-empowered. And automation and AI is going to generate prosperity. It's going to create millions of new jobs. But as many as, like I said, 375 million people worldwide will need to shift occupational categories and also upgrade their skills. Now we need talent, including talent of those who take a career break or senior workers who have just finished their studies long time ago, but now they want to get back. And I want to define this term of immortal skills, right? Lifelong learning is going to come with certain immortal skills, which should not die. And those will include analytical thinking and innovation. Today, if you are working as a procurement head of a company, or you are working as a marketing specialist, or you're running your own entrepreneurial venture, you got to be capable to look at 360-degree thinking. You can't operate in a silo. You can't say, this is my department and this is the decision I've taken, and hence the organizational success will be achieved. Let's break down the organization, right? You have a vision, mission, you have a culture. Each department then has various objectives, and all the workers are then working towards a common purpose. It's not fair that one person in one corner of the department just focuses on his or her activity. And that's why this skill is an immortal skill, as I define, of analytical thinking or 360-degree perspective. The second thing, or the second immortal skill, is going to be technology use. Just like you looked at LinkedIn, people at 60, 70, they're taking certifications. Why? Why does a 60-year-old need to understand what to do in social media marketing? It's because that is going to help him take a better business decision today. It's going to help him or her define their business strategy, keeping in mind social media. I would say cryptocurrency. How do you invest in cryptocurrency, whether it is legal or illegal? But you need to know where we are moving into. What is going to be the new acceptable norm of business? The whole metaverse that we are talking about. Organizations, people, we're going to communicate through metaverse. We're going to create various avatars. How does one go into that kind of world of work? So that is going to be the second immortal skill. The third important immortal skill is resilience, stress tolerance, and flexibility. Employees who have been appreciated, who have received a premium in their salary in spite of the pandemic, who have gotten a promotion, is because they have demonstrated resilience. They have demonstrated that they can work in any situation. They can adapt to the changing times. And this is a message to the young generation or the Gen Z, that as they enter this new world of work, they will need to not just comply with the HR policies, but they will need to actually learn to adapt. The patience level needs to increase. They will need to be more flexible. Yes, human resources are trying to change policies across the world to make it more friendly and suitable for the younger population. But I would call for a lifelong skill requirement, even from their perspective.
I think Harsh has strongly laid down the key points that are required from the learner's perspective. And I appreciate that. Dr. Ajay Kumar Singh ji, I have a very, very quality question for you, which has come up from the audiences. And that is, what would be the new role of, so we have 10 more minutes and we take 3 questions and we will try to complete all of them and conclude in this 10 minutes. What would be the new role of educators and universities? आप कैसे देखते हो अजय कुमार जी? Educators का क्या role होगा? Universities का आगे जाके role कैसे होगा?
Well, it's a very good question, Dr. Manish Kothari ji. And the role has to be different than what it was before. 2 of my friends are here, Professor Raj Singh, and one more friend is there, whom I can see in the panel. So my greetings to once again all the panelists, Professor Vikas Singh and other friends. So great to see you all here, Professor Raj Singh, Vice Chancellor of Jain University, and the other Professor Vikas.
Doctor, we'll have to come to the point because we have.
Yeah. So these are all people who have transformed themselves. Yes. So we all have to also transform ourselves, like from chalk and duster. We move to the whiteboard, to the LCD projector, now to the PPTs on the screens and all that. And now what Professor Shyam Sundar ji was talking about, the blended learning, the flipped classroom and all that. So in Sri University, we have launched ssulms.in, which means that the content would be available to you as a student before the class is to be held. You are supposed to go through the content, prepare yourself, ask questions in the classroom. The classroom would be only utilized for the discussion mode, what you have understood from the lecture. So lecture is available already to you, PPT is available already to you, all the course material is available to all of you, to you. The case is with you. Come and discuss now. So teaching and learning process has to be taken to the next level now. Gone are the days that you come and information was only limited to you. Was a time 50 years ago. The student was like, looking for taking notes from you. Now what you speak, he checks on the Google whether he's saying right or not. So the information is no longer private to you. It is already available publicly. Now you have to take the students to the next level that they can create new things. The ability to carve out their niche in their life, they create enterprises, become entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs in the organization, even if they are employees. So they have to be taken up to the new roles, the challenging roles in life. So they have to be trained differently. They have to be coached differently. They have to be mentored differently. So and the role of teacher is to be changed from a teacher to a facilitator, to a mentor, to a guru.
Yes, and the meaning of guru is quite large. The meaning of guru is dynamic. I think that's what you have thrown light on. I also am happy that you spoke about the technology to be added in the new structure and the new development. I'll go to Dr. Kiran Reddy ji. Dr. Kiran Reddy ji, NEP has brought about a dynamic change in our thinking perspective and the way education is taken forward. I wish to know from you, if you could let the audience know on how NEP is implementing lifelong learning and stressing on lifelong education. You are muted, madam.
Yeah, I think, it's a very important question on which all of us are pondering on and spending our time in how to take care of the challenges and how to implement it. See, the teaching autonomous colleges can be focused on bringing relevant and up-to-date curriculum in their fields, but now NEP enables and gives an opportunity for all the institutes to give a scope for the students to go in for an interdisciplinary and a multidisciplinary skills. And until and unless we at the institutes are really equipped, the kind of the knowledge and the teachers who can really take care of the needs of the students become a big challenge. I see the students can opt for different courses to make up the credits required for a degree. The time schedule also can be broken up to their needs. And then, how are we going to take up? We were in a system where, like we have established schedules and well-planned schedules, and we don't move out of the schedules, go out of the schedules. Now, every teacher has to be equipped, every institute has to be equipped in just catering to these needs. And the students here have multiple exit options. And they can just have an entry at any point of time. They go work and they understand what are the skills required for them to be developed to take care of the requirements of the job he is in. And he can come back and he can just, opt for those skill development programs. I think this is a very big revolution where the learners can come back to the institutions at any point of time and continue with their learning. I think this paves a way for the lifelong learning, and they can, at any point of their time, they can come, they can acquire these skills. And this is, this is very structured, and this becomes very scientific, where the students, the learners can come back after understanding actually what are the skills required, and then pursue their education and continue with it.
Yes, I think, madam, NEP is playing an important role, and we could not have completed this topic without talking about NEP. I would like to welcome Professor Karappa Kamaravel from Vice Chancellor of Madurai Kamraj University also to this discussion. Professor, if you can just switch on your video. Dr. Karappa Kamaravel. I think his video is off. Yeah, Doctor, you are muted. Doctor,
I'm audible to you?
Yes, you are audible to me, Doctor.
Yeah.
I have a question from you.
Yeah.
Lifelong learning is also personal, though it is organizational, and we spoke about students, but in our personal lives also, for what we have achieved till now and for what you have reached till this stage, I'm sure somewhere you would also experience beyond the former learning, and you would have taken learnings beyond certain levels. If you could, out of your life, take a leaf of success and explain to all the audiences how lifelong learning made a difference to your success story.
Yeah. Thank you very much. So my observation, am I audible to you?
Yes, you are audible, Doctor.
Yeah. See, there is a paradigm shift from pedagogy and andragogy to webagogy. As we know, pedagogy, science of teaching a child, andragogy, science of teaching an adult, and webagogy, science of teaching through websites. So now, in the post-pandemic scenario, it has become mandatory. It is not optional, but it is required from every teacher and every learner that they have to change their mindset, not only for their day-to-day living, not today for their day-to-day learning, but for their lifelong learning also, that they should acquire soft skills as well as hard skills. Put together, we can call it as e-learning skills. See, earlier, teacher was the only source of information. Now, teacher is one of the sources of information. And our students, they are called as digital natives. We teachers, some of us are digital migrants, migrated from the printed world to digital world. But our students are born and brought up in the digital environment. So it is very essential that the teachers also have to cope up their digital skills on par with the digital natives. So the futurologists predict that in future we are going to have three types of institutions in a country like India: brick institutions, click institutions, brick and click institutions. Brick institutions, what is going on in conventional universities within the four walls of classrooms as going on now. Click institutions, virtual universities, online programs. And the third type is the hybrid mode, what we call blended learning. So the brick institutions offering the click courses also. So the future is for those third type of institutions. The institutions can survive like the Charles Darwin's theory of survival of the fittest in the struggle for existence, only when they offer not only the conventional programs in face-to-face mode, but along with that, the online programs also in digital mode, in virtual mode. So that will be the future phase of Indian higher education scenario. And it is for not only higher education, but also for lifelong learning. So that way, it is very essential. My emphasis is that suddenly all the students, all the teachers are thrown in a digital environment, in a digital challenge where they have to embrace the digital technologies without getting any prior training in digital technology. I conducted a survey, a research on how many teachers of higher education are trained in e-learning skills or through online teaching. And I find that 85% of teachers of higher education, they are not trained, because one serious deficiency is that we have UGC, HRDC, Human Resource Development Center, which offer training programs for training the face-to-face mode of teaching. But there is no organized training agency in India which offers professional training for training the teachers and training the students in online teaching and online learning. So how to design the curriculum through online mode for day-to-day education and on the lifelong learning. How to design the curriculum and what is called instructional design. The instructional design part is most important in e-content development. How many teachers are trained in e-content development? And from the students' side, their attitude, which is called as e-attitude. How safe they are, which is called as e-safety. Whether they take all precautionary measures, whether they are sensitized through proper guidance and counseling programs in the proper use of technology, and whether they have the e-readiness. The students also should have the e-readiness. The teachers also should have the e-readiness, and the institutions also should have the e-readiness. And then the e-skills, e-learning skills, as I told you, hard skills, soft skills. So all these things put together, I can say our teachers, our students, our institutions should have e-maturity. E-maturity is a complex phenomena which is an amalgamation of all these things. So it is the high time that every institution should have a roadmap, a policy making at the micro level, at the institution level, at the state level, at the central level for lifelong learning through online mode. So there is a very vital area, but unfortunately very neglected area. And the National Policy on Education 2020, it has addressed that education technology domain in a very effective way. But the implementation part is $1 million question. So I am very happy that this event is organized by the organizers to sensitize the audience on a very vital topic. I would like to congratulate all the speakers. And with these concluding remarks, I take this opportunity to thank each and every one of you. Thank you.
You brought a completely new dimension to this discussion by speaking on e-maturity. And that speaks a lot and volume about LLL and LLE. And e-maturity, you covered it by taking all the stakeholders in picture. So what am I going to quickly do is I'm going to take a rapid question here, a rapid question round, and I would expect you to answer in 3 or 4 words and let me know your views on this. So first, I'm going to ask Dr. Kiran G. Reddy. Dr. Kiran Reddy, one advice to all the educators here. Unmute, yeah. You're still muted.
Yeah. If you just want me to tell in 3 words, I think you need to really gear up to the challenges of implementation of NEP and set up the processes for the lifelong learning and enhance the industry interaction for us to, for the institutions to understand what are the right kind of skills to be extended to the students and how we triggered the thought process in the students that the education is not ended with this, but they need to go in for lifelong learning.
$1 million advice to all the educators. Make a note of it. Harsh, a quick advice to all the learners.
I think I would just say be prepared. That sums it up all. Let's be prepared for any kind of change. And yes, as a learner, if you have that kind of attitude, the fire in you will never die.
Dr. Ajay Kumar Singh, I have a question for you here. Again, it's a rapid question round. Faculties are there here listening to us. The query that has come up on the chat is, will faculty be replaced by technology?
Never. Don't be afraid of that. Just embrace the technology. Nobody can replace you. You have to ride on the technology. You have to be in the front end of the technology. You have to be on the cutting edge of the technology. You should lead the change. You should be the transformational leader in the organization. Nobody can replace you.
Great. Quick one. Harsh, your advice to the corporate world in a small, meaningful manner.
Cognitive skills.
I would say, keep the budgets ready for continuous reskilling, because I often see that the training budgets are slashed first whenever there is a liquidity crunch or there is an external crisis. But I would say that don't consider training budgets as an option. It will now become a mandatory thing. Otherwise, your employees are going to leave.
Great. Madam Kiran Reddy, the last question to you before I sum it up. What do you think? Online education or brick and mortar education? Which will prevail?
It's a combination. We're talking about hybrid mode. I think that is the answer.
Great. I think with this, what a great panel we have. What an amazing time we had. This can go on and on. I know that all of you have so much to speak, and even I have so many things to ask, but somewhere we need to conclude. We need to say a bye-bye, and the next panel needs to come on board. What we really see is lifelong learning and lifelong education has brought in huge opportunities for the educators and for the learners. And this has opened up huge areas of work across the globe. Career has become a very interesting fact. People from home, gig economy is coming up. So what I see is there's a lot to learn from this private education sectors. I learned from Harsh, Dr. Kiran and Dr. Ajay Kumar Singh and Kamraj University. Boards of many other things, and we need to be beyond the boards in policy making also. I think just beyond nominee members, we need to see all such members in activity. Then the tier 2, tier 3 cities also will see an effect on lifelong education. I think with this, I pass on the baton to Chandan Anand, thanking each and every member of the panel. Thank you. I'm sure we have answered almost all the questions, and a few questions we could not take it up. We will surely take it up and get back to you. Chandan, over to you. Pratik,
Yes.
over to you.
Yes,
Thank
thank you,
very
Dr.
much
Manish.
for
In fact, a great moderation, Dr. Manish, done by you in such challenging situation when the session is running great, and the speakers are newly joined. There is a shuffle of the speakers. Some are dropping, some are joining.
Yeah.
So this is totally a crisis management, and thanks to the situation which has made us adopt the situations, and we are not in a situation of a thrill or a panic nowadays. So that we consider this, that we are very fortunate that we have overcome and we have learned how to deal with the situations. So thank you so much, Manish.
I think we should also thank the audience for their questions and very good listening skills here. Great panel and a great discussion. Thank you.
Making this session a more dialogueful rather than a monologue. So this is how our audience and delegates are also helping us understand this. So with this, thank you so much all the eminent speakers of this session, Dr. Kiran Reddy ji, Manish Kothari ji, Harsh Shah, Professor Ajay Kumar, and Professor Kumar Avil. So with this, now we have with us Mr. Naresh Duble ji. He is the head of continuous improvement and marketing from Kinoff Sealing Solutions. Harsh has been very kind and supportive to support our mission and vision of ArdorComm to organize this new normal education leadership summit. So we would like to honor all our eminent speakers of panel 1 by the hands of Mr. Naresh Dubleji. Naresh Dubleji, can you please see the name one by one so that we can display the certificates and virtually we can honor our eminent speakers. Yeah.
Thanks a lot, and it's a great honor for me to be here with you all. Dr. Kiran Reddy, who has 27 years of experience in transforming and nurturing Acharya Institute of Management Science. Can you have the certificate up there? Yeah, Dr. Kiran Reddy. Thank you for all what you shared with us. Thanks a lot for being with us.
My pleasure. And I really appreciate the way the summit is being conducted.
Thank you. Next.
Next one is Dr. Manish Kothari, the president of ISBR Group. Excellent work, sir, in last 1 year or 1 hour. Plus taking the university to 16, partnership with the 16 international universities. Actually making Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam real for your students and making the globe knowledge available in India. Thank you so much for the exemplary work which you are doing, sir.
Thank you, Naresh. Thank you, Chandan. Thank you, Ardor. Keep doing this good work. We need more of you. We need more of such things to happen. And only then lifelong learning can really be experienced. I heartily accept your certificate and your blessings.
Thank you, sir. Next.
Yeah, Harsh Shah, Thank you for getting all the dimensions of how education, learning, rescaling is going to transform for human being. And the only way to survive is to continuously improve ourselves as we go ahead. And thank you so much for what you spoke.
Thank you very much, and wish the organizers all the best. And we look forward to having this event in person for a better impact.
Yeah, thank you so much. And Professor Ajay Kumar Singh and the Institute of your stature is transforming life, emotional, psychological, behavior level for millions and millions of people, not only in India, but across the globe. So Shri Ravi Shankar ji and you all making real transformation available for the world. Thank you so much for your contribution.
Thank you very much, Naresh ji, Chandan ji, for organizing the, inviting me, making me part of this. I'm really humbled. Thank you.
And we also, do we have Professor Kumaravelli? I don't see him in the panel, but thanks for his contribution and a quick note, even though he was busy and occupied somewhere. So thank you so much for him being with us.
Certificate.
We can still show the certificate.
Please.
Yes, Pratik, over to you.
Yeah, and I would request all of you to just stay there for 10-15 minutes. I'm going to talk about something very transformative about sound. And I would, request you for be there for 10-15 minutes.
I'm muted, no? Yes.
Yeah, now we are going to have an industry speech on the topic sound learning for leaders of tomorrow. It's going to be done by Mr. Naresh Duble, the head continuous improvement and marketing, Knopf Ceiling Solutions. Over to you, sir.
So we're talking about sound learning. For excellent learning to happen, we should understand how sound is important for our institutes. That's the whole theme of next 10-15 minutes of interaction. And this is majorly the case studies, what I'm going to present with you, the real case studies which we have collected across India, traveling and working with us. I was part of a national building code. I will share that about sound. But first understand, like we said in the panel discussion also, education is transformed forever. The teachers and students has learned to participate differently than it was 24 months back. Classrooms and laboratories are no longer just place of download of information. It's a two-way communication. The world is not about giving information, but also receiving information. Now, the leaders of tomorrow need to be knowledgeable. They will get all the knowledge, but the experience sharing and collaboration debates, which happens in higher education, will make the difference between a good student and not so good student. And that's where the sound is very, very important. And this is what is inevitable as we go ahead with. So last 70 years, we've been successful in getting the infrastructure, but sound is something which has been ignored. And we can see the importance of that. And this is a case study which we are sharing from Mumbai, where architectural college and students got engaged with larger ecosystem to transform the sound learning. This is a real case study from Mumbai.
Faculty from various colleges are coming all together, and students are coming together at the academy. They will be explained the entire project, and they will go back. They will go back and visit the schools, the educational institutions where they studied, primary schools, secondary schools, junior colleges, etc.
This is to understand the learning ambience ranking. So when you participate for a competition like this, as an architecture student, you are trying to convince a physics teacher in maybe your school or any school that is close by in your vicinity or in your locality, and you are trying to get them involved in a study, a test, where they understand what sound does to their workspace or how it affects them.
What exactly is the sound? How to take the measure the sound? The app is there on the mobile. With that, you will measure the sound, you will measure the reverberation time, you will measure the background noise, and you will understand what exactly is happening in the class.
It's a kind of multiplying to affect each student.
I guess sound is coming from my side, Chandan.
Probably go to 3 or 4 institutions. We are expecting 15 to 20 students from each college to come on board this exercise. When all that information comes back together, we'll be able to create a kind of base profile of what is finally the quality of spaces within which education happens in the city of Mumbai.
You as architecture students have this opportunity to actually work on a live project where you will understand how your theories actually work in practical. So when you are studying reverberation time, or you're studying background noise, or you're studying echoes, you actually get a hands-on experience on how this works in real life. See, measuring something like sound, which you cannot see or touch, with the help of an instrument, which is like your phone, is definitely a very different experience for you as an architecture student. As a professional that you will become eventually, this is an experience where you will understand how sound or the study of sound plays a very important role in your designs. You cannot simply put 4 walls and a ceiling and say this is a very fantabulous design. You have to make it work. And something like speech intelligibility or concentration or confidentiality, which are the different parameters for acoustics, this you will understand once you get an experience of this kind of a scenario. Because you are dealing with people you already know or people who are close to you, it becomes easier to create an awareness. And I think awareness is something that we are really looking at from this initiative. So definitely as architecture students, you need to participate for this competition and take the best you can from this opportunity.
So that is a social case study which we did just before the pandemic in Mumbai city, and we intend to take it across different colleges, universities in India, and we'll be happy to engage with your institute for engaging with your students as we come out of pandemic to actually measure the sound impacts. So let's understand a little bit about how sound behaves and what is the importance of sound in our education system. So we all know about dB level, we know about sound level, we talk in Diwali, we talk in maybe Ganesh festival or Durga festival in a respective region, that this noise is difficult, So increase in noise levels affect human performance, concentration, productivity, everything get impacted, we all know that. But there is one more parameter, which is a National Building Code has highlighted, and which is a code across the globe for all education institute, is reverberation time. Now, reverberation time impacts directly the clarity of sound. You cannot start an institute anywhere in the world, in a developed nation especially, if it is not meeting the National Building Code's standards. So in India, we are lucky to get a very progressive National Building Code developed, which talks about 0.6 seconds as reverberation time in learning places, and maybe 1 second in larger rooms between that. But when we have a hybrid education, or when we have education where classrooms are being recorded live, we have blind and a deaf student sitting in, what we require is 0.5 seconds. 0.4 seconds is European norm, 0.5 seconds is the norm which we need to adhere to for designing the classroom in our country. And I would explain to you with some case studies how this really work. For National Building Code, we did study across India with various institutes, and if you see a red column, reverberation time before, none of these institutes are meeting these norms. You know why? Because none of this institute has really designed the classrooms keeping sound in mind. So just a simple treatment on the ceiling, most of the classrooms will qualify the National Building Code. If you see larger classrooms in Central University of Rajasthan, which is 600-meter cube volume, or maybe some wall treatment needed. Now, again, with respect to wall treatment, what we found is, whenever it is done over. Institutes end up spending a lot of money treating the wall all over. But what is required is appropriate use of resources and engagement, and that's where Knauf Ceiling Solutions team will come handy to advise and work with you for this. For the larger auditoriums, you require to have acoustical consultant engage in that. But classrooms which contribute to maybe 20% of campus space, giving 90% education, we need to be really mindful about how sound behaves there. Let's see the case study. Sound is audible, right?
Artist study, IISCR, first floor, 110 classroom. Ceilings are gypsum fitted, doesn't give acoustics. We have best speaker on the wall, but if room is dysfunctional for reverberation, it doesn't help what speaker you and sound system you have. For such a small room of 80-seater, you don't need speaker. What you need is classroom design for reverberation time of 0.6 seconds.
So today we do not have a challenge of resources like we had before.
What you are saying?
The international conference is already being organized in this particular one.
This is the proof of it.
So this is clear example, and many of our institute, we have leaders from various institutes right now listening to us, and they will listen on online later. You have spaces where in your institute also having similar kind of reverberation time. It has been a blind spot in our education systems, and we will see how we can measure it ourselves and what we measure get improved. One more case study from IIT.
IIT Jodhpur, 60-seater classroom, reverberation time 3 seconds, no ceilings currently. This is the smallest classroom we have in the campus.
So this has a very beautiful campus and huge amount of money.
This classroom has projector, has duct bin cover with metal, but we have both speakers, but sound is something which is not functional here.
Yeah, so all along,
this down to 0.6 seconds.
In this country, we have a focus around how good is the teacher, how good is the curriculum, how good are the students. They need to really pass through a tough exam to qualify for IITs, or for that matter, any other institute which is keen to improve and make a difference to students' life. But when they actually sit in the institute, in the classroom, the connection between teachers and the student is what we need to pay attention to. And if you take a larger areas, larger...
IIT Jodhpur, 60-seater classroom, reverberation time 3 seconds.
Yeah, this is larger classroom.
Once again. Yeah.
Lecture hall, IIT Jodhpur, reverberation time is 5 seconds. 5.
Yeah, so this is how 5-second sound. This is IIT Jodhpur, normal passive area of lecture complex. Sound coming from all the sides, even a small whisper and talk while going on the staircase is visible, and you can hear the murmur all around the room. So we need to treat classrooms for sure, but also the passages and common areas so as to reduce the reverberation in the entire building. You can feel on the video right now.
So one of the
sounds unbelievable. I do not know whether it is correct or not.
So we saw 3 seconds, 5 seconds corridor noise, and this is 1.5 seconds. Now the same classroom treated acoustically, this is how it sounds.
Sounds unbelievable.
This is 1.5 seconds.
1.58 actually, which is after the treatment that we are getting this.
So one can see a world of difference when sound reverberation in the room is reduced for 1.5 seconds to 0.5 seconds. and the clarity of the words enhances dramatically, and teacher and students get immense benefit listening and exchanging idea with each other in such learning environment. So this retrofitting is extremely simple. One more example of 588 meter cube volume
classroom where
after treatment
was done with the ceilings here, and we find a huge difference in the quality of sound that we make, and it's actually impossible to teach in another classroom which is untreated because of a lot of echo that we have. In fact, some of these classrooms can be good echo chambers, but the moment the ceiling treatment is done, there is a huge difference in the quality of sound that we find.
Right. So we have a case study which I shared in the chat for Sir JJ College of Architecture, 150-year-old institute. Rajiv Mishra, the director, the students, the teacher, and we have taken the live case study of before and after. I would really encourage each one of you to watch. I won't show that video for paucity of time right now, but it's 150-year-old, one of the prestigious institute of architecture, students, higher education, transforming itself with respect to sound. So when we get up it's morning, this is a time to really upscale our education system, and it starts with infrastructure. The same student, same teacher, the same material which we are teaching here will have different effectiveness as we go ahead on this. This is a video. I will not play this video right now. So speech intelligibility, just to summarize, is at a cusp of low background noise, and we require a lot of practices in design architecture to reduce the noise level, whether we have a wall or a window facing traffic defines the background noise level in your institute. There is something called signal to noise ratio, and I'll touch upon that. We also already saw the reverberation time. So the size, the geometry of the room, the size, shape, and surfaces defines the intelligibility inside the classroom. And intelligibility defines the quality of education, what we are delivering inside the space in a physical world. In a new normal where we're going to have a mixed education, this became all the more important because you are recording the class it is happening. Some students are taking inside the class, some students are taking it offline. So we need a world-class sound levels, clarity in recording to make that class a sense as we go ahead. Again, the parameter like sound reduces. This is like inverse square law. Every doubling of the distance, sound dies by 6 decibel. And if you have a high level of background noise, the signal to noise ratio really decay. And in a traditional classrooms, you must have observed before, it's like a fish market or a marketplace where sound levels are 65 or 70 decibel at times when students occupied. And that's the precise level reason why we don't notice reverberant noise, because reverberant noise is reflected noise, which is less than original noise. But when you have 65 decibel or 70 decibel in your institute, you're not going to notice reverberant noise, but it is physics, it is sound, it is omnipresent, and it get added logarithmic to the original sound, making the situation of learning and teaching extremely challenging in a traditional methods. So there are design practices, I will not spend time, but in higher education, you can have a conical view where there is a mobility possible. So we need to really see how we transform the classrooms. So normally my question is, would you really teach in a class if there are no lights? And why do we teach in the classroom with acoustical darkness? And what I mean by acoustical darkness is reverberant rooms and high background noise. There is an impact on students, which is quite inevitable, but there's an impact on teachers also. If you really teach in a high noise level environment, the heart rate goes up, your quality, relationship, behavior, and what we require in the next century for our students is to practice empathy. The technology will be available, but the empathy is something which is so important for our students to practice. If teacher can speak at a normal pace, student can participate, introvert can learn, and English second language can be not a hindrance, we will have a very nice progressive education system. So currently there are more than 1,000 institutes has taken benefit of this. There are more institutes who are transforming the places in a downtime like pandemic when students are not there. I would really encourage you to connect and put the name of your institute or your number, we will get in touch with you in the chat so that we can do that. You can also download a simple apps, and I will share these links on Android and Apple iPhone, so that you can have this app. You can measure the sound levels. You can measure the reverberation time, like you saw in the case studies, and what get measured, get improved, get delivered. So I'm really committed to change the physical environment for this, and this will come on email to you. You can send it back to us and we will work together. So our mission for last 150 years across the globe is to transform the way people experience the spaces, whether it is hospital, education, workplaces, and education typically more important, where the light integration with the acoustics is something at the heart of quality in education for our country. So the better seismic resistance, better fire resistance, treating corridors, as I'm showing here, the library required different treatment than the lobby areas and the common areas and the back office. So privacy, intelligibility, all those parameters are so much important when we are designing our system for improving quality in education. So we have material across mineral fiber, metal, wood, soft fiber. You talk about it, but it's all about designing for functionality, designing for quality of education. Like I said, sound learning happening in our institute is our aim. We can also print, map, and have, this is a hall in one of the institute there, and this is Dharmaram College, 60-year-old institute, transforming their assembly area. We have wall panel solutions. There are, so products wise, being a global leader, the sky is the limit, and we can really work retrofitting and new projects, both for your institute in the near future. So I really request you to put your name and number if you're interested. So it's not only impacting the appearance, but the experience of the student and teacher, such that it is fit for purpose. It improves the quality of life, health and well-being, social behavior, and productivity for our education institutes. Thank you so much. Thank you for your patience listening. Thanks, Chandan.
Yes. Thank you so much, Naresh Dubleji. What an insightful, industry presentation which you have given. In after quite long, I'm witnessing and learning how sound can really transform our daily life, especially for the students and teachers who have definitely massive say classrooms, their galleries, their assembly halls, even the teachers room. And I can very well attached to such kind of an informative, and mostly what I enjoyed most, that most of your presentation was video based presentation, which made me not skip any of these slides which you showed. If it would have been just a PPT or a normal chat, I might not have paid that much interest, because I would have felt that this is meant for the engineering institutions or engineering students. But in a very easy language, you made it understand that from schools to higher education, in fact, it is relevant for all of us. Thank you so much for such an interesting, presentation over here. And I also thank Knopf Sealing Solutions for helping us and supporting us because of which we are able to execute this event as a in this virtual platform, New Normal Education Leadership Summit. Thank you so much, Naresh Dubleji. So we would also like to honor you and present you a token of thanks as a certificate.
Thank you so much, Chandan. Yeah, and in current scenario, post-pandemic especially, every student has experienced what it means to be a front bencher. If you want to pay attention, listen to your teacher is possible. So when they come back to the hybrid environment, they would demand this, and this has become a necessity now to upgrade our institutes as we go forward, and we'll be very happy to work with each one of you. And thanks for giving us opportunity on this.
Correct. This was a very, very learning and very meaningful, session. I would appeal all our listeners and audience who have got the understanding of what Nareshji was trying to say. Please get in touch with him. He's quite approachable. We'll help you in reaching them. Thank you so much, Nareshji.
Thank you.
Over to you, Pratik.
Yeah, hello. Now we are going to proceed with the second panel of the session on the topic Bridging the Urban-Rural Digital Divide Through Mobilizing Technology. Speaking as the eminent panel speakers are Dr. B.R. Ramakrishna, Vice Chancellor, Swami Vivekananda Yoga Anushandhana Samsthana, Bangalore; Dr. Raj Singh, Vice Chancellor, Jain, deemed to be University, Bengaluru; Professor Vikas Singh, Vice Chancellor, ITM Raipur; and Molishri Dubey, CEO, Professional Institute of Engineering and Technology, Raipur. The moderator for this session is Professor Vikas Singh. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Chandan and Adisha, for giving us this opportunity to participate in this lovely program. We would have loved to be there in Bangalore, to attend this program in September. Not so, far ago in September, we were there together in Delhi. So I was looking forward to having this physical kind of format of new normal, summit in Bangalore, but because of Omicron, we are forced to have it on online medium. And it's really a pleasure to see Dr. Raj Singh sir. It's a pleasure to be sharing the panel with him, and it's lovely, lovely to, once again sharing panel with Molshri. The topic of this panel is something which we all are now aware, which we all now know, and the discussion would be how this can be addressed and what are the various solutions available using technology, bridge this gap between rural and urban Indian population. It's very interesting if I share a few data points that right now in India there are 600 million people using internet, and out of those 600 million, 300 million are in rural area, and for the first time, people having access to internet, of course, using a smartphone, more in rural India. If you look at the numbers, they're in urban India. If you look at the divide is there because 65% of 1.37 billion population of India, 65% are there in rural India, and only 35% are there in urban India. So the challenge is big, and this challenge has many manifestations, which we can discuss regarding the teaching learning process, how institutions are able to reach out those young kids across the rural India, how effectively we are able to use this technological platform to ensure effective teaching learning, how this is going to prepare them for their future career as far as employability is concerned, seeking jobs are concerned. Another interesting aspect can be how this will bring gender equity. Are we able to address that issue also using the technologies which are available to us today? So there are very interesting manifestations to this discussion of digital divide between rural and urban India. So to start the discussion, we have such stalwart panelists here, and I would request share their thoughts on this subject, giving us a big picture, and then maybe we can take specific questions subsequently. So I first invite respected Dr. Raj Singh sir, Vice Chancellor of Jain, deemed to be University, my own mentor, my own guru. It's a blessing to be sharing the panel with you. So I invite Dr. Raj Singh sir to share and give us the big picture around the digital divide that is existing in India. We are experiencing for last 2 years now. Dr. Raj Singh, please.
Thank you, Dr. Vikas. Nice seeing you, and thank for all these nice words.
I thank the organizers for having me this afternoon. Happy New Year to everyone present, my distinguished co-panelists, as well as the audience. When I look at urban-rural divide, which is a reality, in fact, we should not be speculating, and there's no need to give data. It has existed, it exists, and it's likely to exist in times to come. But I think today's panel needs to look at this divide into different contexts, which I'll be highlighting shortly. I also understand that today we are discussing mainly the current landscape of education and its connectedness to other activities. And this is particularly more pronounced in the last couple of years, which are social, economic, political, entertainment, and perhaps many others. We have seen that this connectedness has happened in the last 2 years as never before. We can't look at technology or education isolation. I would rather say that education has become the fulcrum. But this interconnectedness, which I talked to you about, has made education suffer the most, which I will highlight again during my talk. To understand the context, first let me give my views on that, how the emerging landscape of education is being shaped and being shaped by what are factors. One, of course, everyone has talked about, I'll not elaborate much. It's the COVID, whether Delta or Omicron, or maybe some subsequent variants, leading to highest ever acceptability among the academics to change. I, being a part of this, I have the right to criticize this, that we have been absolutely rigid, and anything we are capable of conveniently denying, particularly when it comes to change. But this acceptability has drastically changed, because I think evening 8 o'clock, when Prime Minister announced the lockdown, till then certain things were vehemently opposing, and next day early morning we said that this is the only way to move forward. That's the level of change we have gone through. Concepts like Atmanirbhar Bharat, supporting strategic development goals, millennium goals, and there are many other missions we have seen, whether Skill India or Make in India, that the common man is able to see this interconnectedness, which I referred to. The third is our own new national education policy announced on 29 July 2020, as if it had connivance with the COVID. Such a right time they launched it, because they knew there can never be acceptability higher than this. The fourth factor which is shaping this is the prediction that the children who got into school in 2016, when they go to corporate world, 65% of the jobs they'll be working on do not exist today. And the remaining 35% would have changed significantly, not marginally. And perhaps the final thing which is shaping the environment of education is that the epicenter of global activities, particularly military and politics, are shifting from the transatlantic region to the Southeast Asian region. And Quad is one such example. And this will lead to many, many opportunities, as it will lead to many, many threats. All these have provided an excellent opportunity for us as teachers. And I will not be wrong, please pardon me by saying I'm one of you. So as I said, I have right to criticize my own profession. Never before in the history of higher education, the regulatory framework was so open. The policy makers were never so forward-looking as they are today. So much so that we as teachers have no one to complain about. It's only and only us who can decide how do we move forward and what do we do. The urban-rural divide, the context which I talked to you about, we have to see it, are according to these 4 or 5 points. One is that how this bridging of this divide can create better jobs in the rural area, the countryside. And in education, I'll keep on answering some of the questions which I have personally done and implemented. And I propounded a concept on 2020 of SEIZ, Skill, Entrepreneurship and Innovation Zone, submitted to Government of Uttar Pradesh. And one such SEIZ is already operational in Western Uttar Pradesh. sandboxes like the one which Deshpande Foundation promoted, Hubli in Karnataka and Kakatiya in Telangana. And then, of course, there have been many other initiatives which have happened in the past. They need to be adopted in letter and spirit by the universities and higher education institutions. The second context to look at is overcoming the exploitation of rural economy. In the past, we have seen the rural economy, the producers do not get the appropriate price. They are protected by the political clouds. I think the time has come when we need to reach to the roots. A lot of initiatives have been taken, and time has come to promote solopreneurship. Some of the concepts which are provided by the National Agriculture Policy 2011, where they talked about farm producers organizations to take the development to rural areas. And this will also stop the influx of people looking for jobs and moving to the metropolitan cities. The third context we need to look at is helping in better standards of living for everyone, particularly in terms of education, healthcare. Also, there are ways in which we can increase this better standard of living through better access to finances and advice and consultancy, as it is in terms of accessing to the entertainment. The fourth context, which is highlighted by the national education policies of equity, access, and inclusivity. For example, women empowerment can be one of the areas to be dealt with. It's more convenient for them to work from home, no matter where they're located. And I think if this divide is bridged, digital technology-based functioning can be a great help in becoming more inclusive. And finally, the context we need to look at is governance, that we ensure these four contexts to be effective. I am sure you will agree with me that initial impact of any change of this kind leads to exploitation, manipulation, conflict with the new form of democracy which is emerging. Have you ever heard about absolute power in a democracy? But world is facing this. We had seen absolute power only in communist and socialist kind of patterns. But today's democracies are all powerful, whether it's one man or a cabinet of ministers having all powers. And I can give examples subsequently when we discuss this. In this scenario, collaboration rather than competition is the way forward. The time has come when institutions in the neighborhood, institutions within the state and the country have to work together. And I'll end my first round of talks with the fact that resilience has become not a one-time event or a conclusive state at the end of certain process. For example, if we look at the pandemic becoming endemic now, we say that we become resilient. In fact, resilience itself will keep on changing, and we have to achieve new equilibrium of resilience every time, as is the endemic. In fact, the new normal, as we've been talking about, there's nothing like new normal. This new normal will keep changing almost every year. When you start a program of 4 years, you don't know what will happen by the time you end the program. That's the new normal you're talking about. And in this new normal, my last point is that the only model which we have implemented and has been successful, and many universities, including Europe, have adopted this. I spoke about it to a UK-based media house, I think middle of 2020. The 1/3 of the time will be spent in campuses where essentials like lab activities will happen. The theory part, which earlier we used to call as ineffective or at times in harsh words like crap, it has been proven that it was meaningless, and we can do it equally effectively through online classes. So 1/3 will carry on, particularly theory part, through online classes, and you're left with 1/3. It has to shift outside the campus, it has to shift outside the classroom, and time has come when you focus more on research and project-based teaching learning process, leading to innovative ideas. When the students work in an informal or semi-formal environment, creativity is at its best. I think time has come to involve students and faculty into that. So I'll stop here, Dr. Vikas, and perhaps I'll continue when you give me next chance. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Asing sir, for sharing the big picture with us. And you have touched upon some very crucial points. We'll be summarizing these points subsequently, sir. I now invite Dr. Ramakrishna sir, Vice Chancellor at Swami Vivekananda Yoga Anusandhan Samsthan, Bengaluru, to share his views on the big picture about the rural-urban digital divide in India. I invite Dr. Ramakrishna to share his thoughts.
Thank you, sir. Namaskar. Let me express my heartfelt abhinandan to the organizers for having organized a wonderful webinar with panel discussion on the topic New Normal Education Leadership. The most important aspect is when we talk about India as a country whole, yes, we have to accept that India is a country with majority of rural background. No one can say that India, we have become urbanized and we have achieved the target and we are racing with the countries like Europe and others. We have to accept that India is a country of rurals. Whatever the technology innovation or whatever the policies that we make, if it doesn't reach the rural, it means you have not done it. If you look into the technology, whatever that is available, except little which has gone towards the rural, everything is urban centered. Urban centered means we are talking about the educational or employability or whatever, only to the extent of about maximum about 8 to 10% of the community. And if this is the scenario, I am sure we can never become a country of developed. We will be developing forever. Just I would like to tell a few things. After this COVID scenario only, this problem has arisen now. Because we started innovative technologies in order to make our resistance and challenge to the COVID scenario. But COVID is not going to be there forever. Just like we have lifespan, COVID too has a lifespan. And as everyone has seen now, the new variant is almost losing its strength. Maybe it may survive for a few years. So should we prepare, anticipating that this will remain forever? Should we change our type of teaching, type of learning, and the type of creating the new product for the country's future? No. This is only a temporary setback. And you cannot convert the whole rural-based educational system, learning system into the advanced urbanized pattern. I feel it is a very wrong policy. You know, at what cost we are improving and implementing these technologies? Students are losing their health. Children are losing their physical things. They are getting addicted to their mobile or to their system, whatever. And the employees working, all working, they started working from home. And only the people who have been very successful is the doctors community now. The non-communicable diseases, diabetes, hypertension, sleep disorders, anxiety, stress, all these are vertically increasing. We have seen for the last 2 years, there is about 7% addition of these non-communicable diseases. When this is the scenario, we should have clarity with us that the scenario that is going on will be there for few days, few years. It is already getting down. See, practically the third wave is not that significant even though it is happening outside. A country with least technology, that means our rural community people who work more, who work hard, who live in the natural environment and the vicinity are more healthier and have more immunity than the people who live in a sophisticated atmosphere and use these technologies. Therefore, in the given scenario, we should rather making our technologies of education and communication urban centered, we should shift our focus to rural India. Then only we can build a strong India and Atmanirbhara Bharat. Otherwise, you have to depend on others forever. I will tell you, when you talk about the technologies in connecting the rural and the urban, definitely the urban people, but now urban also have become such congested and there is more demand and more load. You cannot get good signal of your internet or even mobile everywhere. In the rural, you forget, nothing is possible. That is the scenario we have. It is, the reason is we can't blame anybody. The population of India is so thick and so high, and any amount of that technology or the towers you put for the signals, you cannot cope up. But in the given scenario, better we move our focus towards rural. I have seen the topmost scientific community who have already sold their properties, agricultural lands in the rural, and have migrated to city as an attraction to the technology. They are Gharvapsi. They are coming back now. They are coming back. They have seen, they have tasted, they have enjoyed, they have lost physical health, mental health, happiness. Now, again coming back. But whatever the technology we talk about the rural that we are doing also for rural, it is only on papers. I can tell you, today morning there is a message, there is a press report in the paper that the government is going to send the RTC, one of the most important documents for agriculture land, to their home. When people go and shout and sit in the queue, when they can't get their RTC or Khata extract, their mutation, will this be served? Will be reached to their home? These are all in papers. So anything talking about the rural benefit is not reaching, and it is purely centered at the urban level. Definitely there is a gap, and the bridging is so difficulty. The only solution is, rather than focusing urban centered, change our policy, change our attitude towards rural. Then automatically, see, the earlier speaker told about how the strikes by the farmers and all went on. Yes, it is because through technology we have not helped them anything. Through technology, we are not able to update them the day-to-day requirements, and we are not able to provide them the market tariff that is prevailing. Oh, everything is remaining only on the papers. Unless the institutions, it cannot be done only by the government. The private institutions, the technological institutions should focus more and more towards the rural. Then definitely there can be a progress, and this gap can be reduced, and we can go ahead and march ahead towards self-reliant India or Atmanirbhar Bharat. Beyond this, I don't want to comment much. So this is my opinion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ramakrishna sir, for sharing your picture. It's a very different approach that you are suggesting, that there should be a different policy for rural India, there should be a different policy for urban India, and the policy should focus more on rural India because larger population is there and they need to be benefited, more. Their issues to be addressed more than the issues which are dwelling in the urban centers. And I think that is why maybe Uttar Pradesh government, they have started their e-Gyan Ganga, and central government has started Swam Prabha channels, which are available on Doordarshan, and teachers are recording their small videos, and all those videos are coming on Doordarshan because they also believe policymakers, as Dr. Rasing mentioned, that policymakers are very forward-looking now. So I think the policymakers understood this challenge, and they have started this e-Gyan Ganga channel and Swam Prabha channel, where sitting at home, without using internet, without using data, without using your smartphone, using the old Doordarshan channel on television, you can watch those lectures, maybe pre-recorded, not live, but those lectures, and the learning can continue for those kids which are at rural locations. Very nice, big picture you have shared, Ramakrishna. Thank you so much. Now I invite Maulishri Dubey, CEO of Professional Institute of Engineering and Technology, Raipur. I think this is third or fourth occasion when we are together on the panel. It's a pleasure to invite Molchuri to share with us the big picture on this digital divide between rural and urban India, and the policy or the decisions that we can take to address this, bridging this gap. Molchuri, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Surely, sir, it's a pleasure connecting with you again. And I express my sincere gratitude to ArdorComm Media for having me here. And it's an honor to share the screen with such eminent panelists. My work has usually been in rural India, so I know at the grassroots level persists. As Ramakrishna sir clearly said, that if the solutions that you make doesn't reach rural India, the solutions are invalid. So we need to understand that the rural India, they are at a risk, they face double digital divide, the supply and the demand. They are not on the only facing the supply risk, but they lack the access to the next gen infrastructure, and also they lack the basic knowledge and skills that are required to explore the digital technology which is out there. So even if the digital highways are there and right in place, they may remain underexploited in terms of business use or customer take-up or the services provision. Also, recently I have been doing this community-based tourism project where I have been the structural designer and making homestays. So I have gone to several interior villages of Gujarat and Madhya Pradesh, and the basic thing, they don't have the access to internet, which bolsters the already existing problems to these communities. And we cannot have those Forcordian approach to make them available with the technology. We have to follow the community center approach, which I found it appropriate. We have to provide them with internet access at community centers, because they don't have the privilege of owning a private laptops or computers or smartphones at their home. And even if they have, it's the male head of the family who has access to the digital device. And then again, they face the gender inequality. Their son has the privilege to attend the online classes. And I have seen a lot of dropouts in the past 2 years, not only in schools, but also in the higher education level. So when we talk about the digital divide, we need to look into the 7 aspects, that the infrastructural development, what we are giving. And these edtech companies, they are coming with different solutions, providing, making them ready for the jobs, but they are only providing tools to make them ready for jobs. But we have also to provide them the access to technology and STEM education that cannot be neglected. And professional education like engineering or medical education cannot be imparted through shortcut ways, and you cannot promise them to have a course for 6 months and take up the job. Then what's the life of the employability of the job when the graduates are facing difficulty in finding jobs? So the life is very short and it's very transient with such programs where you promise them that 3 months of course or 6 months of course can give you a job which an engineering graduate gets. That I find the flaws and the drawbacks with the edtech people are coming up with the solutions. You cannot have shortcuts with the STEM education in our country. Secondly, the role of community information centers and the role of public libraries. The public libraries don't have computers or internet connections. The broadband penetration, if we talk about in the rural India, it's only 29% as compared to the 51% at national level. So generally, when we talk about the communication or the access to internet, people use the survey data of TRAI, that is the Telecommunication Regulatory Authority of India, as the base of getting to know the increase in the subscribers, but that only gives the increase in the users, the basic telecommunication, not whether they have the access to the internet or they have the data. It all depends on the affordability and their socio-economic status. And we have to be very sensitive considering the cultural and the linguistic underpinnings of certain communities in India. There are a lot of communities who are not comfortable with the English language, but the major data that we have online is in English. And also we need to create the content in regional languages to capture their interest, because the interest is the major barrier. When we talk about rural India, people automatically lose interest when they know that the technology is has to be made use in English language, or you have to get used to it. So the content creators have to focus on creating contents in regional languages, which again is a problem because of the prevalence of ASCII, that is the computing code, which restricts the alphabets or the set characters with the other languages that we have. So we can have video contents of regional languages, imparting them mathematical skills or certain other science and technology things, so that the interest, if the interest persists, the student will want to continue the education. The major friction is the technological, the fear for technology, as we say, technophobia. So they have this, rural people, they have this, that we don't know this language. So I think the first thing they have to concentrate is on building content on regional languages, and then making a transition from regional to English. It has to be structured properly. We cannot use same policy for the urban students for rural students, because their approach is completely different. Another thing is demographical barrier, which is obviously there, the connectivity issues that I faced when I was doing certain projects. There was connectivity issues. And what I feel, there has to be community center approach, where Jan Shiksha, as we call it, the people should be there, instructors should be made available to make rural people computer literate. We have to form IT kiosks, number of IT kiosks in collaboration with private or public sectors. They can contribute with the investment, and so that they can make the rural people, comfortable with the language and computer literate. And such centers will also act as information centers on other topics as well, regarding agriculture, the crops, the market rate of it. So there has to be such information centers, and Madhya Pradesh government has already started working towards it. They call such centers at Suchnalayas, where they get Suchna of what is happening around, what is the current share price, market price. And the literacy rate is also very less in rural India. So we need not only focus the students, but also their parents, because it's in totality the economic growth affects. So what I feel is there are certain solutions we need to look forward to, how to impart and how to bridge this gap, because most of the things, as sir pointed out earlier, that it's on paper, but when you actually go and see at grassroots level, people are not receiving that benefits what government has initiated, because all the information are out there online, and they don't have mobiles to use it to do online transactions or e-governance, or to the updated syllabus in the institutes. So for all of that, we need people to educate them, to make them computer literate. So we need information centers, IT kiosk centers at the rural India, at several places, to make people comfortable with it, and then only we can talk about bridging the gap. So these are my views. I would like to stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Maulshri. You give it a new turn. You are saying that there are, we know that 300 million people have access to internet in the rural area. So around 30% of the population has access to internet, and now we're giving it a further edge, saying that even that access is more restricted towards boys or the elder in the families. So the actual reach having a big gender divide also. So looking at the paucity of time, I would be asking, raising questions. I'll be looking for short answers from all the eminent panelists. My first question, the question would be across all the three panelists, and I would request them to give a short kind of 1 minute answer. The first question, which is to Dr. Rasing sir, how can technology impact the future of jobs and employability, especially in the young kids which are in rural India? How can that be addressed? Rasing sir.
I'm sure I'm qualified to answer this question, and I was about to quote this in one of my next rounds. My family runs a school in Rajasthan, a small village. And I agree with every word which Molsri had said or Dr. Ramakrishna had said. But I also must emphasize that the process which has started, the trend which has started, is irreversible. We just cannot do without technology. And let me take, because back 30 seconds, if you look at three things which have happened in this country last 8 to 10 years, they are shaping the future of this country and of the children and the students in higher education. One is this unique ID, Aadhaar. Today we are connected, almost everything is connected through this, and it will continue as far as connectivity is concerned. Second is bringing more and more people into the banking banking kind of process, this Jan Dhan Yojana, which has been proven during the COVID that it reached the last person the next day and without a pilferage of a single penny. It has never happened in this country. And of course, third is digitization. The government has moved forward. Last 8 to 10 years, a lot of investment has been made. Having looked at all the weaknesses which you pointed out, I'm sure everybody will agree that is growing at the exponential rate. And we have been providing digital education in that small village. And I must cite the problem, I think, which will also appeal to Dr. Ramakrishna. None of the government schools had online classes. And this school had online classes. And believe me, children left and took admission in the government schools because they said no NOC is required. Stopped paying the fees. But in one room at the home, all the neighboring students will attend the Zoom class of this school to whom they're not paying the fees. Now, they are the ground realities, which I think these edtech companies have not been pondering over at all, that how it is feasible. You'll agree with me that the physical infrastructure which has been invested already, this has added to the burden. But having said this, you just can't escape it. Online education does not, according to me, compete with the regular education. It serves three distinct segments. One is reaching the unreached, and that is largely from the rural areas, largely from the countries we didn't have access to. Second is the people who just cannot leave their job and want to upskill. I'm an example. After 10th class, I never went to college. I've learned everything from the lab called life and heading the academic institution because I couldn't afford to leave the job. And therefore, I resorted to distance learning mode of education in 1980s, in fact, though online was not there at that time. So online is perhaps a revised version of that, more modern version of that. And the third one is, I think in the previous panel, most of the speakers pointed out about lifelong learning. Alumni are not out of the system of university when they graduate. I think the trend has started world over. Now they have to be enrolled for 20 years, 25 years. And the universities take responsibility not only for the degree, but also the continuing education program. And last point would be that while we have access to new pathways because of the online access to best of the contents and best of the faculty, though in a limited way, but at least it's an addition, it's improvement over what we had. This concept of micro-credentials facilitated by the Academic Bank of Credit, which is the reality now. Large universities have become members, including us, will enable people to learn only that module, could be of 5 hours, 10 hours, 20 hours, 30 hours, as required, whenever required, anywhere required, and still earn credits for that. And maybe in the lifetime of a person, they end up getting a formal degree for the matter. And finally, they say that the taste of pudding is eating it. I can give an example of my own university, which is the best thing I can do. We are a university for last 12 years. We had the second cycle of NAC and we got A++. We're doing very well in regular degrees, 24,000 full-time students. We got approval for online degree in March 2020. And friends, please note, we already have 42,000 students in open distance learning. It has outsmarted the regular education, which has been there for last 12 years. And to add to this, 6,000 enrollments are from foreign countries. These students could never travel, could not afford. No, there are countries like African countries, Latin American countries, some of the Southeast Asian countries. We could also, I think, execute our CSR plans. We have gone a very, very subsidized rates to Indian Army, for example. And we have influx of people enrolling, not only the serving personnel, but their wards. We could give 1,000 seats free of cost to the Karnataka government for those children whose families were affected by COVID. And whatever the government told us, we admitted them without a single penny. Now, this was not possible earlier. So I think point I'm making is that for future of the children in higher education schools, it's extremely important. We cannot go with this. I did point about the blended learning mode has to stay and stay forever. We get access to the best of the people in the world. And I think as teachers, the implication for us is that if we do not upgrade ourselves on daily basis, we'll be out of business. My Zoom, this session is being recorded. Next time, nobody needs to hear me. They can simply keep on playing it again and again. I think this needs to be realized, and this requires some mindset change. Unless we feel that our job is at stake, we will not improve. I think the real thing which matters is what happens in 1 hour of the class, whether online or offline, immaterial.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Job is at stake, then people would continue lifelong learning. That's one good take. I request Dr. Ramakrishna, sir, to answer to the same question, that how this technology can be used, can impact the future of jobs, especially in the from rural India. Dr. Ramakrishna, sir. Or maybe Molishri, you can answer this first, and then I can go to Dr. Ramakrishna.
Yeah, so I have only 2 points here when we talk about jobs, as that's very limiting when we talk about rural India, because you have family of potters, you have a family of weavers. So they have been surviving on that, and now they want jobs in cities because they cannot survive on that due to the pandemic. So there can be 2 chances, mobilizing technology for making them available on online e-markets, e-strategies. And secondly, when we talk about employability, we also have to talk about the life of the employability. It's not only promising them certain job, and then after 2 months, another qualified person replaces them. So employability, we have to look into the life of the employability aspect when we talk about rural India, because their economic growth is badly affected, although we all have been affected greatly with this pandemic. But rural India has seen the greater part of it. And nowadays, when I go to the institute and student come, we have COVID students who have lost both their parents. So they are the COVID students. So they don't have the direction what to do ahead in life. They have nobody to guide them or to mentor them. So for them, we need to give them the right job opportunities and make them accessible to the technology and to the STEM education, and not just making the fake promises through various companies and then they lose their job within 2 months. So this is the problem we are facing. And again, I have been working on how to overcome this. So for now, I have only this much to say.
And you suggested a very good solution also. You suggested that can be community IT centers, there can be Suchnalaya, there can be public library having internet. So yes, you are involved in that domain, so you have some very ready solutions to suggest as well. Now I request Dr. Ramakrishna.
Because, sir, can I take 30 seconds before you come in?
Please.
I think the point which Molshri mentioned is praiseworthy. Another important thing which all universities are bound to do it is adopting villages under Unnat Bharat Abhiyan.
Yeah.
I think the student body from wherever you are located could be used to not only develop the standards of living, but also educate the children there on innovative technologies, and based on whatever the affordability can also help them with the electronic gadgets, which may be very helpful, may be fully loaded with the content. So you don't need internet connectivity for that. So asynchronous mode of teaching can also be adopted through these institutions. Everybody is required to adopt at least 5 villages, but many are adopting even more. And we have done it very, very successfully. We not only made them self-sufficient in power through solar panels. We had a group of 7-8 households, the cooking gas and the rainwater harvesting. We could get the clearances from district authorities very, very fast. And a lot of subsidies, we could educate them how they avail it. And rural agricultural based kind of businesses where many people have got the jobs could also be adopted.
That's a great suggestion. Unnat Bharat can be used, to enhance this. That's great, sir. Dr. Ramakrishna would like to add now.
Yeah. Sir, actually the policy makers of this country should decide 2 aspects. One is, what is the employable jobs in the rural, or significant employable jobs are the areas should be provided with only the needed technological upliftment. If you give complete the modernized technology and you are going to cut down the employability, you are going to cut down the people's food for that matter, forget about butter, the bread. Certain areas should never be touched with advanced technology. Once you do that, it is suicidal for the country, because our country is 140 millions, that more of them are in the rural. Now, unfortunately, in the name of modernization and technology, we are virtually killing the rural. We have already spoiled the native cows. For that matter, I will give you an example. And we have already spoiled the agricultural sector by pesticides and inorganic manures. Now we are talking about organic cultivation and don't use pesticides. This is a reverse. Somebody have done foolishly previously. Should we do that the same thing? Our mindset should change fast. For example, cloth. Cloth is an air clothing. It is requirement for everybody. Earlier, cloths were manufactured in the rural sector, in the villages. They used to do hand weaving and other things. Now we have converted everything into big industries, and everyone have become unemployed. When people become unemployed, the terrorism, Naxalism, everything will start. There will be a social disharmony, and one should be very selective. And banking industry, look at the bank now. It is sinking now. Why it is sinking? And the more technological addition means we are losing the human touch. Robots, people talk about robots. For the hotels in India, in Bangalore city, I was told that already, to serve the items, the robots are coming. This is for a country where there are no people, whereas ours is a country with rich of human resource, and we should keep our technology behind us, not in front of us. That is my suggestion.
That's a great point to make, sir, that we should first train our people and make them employable, use them rather than switching and jumping onto robots. I can have many questions. I can see Chandan is observing us for last 10 minutes and maybe giving us an indication to stop our discussion. Chandan, is that the motive of your being present here?
So
Thank you so much.
The discussion is so magnetic. I cannot, depart myself from this. So I
switching on the camera gave us the indication to all of us.
Yeah, Rasing sir, I was trying to read from that. So thank you so much to all the eminent panelists. Wonderful discussion. This digital divide, in three panel members have three very distinct, different approach towards addressing this issue, and that's the truth. And in the last session, we discussed about lifelong learning. I think lifelong learning is also one of the solution in reducing this, divide and gap between rural and urban India. Thank you so much once again to Chandan for inviting all of us and giving us this opportunity. It's a pleasure to be with all the eminent panel members.
Pleasure is all ours, sir. Definitely, this is one of a very important session of the day, and a very right justice has been done by the moderation, Vikas sir, you have done as always. Dr. Raj sir, thank you so much for joining in this important deliberation. Very meaningful and insightful brainstorming. Some points which you have raised, which is definitely useful and knowledgeful for all of us who have witnessed. Dr. B.R. Ramakrishnan sir, thank you so much for being a part of this. Molashri Dumbe ma'am, it is always a pleasure to have you. And seeing the panel session, it was a very rightly said. So we have two people from Bangalore, the urban, and two people from Raipur, maybe tier 2 and the rural divide. So we had a very nice blend of this topic coming from urban and rural divide, and how technology is making it quite easy. So with this, let me have the honors by the ArdorComm media to felicitate you and recognize you for your exemplary contribution in the education, sir. We would like to felicitate you with an e-certificate. May we please have the certificate online?
Thank you.
Ramakrishnan, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Sir. Next. Dr. Raj Singh, sir. A small acceptance note from you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think I would attribute this appreciation, which I can see on this screen, to those brilliant faculty members and students whose talent I at best reflect. I think it goes to them.
Wow.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Professor Vikas Singh, Vice Chancellor, ITM, Raipur.
Thank you, Chandan. It's always a pleasure to join hands with you. You are full of energy, and your company, Ordor.com. I wish all the very best to ArdorComm Media. And let's hopefully meet in the physical mode in the next summit. Thank you so much.
Touch wood, sir. Cross fingers. Yeah. Thank you. Next. Yes, Mauloshri Dubey, the CEO of PIIT Raipur. Ma'am, you are an inspiration and motivation for the young budding entrepreneurs like you. So thank you so much for your giving and setting great examples by yourself.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me here. Sincere gratitude to you. Also, when I joined in Delhi, I thought I couldn't make it, but thanks to you and Tanu for making me join there as well. And I was willing to come to Bangalore as I feel it's my home. I did my engineering from MS Ramaya, Bangalore.
Wow.
So I love the city. So anyway, online is also good. And it was great connecting with such eminent panelists, Vikas sir, Raj sir, and Ramakrishna sir. It's an honor and a privilege to share the screen at such early age with such great education leaders of the country. Thank you so much.
I think it's an example of what technology can do. We're still meeting.
Yeah. So being a virtual, we thought to have the essence or the feel of the event just like a physical event. So that was our efforts to do that. Thank you so much for joining us over here.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Pratik, maybe please invite you again, Pratik.
Namaste.
Yeah, now we are going to proceed with an industry speech on the topic, the future of education marketing. Speaking on this will be Mr. Abhishek Ballab, co-founder Extra-Edge. Over to you, sir.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me, Chandan? Good to see you again. Yeah.
Yes, Abhishek, we can hear you.
Okay, so I'm audible. So just let me confirm me once I share my screen if you're able to see my screen. Okay. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, it's there.
Okay. So first of all, great discussion and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Abhishek and I'm the co-founder of Extra-Edge. And we are a software company and we help education brands of all shapes and sizes to increase their admissions using our technology and product. And it's a very important topic. It has always been a very important topic of admissions, but as we are literally looking at, unfortunately, maybe a third wave where we were going to probably, at least from an education point of view, colleges are going to be shut for at least few time. And this year is going to be very similar to what the last 2 years has been, right? From a college being shut down and things happening online, admissions are certainly going to happen online. That's for sure, right? And with that as a latest status quo and context, I will want to start and talk about that, why admission teams need to win and what it takes for admission teams to win in this new reality that we are presented and a newer reality that the Omicron has probably brought us today, right? So I think in an online world, it's very evident that students and parents who are your customers, right? So any education institute who have participated today, your customers are basically your parents, the parents, prospect parents, and the prospect kids. They do not make choices by herd mentality now. They discuss and deliberate, which means that if your customer is intelligent and they have multiple options, then your brand plays a very, very critical and important role, right? And gone are the days when I was applying for my undergrad or after class 12th, and generally engineering, medical, or defense services were the three options that I had with me, right? So we had just 2 or 3 options, and I'm very sure for Chandan, you also, these were the options probably. But now these options have very, very varied, and people can do an online program and not even go to college. So educated decisions are starting to be made. Now, this is clearly accelerated by an online acquisition world, which pandemic has pushed us into. That students and parents have newer expectations from us today, right? And I wanted to start with this particular thing, that the way we choose colleges and courses has changed fundamentally for good. What it also means is that in an online world where a kid may or may not come to your college physically, right? Relationships built over a Zoom, over a phone call, on a digital world becomes very, very important. Now, nobody is going to make a choice of enrolling for a course before talking to somebody. I mean, even if we are applying for a big or a reputed institute, people talk to their friends, family members, they get counseled. There are so many companies who have built, crores of business in counseling the student itself, right? So admission teams win by understanding the student journey and by understanding the relationships. And this, any education brand owner who's present today in the audience, or people who are related with admissions, should very clearly understand, right? Now, what does it mean? What does further mean that with COVID-19, every offline operations have come to a grinding halt, and this will continue to do so. So what has brought the news that we are hearing today, and we are still hearing today in the third year, are something like these, that students are affected, colleges are shut down, teachers do not have an ability to teach. Private school enrollments have gone through a low, and McKinsey produced a report that students are behind in their basic learning of mathematics and reading. So there's a lot of noise and lot of sound which is perceived in a negative connotation, that there are so many things that are going wrong, right? But there are also things which are getting realized, and people have become better in the last 2 years how to deal with, as we call the new normal, right? And COVID has been the real demonetization moment for education. What demonetization did to fintech is what COVID has done to education and education technology. And a lot of really good companies have come up. A lot of funding has happened to these companies. A lot of education institutes have changed their pedagogy, brought teachers online, have been conducting classes online, learned how to use Zoom, Google Meets, and they have totally taken their admission online and leverage technologies like Extra-Edge to run it all digital and online today, right? This is what has positively happened from a acquisition perspective for an organization. Now, what it also means that there are some signals that we observed, and I think everybody observed, that entrance examinations started to get delayed. There was a new education policy which promoted skilling and distance education. And also admission teams or acquisition teams or marketing teams also started to operate remotely. In the history of education in India, this probably was the first time where your acquisition, outreach, and digital marketing team were all remote and they were working from home. And it looks like even in this year, they will continue to do so. And by the way, online search volume on admissions probably went from 68,000 to near about 2 lakh, which means that it's going to go, and more people are looking for opportunities online, which means that digital SEO, SEM, and your digital presence and your online presence probably will be the most important competitive advantage that you will ever have today. So these are some of the signals from supply and demand that we observed, and I'm sure a lot of people in the audience also observed that. Now, what I'm trying to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, today is that in the new reality we live in, admissions are changing, and the way students choose the course is changing, and so should how you admit students, and what's your admissions process and what's your admission cadence. That needs to go through a paradigm shift. most of the times in the last 2 years, it must have already gone because the need presented it to, but now the tooling, education, tech, processes all needs to change, and they need to change rapidly, right? So what needs to change fundamentally? I think there are two things which technology can help change for a lot of education brands. One is, which is very, very obvious, which has been spoken all throughout the session, and I'm sure it will be spoken in the forthcoming sessions too, how to upskill the students and make them employability ready, right? I am not an expert in that, so I will not speak about it. I think I'm myself a student. So that's not my area. What my area is the first one. How do you acquire students? How do you acquire students in a digitally first way, in a smart way? And how do you understand the student journey when the acquisition and go-to market has completely become digital? Whenever in an industry, the go-to market as in how brands perceive and respond or kind of reach out to their customers becomes totally different, which is exactly what has happened with education. Conventional print PR moving to digital thanks to pandemic. You require a new go-to-market engine, a new go-to-market thought process, a mindset to that. And this is what we are going to talk today. What's the mindset of going go-to-market for a lot of education brands, right? So what are we seeing? What are we seeing is that a lot of education institutes are moving their marketing budgets more towards online. And when I say online, I mean online, social, digital, publisher. So going to publishers, going to Google AdWords, Facebook, Instagram, spending more money on their websites, on their landing pages, making it mobile friendly, very clearly evident now. Most around 60% institutes, and we work with more than 250 odd institutes, and we see that a lot of people have their internal counseling and marketing team, which is a very healthy and good change, right? Which was not the case earlier on. There are still agent networks, but people have their own counseling and marketing team, and they should, by the way, right? Third, what we are seeing is that due to Sarv Shiksha Abhiyan and the government's initiative from Skilling India, the gross enrollment ratio, which we all know is the ratio of how many people are eligible for higher ed, right, will probably get to around 5 million by this year end. Which means that right from a schooling level to UG or a PhD or a higher education level, the supply is going to come like a mad rush. And the brands really need to understand who these guys are, what their motivations are, what do they want, and how can we smartly acquire them digitally, because they will be acquired digitally because they are digital. They are present on social networks. They are present. They search. They are smart. They have access. They have internet connectivity, and they can Google and search you on top of a page, and they can build their own perception about you. And that's why publishers also play a very, very important role, right? So that's the fundamental digitization of student acquisition that is happening. And this is the third year. And this year, people who have done that will reap dividends. People who are about to do that need to move fast. And people who have not done that will face a really, really difficult time. So expectations of students are changing. So let's quickly talk about what do we mean by when expectations are changing. Expectations of a student and parent, and a lot of people in the audience, you are not only associated with education institutes, right, but you're also parents, right? What do you want for your kid in an uncertain environment where you can only talk digitally or online to people? You want the brand to have a real-time presence. You want some kind of social engagement where a question can be answered on an Instagram or probably a Facebook Messenger or a WhatsApp. You want follow-up and guidance, because you or a parent will go and a kid will go and make his choice irrespective of pandemic and no pandemic. So they needed to be guided across the whole journey, and they need to be made feel that you're not selling them your program, but you're caring about what their interests are and aligning their interest with your program. That's a different way of looking at admissions. And finally, on-time communication. Imagine that somebody called you up, or you communicated to somebody and they were asking for some fee and brochure tomorrow at 3 p.m. and your people did not respond it on time, which might be the case most of the times. And somebody responded on time and the opportunity is gone. So it's a time critical process, right? And who responds promptly and gives these parents and students the right information at the right point in time, right? They will go towards them because they'll trust people who are disciplined. And that's how we build trust. And finally, it needs to have a real-time presence. A parent ends his day after his office at 8:30, 9 o'clock at night. The student is probably just free at house after 12th. He will sit with that kid probably at 10 o'clock in the night. Will he be calling an education institute at 10 o'clock in the night? Will there be somebody on the other end picking up the phone? Of course, no. Should he be getting some response? Of course, yes. Right? How this could be possible? It could be possible by automation like WhatsApp, bots, easy FAQs and guides where they could go and they can talk as they're talking on Instagram and getting that information. So real-time presence is very, very critical. Don't think about real-time from your perspective. Think about real-time perspective from your customer's perspective. When they will be free, they can be free any 24/7, right? So that's very, very important. What does it do to admissions fundamentally? Admission changes and education marketing, as is the topic is today, that the future of education marketing. How do we see the future of education marketing? The future of education marketing are, from a marketing perspective, is where students are. From an admission perspective, it's more counseling. From a brand perspective, it's online, mobile, and social. From a positioning perspective, it needs to be periodic and consistent. Gone are days when you are only promoting for 3 months and your admission cycle will end probably in 5 months. No, it's going to be there for 12 months, and you should look it as an opportunity to probably bring more new age skilling courses to complement your UG and PG programs. That's how you should think about it. Because be it or not, there is a wave of edtech companies like Newton School, Masai School, Upgrad, who are bringing these, and these are good alternatives for a 21-year-old kid from a Ranchi or a Raipur or a Jharkhand, right? It's a very good alternative for them. Move from 12th, take a course and become employable right away. Is our institutes presenting a viable and competitive opportunity or an or option to the kid or not? That's a very important question. And finally, the counseling in an age of instant gratification where people do not have patience, and I think because of staying at home, people are becoming even less patient, I would like to believe, then pitching becomes very, very important. How can a university A or an institute A differentiate themselves in 30 seconds or 45 seconds to a parent or a kid who is asking pertinent questions? This is what is happening in your industry from an admission point of view. And I have been privy as a founder for being in this industry for 5 years and helping education institutes to move from where they are to where they should be. And this is what we have understood, and I'm presenting it to you. Now, with these reality, right, this is how we have built our company and our platform and technology called Extra Edge. And I would talk less about it, and probably this session is more about you than me, right? That any technology comes when our industry is going through a very important paradigm shift because of some macro and micro phenomena happening today in India. The macro phenomena is definitely pandemic and new education policy. And the micro phenomena is basically the changing behavior of a millennial and a new parent. And these both are happening together probably for the first time in India's education history, right? And that's why technology can play a very important role, where it can really help you understand your student's journey. It can help you to communicate with them at the right point in time. And it can help you understand that who's right fit for you. Every student need not take admission in a particular institute. The right student needs to take admission in a proper institute, right? And that's what we are helping these teams to acquire and win. Very quickly, 3 things. I think we are working with a lot of, and some of the university partners we see today on the call. So we have been working with a lot of big brands, be it edtech, be it coaching, test prep, and big brands, universities, and we have been helping them. And we basically help you do 3 things very quickly, right? That can you understand your student's journey, which is fundamentally digital in nature, right? And management, admission heads, and teams benefit out of it, where a customer relationship management new age really helps you understand who your students prospects are and where they're coming from and what messaging you need to give them to move the needle forward, right? Finally, second, more from a marketing perspective, that what campaigns work well, what messaging works well, what verbiage works well for them. Can this all run in an autopilot mode or not? So branding, marketing, and nurturing prospects and providing them the right information at the right point in time. Now, these two are very powerful agents, and this combines with what we call the application tracking system, where a lot of universities and group of institutes are mandated by UGC to follow our application process, where they run that application process. And that application process can also become more smooth, mobile first, driven by app ecosystem. And it should seem like while they are downloaded a Swiggy or a Zomato to order food, they could download an app to fill their application forms as easily as possible. It should be as seamless like that. The consumer behavior should not be changed and should not be even tried to be changed. It should be the same, right? So how do you engage when people have less information, and most of the times people have the wrong information, becomes very, very critical and very, very important. And finally, last but not the least, people have been doing admissions for a long period of time. They can learn from their past data, and the new data can intelligently tell them that, is Abhishek a right fit for a university A or a university B? And this will really help the people at the ground level to make smart data-driven decisions. This is what we are building and we are helping. And this in the wake of the changing reality of admissions going completely digital, B, changing consumer behavior of a millennial and a new parent. And your team really needs to understand both the shift of from a marketing perspective and from your own consumer behavior perspective. The organizations who understand this will have the real competitive advantage going forward as the years progress. New age admissions, and this is my last slide, will be driven by smartphone that understands the prospect journey. This is our belief at Extra Edge. We believe this, and we share this belief with a lot of other organizations who also understand that this is going to change. And the tools that you see are just are the tools of agent. As somebody said rightly, that technology needs to follow us and not, kind of guide us. Our vision needs to guide us. Technology just accelerates the process, right? So, CRM, marketing automation, online application form tracking system, WhatsApp, analytics, bot, chat. These are all agents that will fuel and help you to move in a digital first admission narrative. And that's what we are going to talk about. That's what I'm talking about. And that's what we are building over the period of time, right? That's my next slide. I think, first of all, I wish everybody safety for this new year. It's going to be, again, perceived as tough for us and also for education institutes to operate online and conduct their affairs online, A. B, I would say that let's collectively realize the potential of the world has changed. Country's education system is going through a fundamental change from policy, from pedagogy, as well as from admissions point of view. And my name is Abhishek, and I'm the co-founder of Extra Edge, and we are helping your admissions teams to win, cope, and prosper in 2021-22 and continuing from here onwards. I also take this opportunity to thank Chandan for inviting me and giving me an opportunity to not only speak about what we have learned, but also giving me an opportunity to share what Extra Edge is doing and how it is helping admission and outreach teams for education brands across India and the globe. Yeah. Thank you, Chandan.
Thanks, Abhishek. In fact, a very insightful talk which you just presented. As the name suggests in your organization, Extra Edge, this is an extra to whatever edge which we have designed. So it could be matched with the out-of-box thinking, which we say in common words. So this is how the future of education marketing is very apt topic, and it is very relevant to the kind of discussions which is happening today. You are helping institution to understand and transform their traditional admission process to the digitized and more newest technology-driven admission process. You help us understand what is the admission cycle of a student, which is very crucial, and it is from the first call which comes to an institute, a landline number or a mobile number or a visit to a website. From that to a conversion into an admission, that is how you help the institution understand. So, so with this presentation, I hope people, those who have listened to you carefully, would definitely get in touch with you. If any query comes to it, we'll transform and we'll forward those queries to you. So all the best for whatever work you are doing, Abhishek. My best wishes to you and your lovely team. Just a token of appreciation and thanks from ArdorComm Media to you, we would like to give you in this forum.
Thank you, Chandan. I think, thank you very much. All I can say is thank you very much.
This is for your exemplary contribution in the industry from last 5 years and many more years to come, Abhishek.
I wish you best too in your entrepreneurial journey, and great to be part with so esteemed colleagues. I cannot see any one of them, but I can see the names. So my hello and gratitude to all of them, and wish you safety and health this year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Abhishek. May I please invite my colleague Pratik?
Yeah. So now we are going to proceed with the third panel of this session on the topic, the importance of transnational programs in the internationalization of higher education. The eminent panel speakers of this session are Dr. Pankaj Gupta, educator, OP Jindal Global University, Professor D.N. Reddy, Chairman, VUG, Vasavi Engineering College, Hyderabad. Dr. Madhu Chitkara, Pro-Chancellor, Chitkara University, Chandigarh. Dr. Dwarika Prasad Unyal, Pro-Vice Chancellor, RV University, Bengaluru. Professor Dr. Chattar Singh, Vice Chancellor, Rai Technology University, Bangalore. Sanjay Padode, Founding President, Vijayabhumi University, and Chairman, Jackson. The moderator for this session is Dr. Pankaj Gupta. Over to you, sir.
Yes, Dr. Pankaj Gupta, sir.
Yeah, hello, am I audible? Okay, thank you. So Pratik ji, thank you, Chandan ji, thank you. And I would like to welcome all our distinguished panel members over here and also the people who are attending this conference. Really, Chandan has brought together a great gems together, and I'm sure even in this panel also, we are going to discuss many important things, and it is going to be of great value addition to all of us as well as to the audience. So I'd like to just say a few words and then we'll just move on. See, the importance of internationalization, we all know. In the global world, we all can't survive unless we are integrated, unless we are like a comprehensive integrated business school and the universities. There was a time when we talk about at the national level, at the institute level, then at a state level, and so on. But nowadays, we all have to be globally integrated. So there has been a time, where the internationalization was considered very much synonymous with, the how many MOUs you have. And that again, that game has been long over, where you'll say, I have 20 MOU, I have 30 MOUs. But the question is that, what is the quality of those MOUs? And what exactly are you doing over there as you sign an MOU just to show it as a trophy? Or really your faculty are going, meaningful research is taking place, meaningful dialogue is taking place. Student mobility is there, joint research grants are there. And what is the social impact and a global impact also you're able to create? So from that on, there has been a talk about the transnational education. I was also part of discussion with the British Council who launched first time. There is a Going Global partnership this year. A lot of universities have applied, and I think some have got success as well on many programs on the transnational education. So the whole thing talks about that, what is the quality of your internationalization, what kind of program you can create, and also as many business schools and universities and engineering colleges are also getting the international accreditation. Like I have Sanjay ji with me, a very senior academic leader. Their institute have got AACSB accreditation. So I was just talking to Sanjay ji that after getting this international brand, how many international students are actually coming to India? Or the other day we were talking with Madhu ji, Dwarika ji, D.N. Reddy ji, Chattar ji, all very eminent people over here. So we have a few important points which I'd like to just highlight over here, and then we'll go to all our eminent speakers. So the interconnectedness is very important, and a seamless way of interconnection rather than any knee-jerk thing that I've got this and I've got that. What is the impact you're making within your university or a business school or engineering college? And what kind of a global impact you are making? And of course, with the new education policy, again, it has to play a very important role in the future strategy of the business school and the universities. So we have to rebrand, we have to reposition the higher education institution with the international partnership and very high impact programs, which are not only creating just the money, but the meaning and the impact that is very, very important. So, whether we talk about the internationalization of curriculum, research, integration of technology, and like that. But many times the focus has been what we can learn from the West. But also as India is gaining more and more prominence, and as we are also gaining, like I was talking to Madhuji and she shared about her, the happiness program, what is happening over there. And talking to Reddy ji, he was sharing about what kind of technological innovation he's bringing, or Dwarika, who was sharing that how he has brought a lot of innovation in terms of the management education. So we all will be sharing those insights with you to see that how, what is the next level of internationalization and how the co-created programs can be created to take it forward. And we had discussed last time that we would not be talking one question to every panelist. We'll be posing different question to the panelist. And then we'll be coming out, like the initial remarks and then a final comment by each panelist. So there are four basic questions. One is how the engagement with foreign institution fulfill the aspiration of the new India. That is the first question. Second is, how can internationalization reinforce the need to attract a greater number of international students and achieve the goal of internationalization at home? Because India, recently the government of India and the Ministry of Education has started a new initiative by the name of IKS, Indian Knowledge System. There is, the Bharati Gyan Parampara. And, there is so much of wisdom over there. In our Jindal also, we have created a center for ancient wisdom. We also teach courses like Money to Meaning, Bhagavad Gita, self-awareness and mindful leadership. And we are aware about Shrikant Datar, the Dean of Harvard Business School, who launched his book long back about the rethinking MBA and talking about the being-based leadership. So how the transnational education program can be created where the Indian root and the Western, finance and marketing, how they can be combined. And the third point is, how can the student become the efficient humanitarians and the global citizens committed to the human rights through the transnational programs. And finally, how can the international education instill a sense of sustainable development and the global well-being? So how we are going to do is, I'll be going to each panelist in the order of, how it is made. And then I will like to ask different questions to the panelists. I hope it is okay, all of you. Okay, thank you. So I'd like to first go to Reddy ji to share his initial views. Over to you, Dr. Reddy.
Yeah, good afternoon, Dr. Pankaj Gupta. Thank you so much for your initial remarks. At the outset, I would like to congratulate Chandana, CEO of Ardor Communication, for organizing this particular summit, education summit and leadership summit. In fact, it's virtual mode. And also good afternoon to my panelists who are this particular panel 3 on transitional programs and also internationalization of higher education in this country. Particularly in the digital era, the flow of data is through information, knowledge, ideas, and innovation that made easy because of the digital era. And today, entire world is looking at the human capital. Why India is prominent among world communities is that human capital base. So we are training our youngsters in human capital, particularly in knowledge, then talent, skills, abilities, and experience and intelligence. These are areas where our youngsters, we have 55 million youngsters in our country. So, but only about 25-26% are coming to higher education. Rest of them opportunities are not there. So we need to promote such that higher education. Particularly, in fact, Dr. Pankaj ji asked me to speak about engagement with foreign institutions. That's what he requested me. Basically, the engagement with foreign institutions, it's going on some institution in our country. But basically, what is required is flexible curriculum. Because our education system is British driven so far. Because a structured program, 3 years undergraduate, 2 years postgraduate, for 4 years or 5 years professional courses like that. It is a structured program. But of late, because of worldwide, in USA and Europe, other Australia, other countries where the flexible curriculum made possible for students to choose the courses of their interest, keeping the core and foundation courses intact. Additional elective courses, professional courses, they need to choose so that if the flexible curriculum is there, easy for the students to go abroad, pursue higher education in other countries for some 1 semester, 2 semester, or 4 semester, depends on. So basically flexible curriculum. That means, suppose in USA, they don't call it a 3 years program or 4 years program, nothing like that. Suppose undergraduate program required 60 credits, or engineering program required 120 credits, or PG program, MS required about 60, 80 credits. Like that number of credits they talk about, they never talk about number of years. So basically choice-based credit system, flexible curriculum, choice for the student to choose the courses, keeping the core courses which the degrees they are going to get. So that is number one important. And second thing is number of credits, as I mentioned. So they have to satisfy. So if the number of credits are satisfied, then they can parent university where he or she enrolled, they can get degree, formal degree. So under new education policy also flexibility is open now. I think all institutions in this country, they can choose about 40 credits out of the flexibility from other universities, institutions in the country or abroad, or MOOCs courses. So online MOOCs courses also they can earn credits. So 40 credits they can earn, or 25%. In fact, morning Naveen Mittal, who was my friend from IIT Delhi, we are alumni, he was mentioning 40%, but I am not sure. 40% Government of India permits credits to be transferred from elsewhere. 25% I know, but anyway, 40 credits, which is they can choose from other countries or other institutions or online mode. So the student exchange programs are there. In fact, we have 1,000 universities in our country. So about 300 private universities, 130 deemed universities, 300 state universities, 44 central universities. Now the biggest number is private universities are coming up. Every state, except 2-3 states, all private universities, because it gives the impetus for them to take challenges in what's happening worldwide. Whereas state universities, they have a structure, it's difficult to change their mindset, or they have a bureaucracy is there coming in the way. Where a private university, it's easy to adopt flexible curriculum and student exchange program. So it's a 1 semester or 2 semester or 4 semester. But in this country, as far I was a member of University Grants Commission, so more than 4 semesters, they don't allow go abroad. Of the, suppose 4-year program, 2 years they can go. So if it is a 1-year program, 1 semester. If it is a 2-year program, 2 semesters, like that. Because the bill is pending in Parliament, particularly a foreign university, they can establish campuses here. That is waiting. Once it is done, it will be easy. But till that time, only 50% of the semesters they can go abroad or take the courses. That is the one. So student exchange programs are there. Either student from abroad, they can come here, our student can go there. So then similarly, twinning program. Twinning program is 2 years in India, 2 years in abroad. Or 1 year India, 1 year MBA there, 1 year MBA here. So when I was Vice Chancellor, Jawaharlal Nehru Technical University, Hyderabad. So we have a collaboration with many American universities where 2 semesters they pursue here, 2 semesters abroad. So degree is given by our parent university. Similarly, dual degree program. When I was Vice Chancellor, I introduced a program with Sweden, Swedish BTH Sweden government, where 3 semesters they do, suppose an undergraduate BTech student completes here, or MSc student complete here, they can also pursue higher education there. But to satisfy the number of credits, both the university can give degree. BTH Sweden give degree, our parent university in Hyderabad or India also can give degree. That is a dual degree program. Similarly, we also introduced whenever there are online programs. Suppose we have a online program with IIIT Hyderabad, JNTU Hyderabad, then similarly SSN Institute in Chennai. We had a foster collaboration with Carnegie Mellon University, USA, where it's an online program. It's a taught online, curriculum online, mentoring online, and the faculty are trained in Carnegie Mellon, but degree, joint degree, both by Carnegie Mellon and parent university in India. So this is online program. The student need not go abroad, but degree is given by both institutions. Similarly, there is a collaboration with Mahindra University in Hyderabad. Mahindra University, Ajul Meduri, I think earlier it was JP and all that, now is there in my friend. So they have a collaboration with French University. French, then student need not go to France, but their curriculum is adopted by their university, and faculty from French, some of them come and teach in Hyderabad, Mahindra University. So BTech program or BS program or BBA program. So this is current teaching Its mentoring is going on in Hyderabad with collaboration with French University. Similarly, joint PG program, joint PhD program, joint R&D program, faculty exchange program. Some faculty can go there, faculty can come here. The PhD student could be joint guidance from India as well as foreign university. So these are all possibilities of engaging with foreign institutions. State or central universities, they have a resilience to adopt it. Jindal University is there, Dr. Pankaj Gupta, it will be easy to adopt. Once a Senate take a decision, academic council, we can implement tomorrow. But if it is a state university, Osmania University or Delhi University, lot of hassle. It's not that easy to adopt like private universities. So private universities, they have advantage of fostering this particularly collaboration with foreign institutions. But there is a little lacuna is there. Whenever the member university grants commission, so they are riding class they put. If it is an A plus accredited by any university, they can have a collaboration with foreign university. Similarly, they put a cap. If the accreditation is not up to the mark, that universities are not allowed to have a collaboration with foreign university. As I understand, I don't know recently whether it changed, but when I was a member of UGC, where Ved Prakash was chairman, our committee has taken decision like that. So deemed to be universities, private universities, accreditation A+, so can collaborate with foreign universities for curriculum, faculty exchange, student exchange, and all these are possible. I think under a new education policy thrown open by the government of India now, MHRD, choice-based credit system, flexible system, and academic bank of credits. A student go abroad for 2 semesters in USA or Europe, anywhere, they can earn some credits. That credit could be transferred here. It's called bank transfer, like a accounting system. We put our money in bank. So the academic bank of credits. So these are the new opportunities given under new education policy. I'm sure that our universities, which are accredited, doing very well, they can too clue from here and promote the students, engage with foreign universities. I think this is going to be a game changer. These transitional programs could be taken up, and true international higher education could be done. There is a one lacuna of getting foreign faculty in India is a challenging problem, because their pay package is higher. They want good living conditions. They want a comfort living, all that. Whether our universities are geared up to meet, definitely state universities, central universities, they cannot afford to meet the requirement. Of course, goodwill gesture, 1 month, 2 months they can come. But teaching for 1 semester, 2 semester is a challenging. Private university, I think they can take clue from here. Some foreign faculty we can attract, foreign students could be attracted here. So these are challenges under engagement with foreign institutions. Thank you, Dr. Pankaj Gupta, for giving opportunity.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Reddy ji. Thank you so much. And your flexibility, number of credit, transfer of credit, joining programs, dual degree programs, online programs. So that all, is going to change the whole gamut of
Yes.
But I'd like to highlight one thing over here that, whenever there is a change of leadership, again, the important thing is that somebody who has signed some MOU and a new person comes and he says, oh, no, he says it is not good. And so he says that, okay, you have to do something new. And then in this way, the whole momentum and how thing has to go, that take a back seat. And sometimes, what is right is taken a back seat, and, who is right sometimes become more important. So
that's why, statutory bodies, it's approved, there is no problem.
Yeah, so I'm just sharing because this is what when I was doing research on this, some of the people, some vice chancellors have shared this, and they said you to highlight this point. So I have done that.
Okay.
Mentioning about the foreign faculty, my university, OP Jindal University, has got very high number of foreign faculty living here. I think 400 plus people are living here on the campus, and
that's nice.
Academic VC, Professor Rajkumar, has taken very personal step in that regard. And since I can share one secret here, that sometimes you bring one faculty, like you bring one professor, say Sean Starr from Australia, and you give him support, and whatever thing they can think about, like 2 months of summer leave, 2 months of winter leave, liberal consulting norm, whatever a person can think about getting in Australia, you provide those facilities over here. And one satisfied professor will give you many more such people.
Yes.
All happens, how you treat the people who come to you.
That's the crux of this problem is that.
Yeah, openness, transparency, then you are able to attract more. So with this, I'd like to go to Professor Dwarkaji. And I would like to say that if you'd like to comment on the question number 2, that is, how can the internationalization reinforce the need to attract a greater number of international students and achieve the goal of internationalization at home? And the same question I'd also like to pose to Sanjay ji also, that after the AACSB, what has been his experience? So firstly, I'd like to go to Dwarkaji. Dwarkaji, are you there?
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Gupta. Good afternoon, my fellow panelists, Mr. Padode, Dr. Chitkara, Dr. Reddy, and Dr. Singh. And it's a privilege to be among all of you. I'm meeting Sanjay ji again online. We just met offline recently with Raj. And I'm seeing Dr. Chitkara almost after a decade and a half, ma'am, right? I hope you're doing well. This is not a new thing, Dr. Gupta, that international students are coming or wish to come to India. From the times of the Nalandas and the Takshilas, I think a large number of foreign students used to come and study in our country with one of the largest and the best universities and one of the oldest universities there. Somewhere post-independence, we had lost that luster. We'd lost that value, and then other universities abroad had really moved much faster than us. Having said that, even in the 70s and 80s, I remember I was in a small town in Udaipur, and there we used to get some international students in some of the colleges. They were coming from Africa, they were coming from Latin America, they were coming from some European, at that point of time, USSR, and India has always been a kind of good hunting ground for students. What we really need to do, just like what we have done in IT, we need to prove to the world that we are world class. We need to prove to the world that we provide amazing value for the quality of education we give with the price at which we offer. We also need to then also benchmark ourselves from some of the best universities. And that's why the accreditations like the AACSB, the AMBAs, the AQUAs, the rankings of the Times rankings, the QS rankings will definitely allow a lot of students from not just the Western Europe, or if we just don't look at Western Europe or North America, but there is a large market which exists in order to attract students for education and technology. Now we are exporting our technology to the rest of the world, which means somewhere something we are doing right, which means we are if the best CEOs of the best technology companies happen to be in India and they're all studied in India, their undergraduate degrees are all in India, which means somewhere we are doing something right. Not just the IITs, the IIMs and the other part of it, and a lot of private universities and the business schools and the technical colleges and others actually are really providing an amazing quality of education. Two things we need to highlight to bring international students. First, we have to ease the visa norms, which means we have to work very closely with the embassies and the consulates. We have to bring those ambassadors and consul generals to our universities. Even as a consortium of universities, we should host them in Delhi, we should host them in Bangalore, we should host them in Mumbai, and tell them we should represent universities together, the schools together, and say that, this is one of the best programs we can offer to your students. That is one. Second, ease the visa norms after the degree. So first, visa norms to be eased so that they can, just like UK, right? You can work for 3 to 4 years, or Australia or Germany after getting your degree from those places. You can work for a couple of years. I think India is one of the most growing economy, irrespective of the pandemic. More number of jobs are being created in India than otherwise. More number of multinationals happen to be in India in that particular sense, which means after the degree, the international student has some of the best opportunities to work and become an expat working in this particular way. Now, if you combine these two, and with the cost advantage we have purely in the dollar terms, it's an amazing, amazing combination. What we really need to do is to create an outreach. And in that sense, all of us have to join hands. I don't see universities doing that more often. I remember I was part of the team which have set up SPG in Dubai in 2004. And we were in Gulf Expo, Education Expo. And at that point of time, Anna University was present. That time, Symbiosis was present. Only 2-3 Indian universities were present to attract, at that point of time, only the Indian students from Gulf. But what we really need to do is join hands and make an outreach attempt to many of these countries, which are Eastern European countries, North African MENA region, for example, Middle East and North African region. We need to look at some of the Latin American places. We also need to look at Southeast Asia. Now, you would be surprised to know that a lot of Korean students, a lot of Thailand students, a lot of Malaysian students study in Indian schools. And it's not that their parents happen to be expatriate here. They're coming all the way from there. Delhi Public School, somewhere near to you, Pankaj, in Sonipat. The DPS Sonipat has a liaising office in New York. If you speak to Mrs. Mann, she will tell you that she is getting students from all over the world. If a school in Sonipat can get students from all over the world, I'm sure universities can definitely do much better job in bringing those students. We need to go out together and create outreach activities, present India as cumulatively, just like all IT industries in NASSCOM. We need something of a body of Indian universities and colleges together. We need somebody like Devang Mehta, what did for the NASSCOM, to tell the larger world that what Indian IT could do, or what Kiran Karnik did. I think we need something of that sort as a much more outwardly approach. If you look at even the rankings, why IIMs lack in the rankings in the global phenomena, where in Harvard, in a class of 800, they will have people from 140 countries. In an IIM Ahmedabad classroom with the best of the facilities and best of the teachers and some of the best students in the world, the diversity factor is lacking, both in terms of faculty as well as in terms of their student body. And they say, no, we are diverse because India is diverse. Now, that's not an excuse anymore in the larger global sense. Of course, we are a diverse country. We have 28 states and so many races and so on and so forth. But you really need to bring people. Jindal has done a great job, and I was part of the team when Raj started doing the outreach. And that's the reason why you have students now coming up. We started South Africa. We started outreach to Bolivia. I remember in 2011, we had students from those places. We started getting faculty from that. And now, of course, it's a different game. I think same approach needs to be done. So where we have to work together, create an outreach body, or work with Ministry of External Affairs, and be very aggressive, work together, sell India first as an academic, educational destination. That's exactly the way we have done for IT. And then maybe 10 years time, you will have a large body of foreign students coming and would want to work in India, would want to study in India. And by the time, I'm sure many of us would have reached a stature, reached the levels which are comparable to the global standards as well. Thank you. These are my initial remarks.
Thank you, Varga ji. It was very powerful statement you made, and also you mentioned about the need for a very good body like NASSCOM or that. And you see that we have bodies, but they're also like only a collective group of people, who are serving those interests. So I think somebody will take some initiative, and I think also you shared very interesting example of how the DPS Sonipat is doing it, and also that you see that nowadays the outreach and marketing is very, very important. It's not about you are good, but also how you are being perceived, how you're reaching out is also very, very important. So thank you so much for your very valuable insights. And I believe the buck is stopped, and what kind of passion and energy you have. Gone are the days when you say, people will come anyway, and whosoever are there. Nowadays, we need young, dynamic, charismatic leaders who are also maybe having an academic heart, but also very business-like. Creating those quarterly things, how many, I want to improve GMAT by this percentile, and I want to do, the average grade by this, and I'm going to attract how many students from all over the world.
You need to clone 100 Siraj Kumars in this country.
Yeah, we need. And I think you also, for Siraj Kumar also, you also need to have Naveen Jindals of the world, who will find the right talent and also enable the right leader. So both are equally important. So the right leader, the right passion, and that's very important. So furthering to your question, I would like to request now Sanjay ji to please share his views on this topic.
Thank you, Pankaj. Thank you very much. I hope you guys can hear me. Nice to meet you, Dwarka. Nice to meet you, Dr. Madhu. We also met about 2 years back. Good to have you all on the panel. I'm very, very happy new year to all of you. So typically, I always take the contrarian view, whatever the topic is, and I'm going to do that as well. So I'm going to take a step back and, just juggle our minds to actually ask a question, why do we need internationalization? Okay, so what is the purpose of internationalization? If we can determine that, then, the story starts becoming very clear. So you got to take internationalization from two perspectives. One is from the perspective of the student, and one is from the perspective of the university, from the learner as well as the educator. So let's take it from the student perspective. When I look at what internationalization has to offer to the student, there are a couple of advantages. Like, let's say, for example, there is a very cutting edge area or a certain place where there's a faculty abroad who's doing research in a particular area, and that area does not exist in India, then definitely the student would want to travel under the faculty and learn and become whatever. Okay, that would be one particular reason. The second reason could be purely cultural immersion. I want to understand how the country works, what are the cultural nuances of that country, and how that impacts. So broadening my view in terms of context when I'm applying to a subject. The third is I want to pursue a particular research area, and where a particular university is known for, has the Nobel laureates, has the wherewithal, labs required, and want to pursue higher studies there. So I need a pathway into that university. Fourth is very clearly immigration opportunity, which is basically a function of economic gain from moving from a developing world to a well-developed country, the factor of the dollar or the pound or whatever. And the fifth is obviously internships and employment. So these would be the 5-6 reasons why a student would want to go abroad. Now, when I look at it from the university perspective, okay, there are only 3 reasons. One is diversity. I want to have international students in class. I want to have international faculty in class. And therefore, I want diversity. The second is economic reasons. Hey, the country out there can pay more. So why don't I charge them more and bring them? And I think a lot of the United States of America and Europe actually does that to India, the Indians, Chinese, Malaysians, and Europeans, the rich guys who end up going there. So at the end of the day, if you look at even the Ivy League universities, people traveling from India and studying there pay a much higher fee than the people who are paying in-state tuition. So they look at it from a pure perspective of economic gain, also some amount of diversity. And the last is obviously, it's very much required to be for your accreditation ranking purposes. Internationalization has become a very important parameter, and we all want to demonstrate that we are internationalized and we are so for accreditation as well as for ranking. These would be the 3 reasons of the university. Now coming to why we looked at internationalization. Okay, so one of the typical things, first of all, the question came, why did we do international accreditation? Because we wanted to partner with universities and widen our area of collaborating with faculty, bringing in new coursework. As a university, as a business school, Jagdish School of Management did have the resources to have that kind of faculty that the Harvard, the Stanfords of the world have. So best way was to basically collaborate and work, and to get recognized as an institution that would partner, and accreditation was essential. And we did that very successfully. We have a career track programs running in the Jagdish School of Management, run by Darden School of Business, run by UT Austin, where each of these universities are delivering 10 credits, and there are credit transfers happening through ways of articulation agreements. So that is done well. Definitely our students unfortunately could not go to those universities for doing those 10 credits primarily because of the pandemic, but the arrangement has been that they go and study there. So that also gives them a cultural immersion, that also gives them a kind of, to learn from faculty outside, to work with international students. So it does multiple purposes. So that really did wonders for us as far as the career track is concerned. The other thing that's doing well for us at Vijayabhumi University, which is a new university again. So we are a liberal professional university where we do not give admission to students in a program. Essentially, the student can select the choice of degree up to 2 years of study in the university. So technically, a student can come from the commerce field and after 2 years decide, I want to be an engineer, and the university allows it. Now, when we are working in the area of discovery, where we are allowing the student to discover passion and also pursue whatever the student wants to pursue, it will be very unfair for us because we are new, we don't have all the faculties. Imagine we get a student and he says, I want to pursue a career in cyber security. And if I don't have that, then it will be criminal on my part to tell the student, you complete your engineering 4 years with me and then you do your master's in cyber security. So what we did in Vijayabhumi University is we signed up many pathway agreements. So if he wants to do cyber security, well, he can travel to State University of New York and go ahead and do it. If somebody is pursuing music with me and wants to say, okay, I want to be a Western classical expert, we can allow him to go to Frost School of Music in University of Miami or goes to some music school. The idea is to give them a pathway so that they can basically pursue their dreams, not be looking at it from an economic function that this student was here for 4 years with me and now 2 years he's paid me fee and the remaining 2 years is going to pay somewhere else. So our objectives, at least the way we have looked at it internally, has been driven by purpose. In the sense, I personally believe that in India, we do not require to do internationalization because of diversity. India is a collection of more than 50 countries by itself. Yes, that's an important thing for a European nation like Germany to have diversity by bringing people. But in India, if you bring students from north, south, east, west, you already have an adequately diverse crowd. I think more importantly, so diversity is not the function. When I look at it from the university angle of economic gain, I don't think that's a possibility that will happen till such time India becomes a destination for immigration. You know, it is a destination for immigration when you look at the MENA crowd, when you look at the Southeast Asian crowd. But the competition for that is very vast. So we don't get the best of Africans coming to Indian university. We will get the ones who could not get into the European or the American university and cannot afford those schools to come to India. So we are actually catering not to the best, but to the not so best crowd that's coming to us. So that economic function also is a compromise. And am I going to put my Indian students in a class with not so good students from another university is a question I would like universities to actually ask themselves and not get lured by this push towards internationalization. So in a sense, you know, if your purpose for internationalization is clear, I think it will work wonders for universities. It's you know, you've got to be very clear. I really appreciate what Dwarika mentioned about, you know, doing the outreach and what Jindal is doing and various universities are doing is very important to uplift the name of Indian education globally. We've always been living like, you know, we have been insulating ourselves within the borders, though we have very excellent institutions like IIMs, IITs, but they have not flowered and blossomed the way they should have. The kind of contribution they've got, that's not happened primarily because we have not sold ourselves to the world. And I think this outreach is important to generally tell the world that, you know, Indian education is arrived, it's big, and is probably equal or more than what you have to offer. But purely from internationalization perspective, do I do the outreach? I don't know whether that makes business or economic sense. So with those questions in mind, I think, you know, I will close and I'll leave it to Pankaj to take it forward to the other fellow panelists. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sanjay ji. Your thoughts were very, very thought-provoking and very nice. And you very rightly mentioned about the diversity which is already present in India. We need not to, you know, search for that, you know, going in that way of internationalization. And rankings and rating and the economic purpose, the pathway and the flexibility you mentioned are really great points. And you have always been a great innovator, trying to do so many great things. So thank you so much, Sanjay ji. And I'd like to just add one thing here you shared about the international perspective. I went for a long program in Harvard Business School, and there what they did, generally we say that, okay, you study the case and then you come to the class. They had a pre-class kind of session, and where they will have, like 8-member group and 8 people from all different countries. So they will start discussing as to what did you learn yesterday? What was the learning and how did that learning happen? That was the first discussion. And secondly, what is your view on this case study, which is going to be taught in the class today? So then you hear a Japanese view, a Chinese view, an American view, a Russian view. So when you go to a class, it is a very different ballgame. So I just thought to add, because Sanjay ji mentioned about the diversity and the impact it make on the learning. So I just thought to add this point here. So now, thank you so much, Sanjay ji. And now I'd like to request Madhu ji to share her views. And I would like to request her that how the students can become the efficient humanitarians and global citizens committed to human rights through transnational education programs. I know Madhuji has been doing so many great work, and she was sharing yesterday about the happiness center also she has created. So Madhuji, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pankaj, and I think thank you to Chandanji for giving this opportunity to all of us to meet virtually. Otherwise, we were to meet physically there in Bangalore. But Happy New Year to all of you. Dwarika, especially to you, because I think after 13 years, I am just listening to you, and I'm always impressed by your talk. For my fellow panelist, he was part of our organization in long back in 2008 when we started the university. So thank you, all of you, Dr. Reddy, and making me part of it. Well said. I think this is a very appropriate question which Dr. Pankaj you have asked, and you have planned for this. Is a great session, and it is the need of the hour, because National Education Policy also mentioning about it. The question asked was that can students become efficient humanitarians and global citizens? I think indeed yes. I'm for it. And to support this argument, when you were saying that, I think all my fellow panelists, they talked about the internationalization, and they were saying that they are doing some way or the other in their organizations. Just to mention here, we were very early entrants in the international education. Why we did that, I also don't know. But in 2008, Chitkara was not a university at that time. It was a affiliated college to PTU, and in Himachal we just started a university. So I, with my fellow people, visited US just to know their systems, just to know that how they are doing. From Boston to Seattle, we visited, you name any university, to Harvard, to MIT, to Purdue, so any university you name, we were there, just to see that how they are working on the internationalization. So for the last 13, 14 years, we are working very dedicatedly on that is why from India, in the NAPSA meets, always every year in US, we are there. So I think that is when we talk about the humanitarians and global citizens, and this is the need of the hour. And my support to this argument for the last 10 years, I would like to share that in Chitkara University, we are doing the global weeks. And that was in NAC also, that was our best practices shown, and we got great appreciation there also. So what we did was this time, because it was on a virtual mode, physically the professors were not able to visit India. So what we did this time from 22nd of November, just last month, to 26th of November, the flagship activity of Global Business virtual masterclass series were held, and for nearly 700 business management students of Chitkara University. 15 professors from 12 universities and 4 continents, because we have a collaboration, international collaboration with 200 plus international global universities. So we are working with them very closely. For that, we have a joint research projects. We are working on guiding the students. We are working on some of the research products. So I think that was there, and that was the resultant of it, that from the 12 university, 4 continents, they taught our business students for full week on 10 different topics. ranging from environment, climate control, sustainability, financial scams. So you name any topic, very innovative topic, they talked about it. Green economics, sustainability, governance and ethics, international economics, development finance. I think there were some programs on human rights, then inequality and democracy. So you name the topics and those different topics were there. So this is one of the best example of effective transnational education. And I think these are the arrangements which benefited the students, and they were trained to become the efficient global citizens. Now, the students, when they attended this week-long program, this was a module for them, and they were evaluated by the professors, global professors, and it was part of their curriculum. So I must share that this was 10th edition of our Global Week successfully conducted. During these sessions, what we do is that we give you can say the person, that global professor, he is taken care by one of our Indian professor from Chitkara University, and that hand-holding becomes very efficient for both of them. So I think talking about this, various people, that exchange of webinars, and during this lockdowns, I think we all have done this very successfully. And I think we all should be very proud that during these lockdowns, we were able to do the webinars like this, short seminars, and faculty of Chitkara University with the international partners for the students on global topics. Maybe it is global warming, or maybe it is sustainable development goal. I just wanted to tell my fellow panelists and all my listeners that out of the 17 sustainable development goals given by UN, and we are working on the 16 development goals, the 14th goal, which is life underwater, because we are into the north of the country, we were not able to work on that. But for 16 development goals, we are working on it so that we can connect our students to the whole world. So I think that those type of activities help in knowledge exchange in among our students, faculty, and this gives the significant impact on the thought process of learners on both sides. So I think, and we have started with the articulation program, and one of my speakers were also saying that they have also started with the 1+1, 2+2 for in the engineering, hospitality, in the business, and it is with the top university of the Western world. So you name any university, we are there, and we are working very closely with them for this understanding of 2+2, because NEP is now, I think just before me, Dr. Sanjay or Dwarika or Dr. Reddy was saying that those who are getting NAC A+ grade, now they are, they can do any type of arrangements like this. So luckily we got NAC A+, and now we are open for doing these type of arrangements with the university, and the globally we can do that. And those modules, very important to tell you, is that they are co-designed and mapped with the existing curriculum by both the professors. It's not that only the Chitkara University professors are working on those modules, or they are designing that curriculum, or they are deciding about the pedagogy of giving that teaching learning processes. But it is the joint responsibility of both the professors from India and from abroad. And they are working on the international standards and the Indian standards also. So I think such kind of transnational education initiatives really play a greater role in producing the global citizens and efficient human beings, which was the topic of today's. And similarly, the semester exchange programs, joint conferences we can do the seminars and the semester abroad programs. I think every university now have started doing it, and we all are working on the short summer programs. Summer schools are done, and their impact of learning for learning of the students is becoming more efficient, and I think they can realize the priority areas of improvement at global level, which is the need of the hour to able to understand that how that level has to be increased. And if you see about alumni, so how we are working with the alumni very closely, we have more than 20,000 plus students across the globe. They are working on top positions and they are working in the different organizations. So we just talk to them and that what are the problems or what are the benefits or what are the facilities they can give that to our students, and so that the entrepreneurs strongly prove that importance of transnational education in a higher education system can be more effective. So I think these are the ways and means where we can make it more effective, and that humanitarian grounds are to be fulfilled. I think Dr. Pankaj, thank you once again for giving me a very appropriate question, which was very near to my heart. Thank you, Dr. Pankaj.
Many thank you, Madhuji. Your talk was so inspiring, and you shared about the whole journey, and sharing the thing that how you moved from Boston to Seattle and how you learned the best practices, and organizing this global week concept is very, very unique. So we truly appreciate and admire your lot of initiative and your very valuable time you gave to us. So thank you so much, Madhuji, and we truly appreciate. We look forward to hearing more from you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I think DP has to, Dwarika ji has to leave. So whether before leaving, whether you want to make any closing comment, Dwarika?
No, I just want to say that brilliant comments made by my fellow panelists. Unfortunately, I have another meeting. I wish the conference a great success, Chandan and his team. And I wish to meet, hopefully this year, physically with all of you. Thank you, everyone, and take care.
Look forward to. Thank you, DP. Thank you, really.
And I think Dr. Pankaj, we must appreciate Chandan's effort. Whatever he do with a very great heart. So last time he called me in Delhi, I just wanted to mention here that he was too gracious that I was not well and I booked my tickets, I booked my hotel also, but I was not able to come. I sent my daughter-in-law. He made him so comfortable and he was having all praise for him. I think lots of praise for Chandan for doing these type of sessions with all the educationists, and we can learn so much from each other. I think we learn so best practices from each other. That is I think we have to take on this. Thank you. Thank you, Chandan.
Sure. Thank you, Chandan ji. Thank you. So we have Dr. Chhatra Singh ji. Are you here? Dr. Singh, are you there?
Sir, please switch on your video and audio, please. Professor Dr. Chhatra Singh. You may continue, Pankaj. He's here. I can see his picture.
Okay. So Dr. Chhatra Singh ji, if you would like to share your views on the, especially on the how the TNE can play a role on the sustainable development goals and also in the creating the well-being. Because see, sometimes we are just thinking that, okay, how, whatever West is doing is great. But there is also a need of, self-belief. India has been a global seat of power and, the learning where people have been coming, we had the oldest university in the history of humankind. So all these things are possible. So Dr. Singh, you're here?
He is here, sir, but he's not able to, open his video or audio. You may continue with the rest of the panels. Okay, sure, no problem. So actually, we had an initial plan that we'll have, initial discussion, then one more round, and then the closing comments. But since we started a little late, so we know that we're running late at this moment. So I'd like to say this, that any panelist who would like to make any further comment on these ideas, they are much welcome. And also, if you have any questions, we can take questions.
Should I talk about it?
Yeah, please, ma'am.
So I think if we talk about the transnational education, which we are talking today, and which is very important and effective strategy for bringing the internationalization at home, enhancing the students' learning experience and success at global level. I think I'm not talking about the Chitkara University only, but I think I talk about all the universities, and they are working very closely with the internationalization, and it's a need of the hour. Reason being is that it's not possible for all the Indian students to go abroad, and the monetary they are trapped for it because they can't pay the money in dollars. And I think if this type of collaborations are there within the universities, many number of students can be benefited by the best practices of other universities. Maybe it is the US or Canada or Australia. So I think that benefit gives to not only to the Indian students, but this gives the benefit to the foreign students also. I will give you a very beautiful example. There is a collaboration with our University of Osnabrück, Germany, with Chitkara University, and it's a game change program. So what we do is that the nursing students from that university comes to our place, and it is happening for the last so many years. They come here, we have a nursing school also. They come, they collaborate here, they go to our all health centers. It is, we are in Rajpura and they go to Patiala, they go to our adopted villages. We have adopted 5 villages. They go to those hospitals, they go to their nursing centers, and they learn the best practices of India, that how we are doing in spite of so many, a country with so many population, and we are able to sustain ourselves. Even you see that in pandemic, I think we all should pat ourselves that we were able to sustain this second wave in a very, very comfortable manner. The third wave is also there. The other countries are facing the heat for it, but I think we are able to manage still today, and same with the education center. And I think we all university did a great job that the 0 year was not declared and everything went off very well. So I think when this type of education, transnational education is given and this type of policies are followed, we not only we learn, but they also learn and they try. And I think the end product, the outcome of this was that they started respecting our country instead of snake. So now they have changed their view about India, because when they come here, we took them to Golden Temple, then they were going to Agra, and they are seeing the cultural heritage of our country. I think this type of collaboration gives a great feeling, and our country is also get the good feeling there in other countries. I think this is a need of the hour to do this.
Very nice. I think, I think Madhuji, you have given a great idea. Actually, what happens, such kind of, the sharing and caring has not demonstrated by the Indian universities what you are sharing. Suppose you talk about a great study in India program. I also worked in Symbiosis for 3 years. I was the founding director of SIBM Bangalore. So at that time also, that university was giving first time, a lot of great emphasis on the internationalization. And I used to see, that how different things can be done. But you see that, see a Symbiosis or a Chitkara or maybe a Vijayabhumi or maybe one university, say in Noida, they all come together, create a comprehensive study in India program. Like I'm teaching a course these days, which is co-created by Monash and 3 other universities and OB Jindal. Teaching this course on the social entrepreneurship, which is taught by 8 professors globally. And that is, from the 6 universities globally. So there is a need of offering such kind of programs. And rather than saying that, okay, how the already the Western who are teaching us is great, also we have to believe in our greatness as well. We are also here for providing great value. And it depends that whatever opportunity we get, we do it exceptionally, so that whosoever comes in our contact, they become our advocates. So I truly appreciate the idea, Madhuji. And we should really work for it. And what Sanjay ji was earlier mentioning, that there has to be the right motive for internationalization, the right motive for, diversity, other than, just going by the crowd mentality. I have got 30 MOU, you have got 35, so I'm lesser than you or higher than you. But what is the impact? Maybe you are having just a 4 MOU and they are very well doing. I remember when I was in IMT Ghaziabad, so the director gave me a target that you want to have 20 MOU. At that time, there was no accreditation and, there was no other foreign partners. So sometimes the faculty member has to put in their personal goodwill over there. So I remember being a Fulbright scholar, it helped me a lot. And so getting an accreditation and other thing really helped. So truly appreciate your point, Madhuji. So I think Dr. Ji is here. Dr. Chandra Singh ji, are you here? So can you please share your views? Somebody from University of Chitra was mentioning about you yesterday. I recently gave a talk on Bhagavad Gita in your university. So please, Chandra Singh ji.
Actually, earlier I was in Kurukshetra University, so that is the place of Srimad Bhagavad Gita. So now I'm shifted to Bangalore.
Yes, sir.
I have listened to all the panelists, and to some extent I agree with Dr. Sanjay and Dr. Reddy also. And my point of view is that unless we have equals in the country, I mean equality of universities or equal standards of the universities in India, how can we send our students abroad? There was another point of view by the fellow panelists that we used to have Nalanda and Takshila earlier, all right, that was there. But what about now? We are having good universities by corporates, by industrialists, and those are trying to have that international standard by having MOUs from other countries. In Bangalore itself, there was recently a summit, and some universities from Scotland, and even the government of Scotland was having ties with many universities nearby Bangalore. So that is okay. State universities or state institutions, research institutions can have that MOU with the good universities all over the world. But what about those private universities which are even not having self-funding? Leave apart the corporate sector, those are having good universities like Jindal or like Ashok Chauhan's universities, or so many universities are there to name. But can we send our students with that standard which the foreign universities are having? Number two, we shall have to come up to that level with these students. My fellow panelist was very right when he says that graduation or post-graduation level studies in India were good when some of the students migrated to other universities for study. They had their name. More than a dozen icons are there in IT sector and some other sectors also all over the world, those who are having the most important corporate leadership. How come? Only a few, that too from rural area. So my point of view is that the government is totally bankrupt. The UGC has denied all those grants. The education department, the DST department, they are not going to help any university. So universities now shall have to depend on themselves, and they shall have to have their own source of income. So in this sector, only the big universities, the corporate universities can have ties with foreign universities. So there should be categorization of universities, state universities or private universities, universities of this level, this level, this level, as per NEP 2020. By 35, we'll have almost 50% of the universities gone from India. Only those which are having good resources, good academics, good infrastructure, those will survive. And I'm for this, because only then we shall be able to compete with other universities of the world, and then students from other universities will be coming to Indian universities because they must be having good infrastructure, good education, good academics. This is my take.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Really appreciate your views. Thank you so much, Dr. Singh. So I'd like to go to Sanjay ji for his further comments, or Dr. Reddy ji.
Sure, I just want to come in and just make one statement, which is a lot of this internationalization is also used as a lure to attract students into admission. And a lot of the universities that one is collaborating with, I mean, they don't really provide a large amount of impact. Just because you've graduated from a foreign university doesn't mean you'll get a good job and you'll survive. I know many people around who are struggling to get their vocations and do well. Okay, they are culturally more rich, but I don't think they are knowledge-wise or skill-wise any better than an Indian who's graduated from a good school. So that has to go away. And I don't think we should do it for a luring purpose. Just because it's foreign doesn't mean it's good. I think that's one thing that we should completely get out of. So I will also share, even since you're talking about impact. So in Jagdish Seth School of Management, like I said, we run a career track in various areas of specialization. So with Darden School of Business, we do it in the area of MarTech. In case of ESP Europe, we do it in the area of FinTech. So what we really do there is we get problems from Indian companies. And these could be cross-border problems or these could be local problems. And these problems are then solved by our own faculty of Jackson, a faculty of the partner school, and the students who are pursuing that career track. And we've had fantastic impact where finally it has resulted in a placement for the student going because the company liked the solution and took it. But overall, the company has actually implemented the solution. So that gives a reasonably good impact where you're able to work with an international faculty, you're able to work with an Indian faculty and solve an Indian problem. So that, or a problem that's a cross-border problem. So those are the kind of interventions which can really, globalize or internationalize education. Now, the other point that I wanted to make is internationalization was great till the time the pandemic happened. Now it's no more internationalization, it's more about virtualization. Like everything is virtual. Today, it doesn't matter whether I'm sitting in Sweden, Germany, India, where. If I want to connect with students, I can do cross-border projects. So there is, interestingly, a very, very good initiative called COIL. If you just Google it, they're set up an organization where any faculty can engage with any faculty to collaborate, either to set up a collaborative course or do collaborative research. I think these are the areas which will be very, very much developing forward. There'll be peer-to-peer engagement between faculty. There would be probably peer-to-peer engagement between schools and deans, and probably collaborative efforts with the university. I think that, so like you rightly said, Pankaj, focus should be impact, and there has to be a purpose on what you're doing. As long as you're clear about it, it works magic. Otherwise, it's just, just another jargon or mechanics of promoting yourself.
Yeah, very nice, Sanjay. And you've rightly, hit the nail on the head, because it has also been used as a lure for many schools and the universities, and the impact is missing. And you see that there was a time when people used to say, I'm a free laptop, this foreign trip, but those are no longer a thing. In this way, we are cheating actually. We as a true education leaders, that time is gone. We also have to work really as a responsible and caring universities, and which students also know, whether they are getting fooled or, something really substantial is being provided. And that is how they convert into the advocates. And as you know that when they convert into the advocate, and you see that so much of funding is coming in the US universities where people give back. And that only comes when the student is leaving. They feel with a sense of shukrana, the gratitude. Oh yes, when I become big, I would like to give back. And that constitute almost like 60 to 65% of the money which come and flows back into the system. And it is a life cycle of a student, which nobody thinks. They think that only the tuition I'm getting is the only money, but the entire life cycle revenue also, because I'm a finance professor also. So I'm working on one paper actually, that when the student is leaving happy and satisfied, then how much future cash flow it can generate. And like that, since the time is short, so I'll be just get moving, and whether Reddy ji is here, whether he want to make any concluding comments.
Dr. Pankaj, can I continue with the Sanjay's talk, Dr. Sanjay?
Very quickly,
he was very concerned about this, and well said by him. I want to just continue with it, that well said by Dr. Sanjay, that we must also understand that before the pandemic, the outbound student market, the inbound student market, and the distance learning were the three distinct market segments. They were the three market segments. But with COVID, I think they all have collapsed into one, with everyone getting used to digital technology. Students enrolled at overseas institutions are unable to travel, and they are studying at home. So I think the models have changed, and I think the transnational education in higher education will act its way in shaping future of internationalization of higher education. And I think that is the need of the hour, because pandemic has given us so many learnings which were very, very different. And from institutional standpoint, when I was talking about the internationalization, I just wanted to give my closing remark that doing this internationalization in my educational institute, we got very good rankings in Times Higher Education, QS University rankings, ARIA. We got ARIA's ranked second, they ranked us second in the country, NIRF, NAC A+. I think this all was the outcome of, there was the best practices, that internationalization, how you are doing in a university. So I think there is a lot of advantage of the learners, and the future seems to be very thrilling. So I think we all should work on it diligently, that how because in our times when I was a student, it was national understanding. We all was talking about national understanding. Now everybody is talking about international understanding. So I think this is the need of the hour to go for the transnational education. And I think well taken topic, which is all very near to all of us. Thank you, Pankaj.
Very nice, Madhuji, and very rightly said that before the international understanding, also we need to develop the national understanding.
Yes.
And, because once you're inside out, when you are believing in yourself and you're doing whatever best is possible at your level, then the next level of things will start happening. And for that, I want to, since we are running short of time, so I'd like to just make one of you comments, and then we'll keep going. So one is that, who will do it? It is not to be done by either the owners or the vice chancellor. Person at the ground level is a faculty and a teacher. So how the teacher can be further converted into a guru, who is self-aware, who is like an, enlightened soul. What we say that apadipo bhava, be a lamp to your own light. Then only you can be a guru who can remove darkness from somewhere else. That is, somehow not paid enough attention. So it is very, very important that the teacher also has to understand that what infinite possibility he or she has. And when you nurture that, the right thing will start happening. If the teacher has the right being of a guru, then the doing will happen, and the right doing will provide us the right having. That is a model Professor Shrikant Datar has created. And I have seen personally in my teaching career also, whatever I developed new courses like Bhagavad Gita, Ancient Wisdom and all, and I started teaching in a very passionate way. And now I'm getting invitation from many US universities, Sweden universities, and few business schools in France to teach those courses over there. So one is very nice. You talk about a global week or international global week, which Madhuji has been created as a great initiative. But we will be more happy when the Indian Global Week is celebrated in France, in US, in UK. Like, many people have started doing business in India centers. But what beyond we can do together? And I think it has been one very common thing everybody has shared, that how we can move, collaborate, how, like you saw, the illness and wellness, the difference is only from I to we. So how we can move as a I to we, even in the internationalization also. And as Madhuji shared, that how we can create a multiple program by, different universities. And so therefore the self-belief, teacher to guru and to the entrepreneur, because faculty also have to be like an entrepreneur. So whatever money you want to generate, you can do that. Whatever impact you want to create, you do that. But it has to start from a blank slate. If you see that, okay, this is possible, then only you are victim of your own mentality and like that. And also student into the advocates. So these are, some thought, and also the right motive for internationalization. Know the luring business, diversity, flexibility, collaboration, and, all these things, if we put together, I'm sure we can take this level to a whole new level. And for the wellness, we could not discuss in detail. But as you know, the Madhuji has created a center of happiness. Jindal has created a center for spirituality, meditation, and mindfulness. So we talk about that. If you're running, then why you are running? And are you running in the right direction? So we talk about calming your mind, not be restless all the time, but be restful, and be restful and in the right direction. So for that, the meditation, mindfulness, yoga nidra, very important things, which India has a unique advantage. We need not to sell to the West that we are best in this whole domain. Maybe creating such kind of centers can also attract a lot of people coming to India. And when they come here, they will also say, okay, because a lot of people are, going to China, but not coming to India. India is a much more vibrant economy and much more to offer. So we have to believe in ourselves. We have to work together and create such program which will change the whole world. So I'd like to just say this, and I want to thank each one of you for Chhatra Singh ji, Sanjay ji, Madhu ji, Dwarka ji, Reddy ji. I really want to thank, and also the Chandan ji, Itisha ji, all of you. It was a great panel, and it has been a great learning experience.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
Sincere thanks to each one of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
In true sense, the right justice has given to this topic, so the importance of transnationalization program and internationalizations of higher education. We are very fortunate that at the very last moment we got Sanjay Patode ji over here so that we could get the insight of Jackson as well. And a very diverse panel from, say, Bangalore, Mumbai, Hyderabad, Chandigarh, Sonipat. What best one can can take out from this vibrant session. And when two of you, the panelists, one is talking about the happiness and one talking about the spirituality and the yoga, the meditation, we have to inculcate all this in our regular habits. It's not only for the students, but for the teachers, for the mentors like you. And वो कहते हैं ना सर कि मैं क्यों डरूं कि जिंदगी में क्या होगा, मैं क्यों सोचूं कि आगे बुरा या अच्छा होगा, बढ़ता रहूंगा मंजिल की ओर, मिल गई तो ठीक वरना तजुर्बा तो होगा.
Wow.
So with that ideation, we should keep skilling, reskilling. मतलब ये जो English words हैं उसको मैंने थोड़ा शायरी फॉर्म में बोला है, तो हमें वो करना बहुत जरूरी है. And I really appreciate the kind of great efforts you education leaders and stalwarts which you are doing, and you have really set a great example, and you are matching the international standards, no doubt about it. The entire world is actually watching India. Disruption has accelerated the adoption and adaptation of the technology very quickly. We all agree with this. So congratulations to all your teaching staff as well, that under your leadership, you have outperformed overall. Your teaching staff, your non-teaching staff, the support of your students and the parents is equally important. So thank you so much, all the lovely panelists over here. It's a token of thanks and appreciation which ArdorComm Media would like to present to you. May I please request my backend team to please present a token of thanks as a certificate to our lovely leaders. The certificate goes to Dr. Pankaj Gupta ji for your exemplary contribution in education.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Next. Professor D.N. Reddy, Chairman of BOG Vasasvi Engineering College, Hyderabad. Congratulations, sir. Next, please. One of my favorites, Dr. Madhu Chitkara, ma'am. Your blessings and your guidance keep on coming to me. That gives a lot of motivation for young leaders like us to outperform in our field, whatever we are doing. So this certificate is to recognize and honor your valuable and exemplary contribution.
Thank you, Chandan. Thank you.
I cannot resist myself saying that, ma'am. Madam Speaker of Parliament, ma'am, आज आप लग रहे हैं. हर बार मैं आपको अलग अवतार में virtual events में देखता हूँ. So this is one of the avatar of honorable speaker sitting in one of the parliament houses.
चंदन जी, एक आपको बात बताना चाहती हूँ मैं हिंदी में कि जैसे ग्लोबल वीक हमने यहाँ पे किया तो इंडोनेशिया से एक प्रोफेसर आए हुए थे. He was so impressed, तो उन्होंने हमारे प्रोफेसर्स को बुलाया वहाँ पे 7 लोगों को, and they did the same pattern, same brochure, and they did the global week in Indonesia University.
Wow,
so I was so impressed. मतलब कि वो इंडिया को भी कॉपी करने लगे, तो आई वाज इम्प्रेस्ड कि नहीं हम नहीं करते वो भी करते हैं. So I think कई बारी वो लोग भी इम्प्रेस हो जाते हैं हमसे.
We all are in the right track, ma'am. किसी को देखने की जरूरत नहीं है.
We all are doing so good. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Next, please. Dr. Dwarika Prasad Muniyal. He just left. Yeah. Next. Professor Dr. Chatar Singh ji, Vice Chancellor, Right Technology University, Bangalore. आप बहुत लेट पे आए सर, लेकिन जो भी बोला बहुत सटीक बोला. In a very lesser sentence, you have elaborated and you tried to explain so many things.
सर मैं लेट नहीं आया था, मैं सुन रहा था, मैंने ऑन म्यूट किया था.
It could be very well calculated. No, वो आपके थोड़े से कोच से सब समझ में आ गया सर. All you carrying is a lot of vast experience in your tenure. Thank you so much for showering your blessings, sir. Thank you.
So nice, sir. So nice of you. Thank you very much.
And to Sanjay Patode sir, the founding president Vijay Bhumi University and the chairman of Jackson. मैंने आपका एक इंटरव्यू भी लिया था सर मैं प्रीवियस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में. I remember that. आपके लास्ट मोमेंट में आने से थोड़ा हमारा टीम वर्क का काम बढ़ गया, but it all went very up and we are so happy. जब रिस्पांस अच्छा आ जाता है, so whatever effort which we put, that is what we have earned and gained. Thank you so much for being a part of this panel.
Thank you, Chandan. Thank you and all the best.
Sanjay ji is so personally grateful to you that you could.
Thank you, Pankaj. Thank you for inviting. If you invite, I have to be there. Like I told you, there's no choice.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Grateful.
Yeah. Next. Thank you so much. Yeah. May I please invite my colleague Pratik to kindly introduce the next panel speakers.
Yeah. So now we are going to proceed with the fourth panel of this session. The topic is how can R&D and innovation play a central role in economic growth and job creation. The eminent panel speakers of this session are Dr. Prashant Vishwanath, Director Research, JSS Academy of Higher Education and Research, Mysuru. Dr. Ganesh Rao, Director, Pune Business School, Pune. Dr. B. Sendil Kumar, Dean and Director, Health Sciences, Vinayaka Missions Research Foundation, deemed to be University, Salem. Dr. V.K. Banga, Principal, Amritsar Group of Colleges, Amritsar. Dr. Y. Vijaya Kumar, Principal, GM Institute of Technology, Davangere. The moderator for this session is Dr. V.K. Banga. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. And on the behalf of ArdorComm Media, I welcome all the eminent panelists of New Normal Education Leadership Summit Award 2022. I am Dr. Vijay Kumar Banga, panelist as well as session moderator for this session. So my institution, which is Amritsar Group of Colleges, which is NAC A accredited institute, as well as 2-time NBA accredited 4 undergraduate courses and UC Autonomous College in the state of Punjab. For the today panel discussion, it's on how can research and development innovation play a central role in economic growth and a job creation. So all the eminent panelists for today's sessions are Dr. Prashant Vishwanathan, Director, Research, JSS Academy of Higher Education and Research, Mysuru. Dr. Ganesh Rao, Director, Pune Business School, Pune. Dr. B. Sendil Kumar, Dean and Director, Health Sciences, Vinayaka Mission Research Foundation, deemed to be University Salem. Dr. V. Vijaya Kumar, Principal, GM, Institute of Technology, Devanagari.
Hi, sir.
Hi. So I'm sure that the powerful deliberation in today's session will benefit our education community at large. First of all, I congratulate to Shri Chandan Anandji, founder and CEO, editor, ArdorComm Media Group, for organizing this mega event for the education fraternity. It's a great effort and a great contribution to the society. So about this session, It's approximately a 45-minute to 1 hour session. And as we know, initially there is a introductory 1 or 2 minute opening remark by each panel expert. And after that, in the second round, we have a 8 to 10 minute descriptive round. And in the last, we have a closing remark of 1 or 2 minutes from each panelist. So being a part of this, as a panelist also, I first start with the basic introduction about our today's session. So it's very evident that the quality education plays an important role in solidifying the economic development of any country. So be it an industrial powerhouse or a technological hub, only in the right skill set to research and development can spur economic growth rates and a job creation. Enhanced scientific growth, research, collaboration can ensure the discovery of path-breaking innovations. In the recent years, as we know, with the spread of computers, internet, mobiles, and especially in this tough COVID time, aggressive use of online media. So it's all dominated our life. So, however, while innovation may not be generated the returns it has used to, and it continued to play a critical role in driving growth and employment through research and development. So I said that it's widely accepted that technology is the key driver of economic growth of any region or a country. We have a very specific example in front of us, a Silicon Valley in the US and a Bangalore in India. So region and is specifically rise above at the world global level based on the technology. Technology progress allow for a more efficient production of more and better goods and services, which require for a more prosperity and the betterment of the life. However, the mechanism through which technology is developed, adopted, and used in production are very complex. Their more detailed analysis can allow for a new finding that could have important impact in many areas of policymaking, including science and technology, research and development, industrial policies, both at the national and the regional levels, etc., etc. In fact, the concept of technology itself, as well as the individual and a social capability required for its development. For more, to create a job creation and economic growth, it's all dependent upon the capability of the technological development in that particular human resource in that area. There are the link between the education and the research and development and innovation and economic activities that are the part of the process we aim to discuss in this today's session. The recent initiative taken by our government towards open innovation has resulted in the increased flow of knowledge and a new type of cooperation between education institutes, research organizations, and businesses. Top corporate research and development investors, even worldwide, they lead to development of many emerging technologies in association with the education institutions, in collaboration with the industry. This is evident from the examination of the technology field in which these companies intensified their inventive activities in the recent year and contributed towards the top R&D investors. So it is necessary to mention here that these ingredients like patents, like technology transfer, know-hows, all scientific papers, these are the ingredients which are required for the technological advancement. Even our government are focusing toward the patents and the move toward the innovation. So scientific publications, patent, industrial occupations, and product, all this are part of the economic activity, and more important are human skills, which are lead toward the growth and which can help toward the new innovations through R&D. So I'm in this today's session, start with all the speakers of today's session. First of all, I just start with the first panelist, and just to say them, just to open up the session with their opening remark of 1 or 2 minutes in the first round. So I first request Dr. Prashant Vishwanathan to enlighten the audience with their thoughts.
Namaskar, sir, and thank you for the opening remarks, sir. My thoughts would be mainly on how to, first part is how to incorporate the R&D and innovations into the curricula. So basically, if we want to nurture R&D and innovations, we have to allow students to think. And if we want to nurture R&D, it has to become a part of the curriculum itself. And we as educationists, we should try to see that how we can incorporate the R&D and innovations and coming out with these ideas and creativity and thought, how we can inculcate this into the curriculum itself. The new national education policy has set the ball rolling, and there are many things which the NEP has suggested. Also, the many, like Dr. Banga said, there are many initiatives of the government which are being pursued, and these initiatives are mainly focused on the R&D and innovations. And a lot of focus comes into how these can be incorporated at a younger level. If you look at the NEP at the school level also, there has been focus on how to incorporate the innovations, creativity, thought process into the right from the school itself, how to build a process that the students start thinking and try to create some things for themselves. So this definitely, being in the higher education, we have to nurture this forward and see that, if we build strong curriculum such that the R&D and innovations are a part of it. And once we have done this and we bring in a culture of research into the curriculum itself, we would see definitely much more innovations and the research outcomes coming out from the higher education institutions. With this thought for 1 minute or 2 minutes, I leave it back to the moderator for the session. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Prashant. Now I request Dr. Ganesh Rao for their opening remarks.
Very good afternoon and pleasure to be on this. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, it's it.
Yeah. Very good afternoon and pleasure to be on this panel. Research, innovation, and economic growth, three very interconnected words, and the buzzwords today. What's happening today is a lot of research is being done. Definitely, this is being done, but a lot of research which happens in academic institutions is moved to do with it as a part of the compliance. So topics are selected based on convenience, comfort, ease of availability, speed of execution. So all these things are determining the choice of research. Research has to be done actually with a lot of passion and determination. A mission has to be there. So supposing the third word, that's economic growth. If economic growth is going to be our mission, then we need, we as educationists, if you look at our education ecosystem, we got 1,000 universities, we got 40,000 colleges, and we got 10 lakh faculty members. We've got about 500 districts in this country. So if we try to split up the various districts and see as to what best could be done in these districts, educationists could sit together, come together, and work on some specific clusters. Economic development could be expedited in a much more impactful manner, in a much more accelerated manner. You can take the role model of a city country like Singapore. So we can say we are 500 Singapores. Okay, that's the way of looking at it. But this buzzword of innovation that we are having is everybody is in the pursuit of innovation. Now, innovation doesn't necessarily mean that we invent something. We always talk about innovation, the concept that, who's going to be India's next Amazon? We always say who's going to be next Microsoft? And then we talk about unicorns. Who is the next unicorn? We need about 10 unicorns. We need about 100 unicorns. No, what we need is, we do not need 5 $1 billion companies. We need 1 million 1 crore companies, because the small and medium sector is going to be their developmental engine. So our focus now of our research development should shift on going geographically into our districts and finding out what are the industries that can be worked on, what we should do. Then the research innovation will be in line with economic development. Otherwise, what's happening today is everybody is doing innovation, everybody is talking national development. But if we integrate these together, if we unify our efforts and focus these efforts district-wise, we appreciate internationalization is a very nice word. But we, India, we have pioneered the concept of university ages back. So let us have faith and beliefs that we ourselves are good at many things, and look at the peculiar business environment that we are in. We have people like us who are in the 21st century. Then we've got people who are in the 20th century. And there are also cities and districts which are still living in the 20th century. So India is not a country, it's not a continent, it's a world by itself. And it's spread over 3 centuries. So is there something that we can quickly learn from the West and apply it here? I would rather say that we can take up case studies from developing countries like China, which have expedited the growth, and learn from China, learn from Taiwan, learn from these kind of countries, than learn from the West. Because West are nations which are very young nations, but we have this peculiar business environment, 3 centuries, 1 economy. Okay, and it's only the upper crest of our population that is connected. So let's not get carried away by the buzzwords of innovation, internationalization, research, economic growth. But if we can integrate all these things as faculty members, we all come together, take up specific projects in specific districts, work together, find these districts coming together, work on real research, which is impactful and which will create economic growth. I think this would be my few thoughts that I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Ganesh. And now I request Dr. V. Sandil Kumar to just have a 1 or 2 minute brief opening remark for the session.
Thank you. Good evening, one and all present here. Good evening, Dr. Banga. Now, with the continuation of Dr. Prashant, incorporating this R&D and innovation in the academics curriculum, I would like to mention about the innovation alone. I think all are from academic background. Probably like everyone can agree this, because Ministry of Human Resources, currently is the Ministry of Education, has come up with the Institution Innovation Council, is run by the Ministry of Education. And most of the universities having this council to inculcate the innovation, entrepreneurship, startup, all this thing in higher education institutions serving the UG itself. I think being from this Health Sciences Vinayagam Mission Research Foundation, I'm proud to say that we have received the 4-star, the highest ranking in the last year academic year given by the Ministry of Education. And being from the our name itself says like Vinayagam Mission Research Foundation, so we are into the R&D for a past 15 years. And we are asking the students to do a lot of research activities in their UG itself. We are giving a lot of projects to the students and making the students to go for a patents. You won't believe, being a health sciences institution, our students are received, they have filed nearly 10 patents in Indian, as well as they have received 4 patents from Australia. not only from the faculty side, students also doing a wonderful job in our institution. So probably in future, this will take us to next level. Being an introductory mark, probably I can come back to you later, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sure. Thank you. Now I request Dr. Y. Vijaya Kumar for opening remarks.
Sir, very good evening to all the panelists. I'm very glad that I'm sharing platform with all of you. Sir, I am the principal of GM Institute of Technology, which is there in the central part of the Karnataka, where we defined the quality education is spend 50% of the time or 50% of the energy or 50% of your intellectual capacity on the curriculum. The remaining 50% leave it to the students and faculty to do some experimentation. That experimentation, that is bringing a lot of innovation in the campus. The third one is this, we did it mainly because this student version 4.0, there is one is working for Roti Kapda Makan, second one is for building and other things, third one is for the luxuries, and fourth one, they do not know what for they are studying and doing. To inculcate these type of things, we at GM Institute of Technology bringing some sort of an innovative ideas, which I will share it in the next one. This is a small introduction. Yes, definitely for the success of the country or the success of the institution, 100% I will agree that the innovation is a key, sir.
That's good. Thank you. I think first introductory remarks we have already taken from all the panelists. And in the next part of this session, I put up some questions directly, and I want from each individual to elaborate their point of view over that particular question. And so first off, I am taking first question, and first I ask to Dr. Prashant Vishwanathan. As we know that many reports and prints a positive picture on how our R&D and collaboration helps in providing solution to the large scale problems. Is this scenario true for the distributed education paradigm in India?
Yeah, thank you very much for that question, sir. Definitely, when we think about the large scale problems, what comes to my mind right now is the current pandemic that we are going through, and just looking forward at when this pandemic is going to get over. So wave after wave, we are just seeing the pandemic to extend, and what started in 2020 has just been going on. So what I can think of at each level, we have seen innovations coming in from the academia and the industry. When we see the last 2 years, how it has evolved the scenario in our country, we see that, belonging to a health profession, I can take examples from the health profession. We have seen so many innovations which readily went to the market. There were earlier many hurdles which used to be there, but now since the collaborations have come in, the